Man. Morning. Morning. I don't think I have another window open. Hopefully not. It's popping on. Good.
Well, as we...
Oh no, whatever that was, I don't want that. There we go. Okay. Good morning, everybody. More dumpster fire recovery today. Hopefully there's no 5 O'Briens. Julia Rock. Good morning, Donna. Good morning. Kind of gone for a walk. Back later. Oh, okay. Somebody want to maybe fill in in the meantime, in between time for times? Or shall we just have a collective one, keeping time? Have a great walk. Christiana, having a wonderful day, unable to stick around. Okay. Hopefully you have a great day as well. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Good morning. Couldn't find right away. Well, it's good to have you aboard, MH. Freckles. Jeannie. Good morning, Chris. Leon. Brenda Grant. Lynn M. Brother Paul. How's it going, Brother Paul? Been sending love your way. Pioneer. Mark. Don't worry. RCMP stacked up on fire extinguishers. Yeah, right. I'm thinking of getting a shirt made. I've just been toying with, is it tactless to get the dumpster fire? I don't know. Maybe families can let me know. It's a dumpster. And this is a dumpster fire. Linda McDonald. Where's the biddies? Where's your other half? How are you feeling? How's your stuff? I hope you're feeling better. Truth and all. Invasion 1. Peter. Okay. Is it biker? Bicker? Not sure how to pronounce that. Cellmates. Oh no, that sounds like you're in jail. That's not good. Top bunk. Okay, now. So we got today. Raft of new documents out. As this process continues, this is why, sadly, this whole shenanigans have to continue. They will dump documents as they go along. It's going to get progressively worse. And it is. So the process must continue just for the paper alone, even though that's filtered out. So we have to try and keep this boat afloat for them, even though they want to sink it. Obviously, there are some people not wanting to ask questions now. Okay. Not understanding the logic behind that one. I get that it doesn't work. We all get that. I think the Canadian public gets that. Given the opportunity, why would you not? Trying to reason that one out. Having difficulty. Yeah. Noticeable absence. Okay. You're looking for her. Okay, Freckles, good morning. Catching up on Lisa's videos when she's back around the Blair house disgusts me. No emotion, eh? No emotion. What was one of them there last night? What was this one?
About the gun. And he's like, don't move. And I'm standing there in the bedroom, like thinking, like, you know, like I didn't know what was happening. Like, and so I'm standing there, and in my mind, I'm thinking I should run, but I felt like I was frozen and I couldn't move. And I'm watching him, and he goes through to the sunroom to get the gun, the handgun. And
this clip cuts off early. Okay, because it's about walking through the dining room and the living room. Why is that missing that? And then somehow she's back in the bedroom right away. JJ, good morning. Today's trauma caused by Lisa not remember key positions and events in narrative. Sounds like Brenda. It is like, sounds like biker. Okay, Peter Biker. Are you a biker, Peter? Good morning, oh dear. Okay, so have we got this stuff set up here? Make sure I've got this. Is this it? I think that may be it. Okay. I think this is it. Morning, nosy. Expert. Basted. She's so phony. Weird accent. Sounds like New York City bitch. Who? Lisa? Have been watching the Lisa interviews. Egbert. Oh, so there's a whole bunch of new documents up. Interviews with another interview with Christopher Wardman, interview with, oh God, what's that list? Thank you, oh dear, for, I just have all these piles of unnamed files. This is the problem on my computer. Everything is just very disorganized. Okay, and I was just reviewing before this because the BD, I was waiting for BD to pop up. BD used to go out with him. And I was starting to read it. Just starting. I haven't gotten very far. Jill Sutherland is in here. Okay, and we've got interesting task action report. Karina DeRosier re-assist Nova Scotia with with statement of Alan Wortman. What's the difficulty? Photograph of letter sent by Neil Wortman to Jeff Samuelson. Okay, that's probably, were they traveling around too? Maybe. Unknown date. Of course, everything unknown. Statement of Glenn. Glenn is in there now. Don't know. Maybe he's asking for prune juice. I'm not sure. Not to make fun, because that's where we're all going. But, okay. Statement of Neil. Statement of Annette. Married. Okay. Annette's in here. Interesting. All right. Bruce Estabrook. Not sure who that is. Maybe somebody who might come across that. Renee Karsten. Don't know who that is. Firearms Internet Investigation Report. Don't know what that is. Nancy Hudson. Okay, I'm waiting for Nancy and John. I wonder if that'll be coming up here. Craig Owen. Perpetrator medical records from Fall River Family Practice. Another interview with Cindy. Wonder if that one was Gmail. No, we won't see that one. Lisa and Dr. Matthew Logan, who is a spooky character. Indeed, and I've seen the name come up before. What in the boop? Okay, Dr. Sanders, medical records of blank perpetrator. Dr. Sanders, some child abuse and mental health care coming from Global, episode 13. How ending child abuse, improving mental health care, and prevent mass shootings. Episode 13, Global. Chorus. UNHCR, gender-based violence, and WHO, violence against women. World Health, because they do a lot of good. Okay. Let's see here. Doesn't sound like Nova Scotia accent. Oh. Lisa's accent doesn't sound like a Nova Scotia accent. A lot of rumors that she might be American. That would be straight off of Broadway. E-list. Okay. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, interesting observation. It's her Sackville accent. Sack Vegas. Okay. Glow Watcher, good morning. Blue Nose, good morning. Good morning, Blue Nose. Renee, the camp lady. Okay, so everybody's reading different pieces and things. This is why it's always very difficult because it's confusing. I don't who the camp. Renee, the camp lady. Okay. Beaver Bank is different than Sack Vegas. Okay. Sack Vegas, I guess that's that Sackville nickname.
From Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and unceded territory of Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. So far this week, we've been looking at different aspects of the perpetrator's violence towards his common law spouse, his family, and others. We've also heard from a number of expert witnesses to help us understand the related issues of gender-based and intimate partner violence, which are part of our mandate. Much of our work is focused on learning how we can help to prevent future events like the mass casualty. Today, we will hear from two roundtable discussions that will assist us in work to bring forward lessons learned and recommendations. The first roundtable will focus on whether it might be possible to predict and prevent mass casualties, including a discussion on risk assessment models, intervention strategies, and steps that Canadian institutions and citizens can take. The second roundtable will focus on how mass casualties are defined, why these definitions matter, and whether we might be able to identify perpetrators of violence and mass casualties based on common characteristics. I will now ask Dr. Emma Cunliffe, the Commissioner's Director of Research and Policy, to introduce the first roundtable. Dr. Cunliffe.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. My name is Emma Cunliffe, and I have the honour of serving as the Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission. This morning, we will focus on that aspect of the Mass Casualty Commission's mandate that invites us to consider how best to prevent incidents of this kind in the future. When a mass casualty occurs, important questions arise about whether there were missed opportunities to recognise the perpetrator's dangerousness and to intervene to prevent the harms from occurring. In this roundtable, as with every roundtable, we won't focus on the mass casualty of 18 and 19 April 2020, nor on the evidence that the Commission has assembled about the man who perpetrated these dreadful crimes. This work is being done in other aspects of the Commission's process. Instead, we'll take up the direction provided in our mandate to consider the broader context and causes of mass casualty incidents generally. And in this roundtable and this afternoon's roundtable, we'll specifically focus on questions that arise about predicting the perpetration of mass violence and seeking to prevent these acts. These roundtables, as with every roundtable, begin from a commitment to community safety and to finding the strategies that are evidence-based and that are most likely to assist in keeping communities safer in the future. The core themes of this roundtable are whether mass casualties can be predicted and whether effective risk assessment models exist and for what purposes. The availability of early intervention and prevention strategies given the state of our knowledge and understanding, and the steps that Canadian institutions, communities and citizens can take to prevent these events as much as possible in the future. To speak to these questions, we've assembled a group of experts who bring deep engagement with questions of risk, the challenges of prediction, possibilities for intervention, and the ways in which how we think about these problems shapes our understandings of how we might respond to them. I'll let them introduce themselves to you in a moment. In this morning's roundtable, we'll be having difficult conversations about difficult questions. As facilitator of the roundtable, it's my responsibility to direct the questions, to ask follow-ups, and to moderate the dialogue. And I would remind our roundtable members, please to speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. Roundtable discussions will form part of the Commission record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. The Commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. This is also a good opportunity to remind you that we're presently conducting a further public consultation, this one online, in which we're seeking input about the recommendations that you would like to see considered about the Commission's work. You can find more information about this consultation on the Mass Casualty Commission website at masscasualtycommission.ca. Under the Proceedings menu, look for the option Public Submissions. As with every roundtable discussion, our intention is to provide the Commissioners, participants and the public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation in Phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. Before I invite our roundtable members to introduce themselves, I would particularly like to acknowledge the work of the research and policy team in producing today's roundtable, in particular Sirwa Frimpong, Selena Henderson, Laura McEnany and Janet Dyson, who have all made significant contributions to today's proceedings. So let's get started. I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce themselves, and I'll begin with the virtual participants. Myrna, if I may ask you to begin.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Myrna Lashley. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at McGill University. And my research interest is in ethnicity, mental health, the intersection of ethnicity, mental health, and radicalization. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here.
Myrna, thank you so much for joining us today. George, if I may ask you to go next. I'm sorry, George, I think you may be on mute.
Sorry, my name is George Smuckler. I'm an emeritus professor in psychiatry and society at King's College London and a retired psychiatrist. I was a general psychiatrist with experience of inpatient and community services, but I'm not a forensic. I wasn't a forensic psychiatrist. My main interest is in mental health law reform, in coercion and measures to reduce recourse to coercion. And related to that is an interest in risk assessment, and particularly the risk of harm to oneself or to others, and the role that it plays in involuntary treatment.
Thank you, George. Benjamin, if I can ask you please to go next.
Thank you, Emma. I'm Benjamin Berger. I'm a professor and York Research Chair in Pluralism and Public Law at Osgoode Hall Law School in Toronto. I teach and research in the fields of constitutional and criminal law and theory, the law of evidence, and the historical and contemporary interaction of law and religion as well. And Emma, if you'll allow me, I want to also just acknowledge that I'm living and working and zooming to you today from Tekaronto, the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations, including the Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Huron-Wendat. This territory is the home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and is cared for by the current treaty holders, the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. It's also subject to the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement to peaceably share and care for the Great Lakes region. And in acknowledging that, I thought it very important to do so in part to acknowledge that there are here on this land, in this territory, deep traditions of thought about sorrow, about tragedy, about justice, about community and wellness that far precede state institutions that we're living with together right now. And so I always do my best to listen and learn from those tremendous sources of wisdom. And I do so in studying criminal justice. That includes liability sorts of questions around mental disorder and fault, but also policing, sentencing, the law of evidence. I'm looking forward to our conversation, and thank you for having me, commissioners.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Nicholas, if I can turn to you next.
Thanks, Emma. So my name's Nicholas Rose. I'm a sociologist, now retired. I have honorary appointments at the Australian National University and at University College London. Prior to my retirement, I was head of the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine, which I set up at King's College about a decade ago. And I was co-head of a big research center on mental health and society. So I've been working on social and political issues concerning mental health and risk assessment for very many years, looking at the intersection between the two great systems of managing conduct in our society, the criminal justice system and the mental health system, and the ways in which they work together and the ways in which they've clashed. And started about 10 or 12 years ago, focusing particularly with some Canadian colleagues, as it happened, at the University of Toronto, Centre for Criminology, on questions of risk and risk assessment and prediction and the dangers of prediction. The dangers and difficulties of prediction, I should say, not just the dangers. And I've also been working in an area called foresight, trying to look at the future consequences of current developments in biotechnology and genomics and brain imaging. And I suppose the one little slogan that sticks in my mind from Niels Bohr, or attributed to Niels Bohr, is that prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. It's extremely difficult to predict the future, but it's quite easy to produce compelling tales about how the past has led to the present. And I think those are some of the issues that we'll be trying to deal with today. How much is hindsight helpful and how much is foresight possible? So thanks very much for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Many thanks indeed, Nicholas. And Robert, thank you for joining us in person today. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Robert Wright. I'm a social worker and an African Nova Scotian from here in Halifax. I currently serve as the executive director of the People's Counseling Clinic, which is a community-based pro bono mental health clinic that I founded a few years ago. I'm also the acting executive director of the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute, which has been recently formed and funded by the provincial government to look at matters of systemic racism in the criminal justice system as it affects people of African descent. In that regard, one of the things that I bring to the table is the pioneer of a model of assessment called impact of race and culture assessments, which is kind of an enhanced pre-sentence assessment for people of African descent to assist courts in making better decisions around sentencing for people of African descent. I should say I'm also a clinical member of the Association for the Treatment and Prevention of Sexual Abuse, which is something I've been involved in since, well, very early in my career, and have been a regular presenter at regional and national conferences in that area as well. So I'm happy to be here.
Robert, thank you so much for joining us today. Robert also was kind enough to conduct an interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, which will also form part of our record. I would like to begin our discussion today by talking a little further about the idea of risk and risk assessment. Risk has become a governing concept within Canadian society, as is true in many OECD nations. That is, it's become a way of understanding certain kinds of problems and seeking to counter them. Terms such as risk management and risk assessment have become standard within policy discussions and even public conversations. Efforts at early identification of risk and intervention to prevent risks from becoming outcomes have become a key strategy within mental health, the criminal legal system, and other domains. So, for example, the use of risk assessments has become a standard tool for the criminal legal system when questions of bail or sentencing are being decided. Psychiatrists use risk assessment when working with patients who have or may be violent, and so on. And so, Nicholas, I'd like to begin with you today. You've written that efforts to identify and manage risk bring together two closely related senses of risk: the desire to identify risky individuals before they do harm to others, and the hope that one might be able to identify individuals who are at risk, those who are susceptible to harm such as personality disorders. Can you explain what this turn to a discourse of managing risk enables and what it obscures? I'm sorry, Nicholas, you may be on mute.
Just to begin with a little history, and the history is mainly one from Europe, which I apologize, but that's where I know the most about. So up to about 30 years ago, when it was a question of whether or not people would be violent, the attempt was made to identify what was specific about people who were dangerous, to identify dangerous individuals in terms of their specific character, their specific personality, their specific dispositions, and so on. Dangerousness was seen as something which adhered within a kind of pathological individual. Now, in a celebrated set of articles and debates, many of the people who were working on this area became increasingly pessimistic about the possibility of identifying what it was in an individual that made them dangerous. And some went so far as to say that actually the idea of dangerousness was really no use whatsoever in the criminal justice system or in the psychiatric system. Instead of trying to make a binary distinction between those who are dangerous and those who are not dangerous, we should move to do something called risk assessment. Everybody was potentially risky. And the question was, who on this continuum was more or less risky than others? Now, in one way, this became really interesting because it tried to bring in all sorts of other factors apart from the personality of the individual, which made someone risky. And for those of us like me who were social scientists, it began to recognize that the conditions under which people might pose risks to others were often social: bad housing, unemployment, whether or not they were using drink or drugs or whatever. So people could be placed on a continuum of risk on the basis of an assessment of a whole series of factors. Gradually, this idea that everybody, in a sense, was subject to risk, and everybody in every situation could be assessed as potentially risky or leading to risk, generalized, and it became almost the obligation of almost every professional to assess risk in their situation, whether it was a building manager assessing whether or not a particular staircase was risky, or whether it was a psychiatrist assessing whether or not their particular client or patient was risky. Risk assessment became a kind of obligation of almost every professional. And to use a phrase, I think first used by my late friend Richard Erickson at the Centre for Criminology at University of Toronto, the gaze of the professional was formatted by risk. You looked at situations and individuals in terms of whether or not they pose risk to the individual or to others. Risk became a very generalized way of professionals seeing things, and then as a corollary of that, of those who governed all sorts of things, whether they were buildings, whether they were building sites, whether they were universities, assessing risk everywhere. So risk became this really pervasive obligation for professionals and obligations for those who managed situations. Whether or not anybody was any better at making risk assessments than they had been at making diagnoses of dangerousness, that I guess is going to be part of the discussion that we'll have today.
Thank you very much for sharing that history with us, Nicholas. Myrna, I'm going to turn to you. In our preparatory conversations for this roundtable, you observed that it's important to look closely at how the word risk is used, what we define it to mean, and in particular, what kinds of what risks we seek to assess and to manage. Can you explain why these questions are so important to ask and what kinds of things can be left out of the risks we focus on?
Thank you very much. I actually am going to follow on from what Nicholas said. Who defines risk and what do we expect from it? So in terms of society, in terms of institution, in terms of systemic issues, determines what we're going to get out of it. Now that sounds strange to say that who determines how it's defined determines what we're going to get. But that's in fact true because we set up a mindset of what we're looking for. And we often have certain people assessing others without even understanding the lived reality of those others. And there's nothing, very seldom do we have people from those communities explaining to people what's going on so that the risk makes sense. So we have determined, for example, societally, systemically, that certain groups, for example, Black people, especially Black men, Black young boys, they say, well, they're 15 years old, but they look big. And so we're afraid of them. They're big, they go to the gym, they've got these muscles, therefore they are to be feared. And so you have the phenomenon of people, for example, getting on a bus and people pulling their purses closer to them because they are afraid. I mean, what are you afraid of? What is the risk? And who has determined that this is a risk? And that is a big issue because we have seen that people get punished, get ostracized for things which are in favor of what the larger society thinks makes them comfortable. Not that that person is inherently evil or inherently dangerous. We don't even know how to do that properly, as Nick has said, but it has to do with the social. And so we've got to be really, really careful. And if we look at tests, good gracious me, no test is culture free. And very few of them, if any, are culture fair. So I think those are things that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about what do we mean by risk, who defines it, and how is it then implemented, that definition. Policemen do it all the time. What are they looking for? We don't know, but they'll say, well, I was afraid Afraid of what? They can seldom tell you.
Thank you, Myrna. Robert, can you see other ways of thinking about risk and opportunities for intervention? How have you tried to approach these questions in your work?
Well, I would say that I've served in a number of different capacities where I've had responsibilities for thinking about risk. For example, as a director of child welfare in a jurisdiction, a county jurisdiction, and you note that there are child welfare concerns coming from different communities. Of course, in child welfare, we're always concerned about children who are being harmed or at risk of being harmed. But in a relatively small jurisdiction like a provincial county, you can see the trends. You can see that people are coming from this particular area who are presenting risk, who perhaps a low-income area, perhaps an area affected by poverty or isolation. And so when you see that, there are kind of two things you can do. You can then go police that place and find all of the people who present risk, or you can service that place and then, mobilize the local family resource center and other services and deploy those to that area and say, okay, so now we're creating opportunities for people who may present a risk to actually access services that could reduce those risks. And so that kind of gets us away from focusing on who is at risk and providing services to selected communities or populations that we know could have risk, and lower the risk by providing those services, enhancing services to expand issues. So for example, in this province, we follow newborns pretty well. Every child who's born, 99% of children are born with the assistance of the public health system. And they have public health nurses who follow them and their parents for a number of weeks. But after that, the services are gone. Well, what about those families who could use a little extra assistance? Do we wait for them to present risk to their children? Well, happily, we don't in Nova Scotia anymore. We have an enhanced home visiting program that can follow families for a while. So I think that service delivery and service provision and creating services that reduce the barriers to people who present risk and to the people who are around those folk to access services for themselves or for the people who present these risks is a way to.
I think it's a great idea, guys, to just keep pumping out questions about, what you've observed over the last few days in respect to Brenda, in respect to Lisa, and motive, etc. What we're seeing here is a whole bunch of gobbledygook. So, let's just keep the questions on point since they want to go elsewhere.
Family or for their loved one who might. So we've tried to introduce things like a mobile mental health crisis team, which has its own challenges and barriers because of the model that we have developed here. But again, I would just say that the approach of identifying communities that may be at risk and mobilizing, developing, and deploying services to reduce those risks is a way, an approach.
Thank you so much, Robert. And we will indeed loop back to some of those strategies as the conversation progresses. George, in your work, you've considered the difference between numbers and values and how both are in play when we talk about risk. Can you explain what you mean, the distinction you see?
Yes, thank you. Numbers refers to the figures that one derives from risk assessment instruments. So these are instruments that have been developed to predict the likelihood in our context of somebody committing a serious violent act so that we might intervene before the act to prevent it. So these risk instruments take established associations with violence, that is risk factors, usually giving them a numerical value. And there are a considerable number of these that are associated, statistically at least, with violence. And the risk assessment instrument combines these in such a way as to optimize their ability to separate those who will be violent against those who will not be violent. And these risk factors cover, for example, childhood and family disruption, past antisocial and criminal behavior, details of offences in the past, particular personality traits, abuse of drugs or alcohol, and so on. Now, one of the problems, and I don't know how much you want me to go into it at this point, is that current risk assessment instruments are not very good at predicting whether an individual will be violent. They are good and statistically significant in separating a group of people who will be violent against those who will not be violent.
George, if I can jump in, we will jump into those technicalities in a little while. At this stage, I'm really interested in that distinction between numbers and values, and we'll turn to your PowerPoint slides just in a few minutes.
Shall I address the values issue then?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes. So the values are what should be done about somebody who appears to present a risk. What are the costs of doing risk assessment? So in the mental health system in England, every patient who presents to mental health services should have a risk assessment for violence as well as self-harm. And that has a number of costs. One is obviously in the time that's devoted to doing the risk assessment, which means less time to develop relationships with patients. There's the issue of trust, so that patients have trust in doctors if they feel that the doctor knows what they're doing, but also that the doctor's agenda is the same as the patient's agenda. The patient's agenda is, this doctor I hope will help me, or this mental health professional will help me. If there is some problem in the patient's mind about, well, you know, I'm being asked these questions about things that I've done in the past, is this person more intent on determining whether I'm a risky or dangerous person, or are they more interested in helping me? And that problem of trust actually diffuses through the whole system, because the chief executive needs to know from the more local manager that these risk assessments are being done, which means that people at a lower level of the managerial level have to check that those at the coalface, those mental health professionals, are they actually doing the risk assessment? Are they doing the risk assessment satisfactorily? People at the coalface did not go into mental health care to do risk assessments on the whole. They are there to try and help people who are distressed or having difficulties. And so, in a way, there is a kind of process of disinformation that spreads through the system. And there's another cost, and that is the one of discrimination. So why should people with mental illness be subject to such a screening, whereas they account for only a very, very small proportion of serious violence in the community? Why are they selected for having the screening, and people who have been involved in various violent episodes are not necessarily? People who arrive in accident emergency departments clearly been in some sort of fight. There's no need, there's no obligation on those people in accident emergency departments to do a risk assessment. And so it stigmatizes people with mental illness more than they already are. They're already a very marginalized group. So they're some of the costs and some of the values, and society tends to discount people with mental health problems when it comes to what obligations it has to protect those people and also to protect themselves from the perceived risk that such people pose. A risk which is wrongly misperceived.
Thank you so much, George. Benjamin, the Canadian legal system incorporates a set of principles about rights and freedoms. How are rights and freedoms important when we're thinking about how best to manage, for example, the risks presented by someone who's seeking mental health care services, been diagnosed with a mental illness? Can you see an evolution within the Supreme Court of Canada's thinking about how to ensure that these rights are protected while society is also kept safe?
Certainly, and I suppose there's two layers of response to that question. One is at the general and one a bit more historical in the Canadian legal system. And so let me begin with the general. I think in a sense, I'm capturing in this comment or recapturing something that Robert said and an element of George's values discussion, which is the idea that posing the question of managing risk is always and immediately, in a sense, ambivalent. And what I mean by that is suddenly, simply by dint of asking the question, what are the risks and how might we go about managing them? One has the hazards that one was worried about to begin with. But there's also the set of worries or hazards or potential consequences of whatever regime one is imagining putting in place to attempt to address, manage, alleviate that risk. And so now I think we're in a question, by dint of asking the question, how do we manage the risk, of posing a further question to ourselves is who will bear the effects of managing or seeking this risk. And so I think, anyone thinking through possible risks and approaches to risk management has a question they must pose for themselves, which is, what are the costs or what are the hazards of seeking to extinguish this risk if it is extinguishable or manageable at all? Now, one way of thinking about that is risk and right as one legal way of rendering that. There are other questions. There are questions of systemic injustice. There are questions of the way that risk tends to land in its management on vulnerable populations. But another way of thinking of it is in that dialogue between public concern about hazards, public safety is sometimes how that's framed in a legal setting, versus rights. And of course, this will reemerge later when we speak about population level prediction versus individual level. Individual level is the focus at which our legal system tends to think about rights. Population level is often the level at which we worry about certain sorts of broader kinds of prediction, and or we can be more certain about those kinds of predictions. So we'll get to that. But the historical answer to the question, so that's a very broad.
It's so obvious. How can you have the questions that Emma's reading off a piece of paper and the other people are reading responses off a piece of paper? That's called a script. It's all just acting. All of it. Scripted garbage. Blood money. These people are fucking leeches. Leeches.
Detail about the weak correlation between that we know in the data between serious mental health issues and serious crime. Very weak link, but that's something others can speak to in more refined detail. What I can note is that there's been actually quite a profound evolution over the last many years in the way in which our Supreme Court has thought through mental health and the question of rights and criminal law. In 1991, the Supreme Court of Canada, in a case called Swain, ruled unconstitutional our old scheme in managing one element of the way that criminal law interacts with mental disorder, our what used to be called not guilty by reason of insanity defense, which is an old defense at common law that came in through statute in Canada. And it struck down that scheme, which resulted, when someone was not guilty by reason of insanity in the language of the time, at detention at the pleasure of the Lieutenant Governor and Council. So governmental detention, indefinite and discretionarily so. And in striking it down, the court noted that a concern with that was the way in which mental health was being criminalized. Mental health issues were being criminalized. Concern that the whole scheme was predicated on stigmatization of mental health, on misunderstandings of the character of mental illness, and on category confusion, you might call it, between what criminal law had a warrant to do and what other social institutions like healthcare institutions and social services ought to be in charge of, and what was instituted in its place, in the place of this old scheme, was a new scheme called not guilty by, not criminally responsible by reason of mental disorder, NCRMD. And the Supreme Court considered that in a case called Winco in 1999, 8 years later. And the essence of the court's reasoning about, the risk that is presented by someone with a mental health illness, a disease of the mind in the language of the law. And we can speak later about the particular ways that the law understands and misunderstands psychiatric illness. But a relationship between risks presented in terms of public safety by mental health and the treatment of the mentally ill. So public safety versus proper, non-discriminatory, effective treatment of the mentally ill. And the court set up that as a way of balancing the rights of the individual to not have their liberty interfered with unless there was very good reason to do so at an individual level, versus broader public safety concerns. And so I think, Emma, an overall picture of that evolution was an anxiety in the law. And in fact, at the end of the day, a constitutional concern with transforming worry and misunderstanding about mental health into a regime that didn't do enough thinking on the side of who bears the burden of trying to extinguish risk, what rights are effaced by trying to extinguish risk. So there's been a major evolution over the last 30 years or so in the way that that is done. I wouldn't say that legal evolution is necessarily reflected in the way those institutions always operate. It's not as though the law has extinguished the sense of criminalization of mental illness, and we can talk more about that, but that's the broad contour of this relationship between right and risk.
Thank you, Benjamin. So having had a bit of a general conversation about the idea of risk, how we seek to manage risk, and what the implications are of the choices we make in this regard, I'm now going to turn to the specific, somewhat statistical challenges of thinking about using risk or risk assessment to predict and manage rare events such as serious violence. So George, you've kindly prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and if I could ask that that be brought up, please, that explains the statistical challenge of using risk assessment tools to predict violence, and particularly rare kinds of violence. I'm going to ask you to take us through these slides in a moment, but I'm going to begin with a more general introduction to the problem that you're addressing here. You've already provided us with something of a description of how psychiatrists might use or indeed be compelled to use risk assessment in the course of their clinical practice. Can you, before we delve into the detail of your slides, explain in general terms why it's so hard to design a test or a tool that identifies or predicts who will commit the most serious crimes? Like, what's the nut of the problem?
We are most interested in preventing the most serious violence, homicide, suicide, they are rare events. And no matter how good the risk assessment instrument that's being developed to date, and there's been a lot of work on this, and I have my doubts that there can be an improvement. So even with the best instruments available to date, and let's assume that they are culture-free and just for the moment, and there are problems with this, that they're as objective as can be, that they're superior to clinical judgment, but you know that they're based on epidemiological evidence of risk factors. They are virtually of no value when the event is rare. So a homicide, for example, or a suicide. And I will later perhaps be able to show some figures about why this is the case. But they are of extremely limited value in predicting those acts that we are most intent on predicting and avoiding.
Thank you so much, George. And so I will indeed take you through your slides and diagrams one by one. If we could please turn to the second slide. What does this 2x2 diagram depict? And what's the significance of the positive predictive value to understanding the usefulness of a risk assessment?
Right, so when we're thinking about a predictive test for anything, but in this case about predicting whether somebody's going to commit a violent act, it really is encapsulated in a 2x2 table. So you can see on the left side,
bring in the graphs, the colors, the Dumbo presentations. Cut your hair on the side. You could be RCMP. 5 O'Brien somewhere, sir.
Where the test predicts that they will, I'm sorry about that noise in the background. The test predicts that the person will be violent, but then there are some that the test predicts will be violent and they're not violent. Then there are those that the test predicts will not be violent, some of which actually do turn out to be violent, false negatives. But the real bugbear are those where the test predicts that they will be violent, but they are not violent. And that's that purple group, and I will go into those in more detail. And the positive predictive value is that, okay, the test says that this person will be violent. What proportion of those cases where the test says this person will be violent actually turns out to be violent? That's the positive predictive value. It's the proportion where the test says, yes, this person will be violent, and that person actually turns out to be violent.
Thank you so much for talking us through that, George. If we could turn, please, to the next slide. Here, you're setting out how to determine the positive predictive value of a risk assessment. And I'm hoping that you can talk us through the logic of this slide, but I think it might be useful to begin with the basic concepts of sensitivity and specificity, and then I'll ask you another question once you've had a chance to define those terms.
Right, so there are 3 numbers that one needs to assess the efficacy, the accuracy or precision of a risk assessment instrument. And once you have those 3 numbers, you can do the calculation on the back of an envelope. And those 3 are sensitivity, specificity, and the base rate. So I'm going to include that, Emma, in this. So the sensitivity is that look at all the people who did turn out to be violent. That's just above the top line. And you can see that the sensitivity is the proportion of those people who do turn out to be violent that are predicted by the test to be violent. And in this case, it's 81%, but that means that 20% were not predicted by the test to be violent. So they're false negatives. The A group is the true positives. The problem then arises mainly in the specificity. So the specificity is the part of the risk assessment that predicts that the person will not be violent. That is, that they score negatively on the test. And you can see that in 63% of the cases of people who turn out not to be violent, the test is accurate. It says that they won't be violent and they're not violent. The big problem is the bottom, the B category. And these are predicted by the test to be violent but are not violent, false positives. The base rate is important because the lower the base rate, the lower the frequency of expected violence in this population that's been screened by the test, the bigger the effect of the poor specificity is, and that the false positives just absolutely overwhelm the true positives. So B just becomes so huge that A over A plus B becomes extremely small.
Thank you so much, George. And it was indeed to base rates that I was going to take you next. So I wonder if you could please explain, when you talk about the base rate of violence, what does that mean?
That means what is the expected rate of what you're trying to predict, acts of violence, expected rate in this particular population that you're interested in. So what is the expected rate, for example, in prisoners who've been discharged from released from prison? What is the rate of reconviction for a violent offence, say at 1 year or 2 years? That's the base rate. And the importance of the base rate is that the lower the base rate is, the poorer the precision of the risk assessment instrument.
So
it's critical.
Thank you. So just to make sure that we all understand, myself included, if, for example, we would expect 7% of offenders upon release to reoffend in a violent way in the 2 years after release, the base rate would be 7%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a study that involved mentally disordered offenders released from secure units in England. In over a 2-year period, they reoffended with the violent offence in 7% of cases, yes.
Thank you. And actually, before we turn to the next slide, I'll pick up on the point you just made, George. A few minutes ago, Benjamin mentioned that there's a very weak association between the commission of violent offences and mentally ill offenders. And you've just given us a statistic about the proportion of those who are released from secure units who offend violently. But I'm going to ask you about another statistic you share in another paper, which is the proportion of homicides that are committed by those who have a diagnosable mental illness, a serious diagnosable mental illness. What proportion of homicides are committed by those who are mentally ill?
Well, the proportion committed, a lot depends on what one means by mental illness, and many of the statistics, for example, those that have been used in England, count somebody as having had a mental illness if they have been seen in a mental health service in the previous 12 months. And that includes probably people perhaps that were said not to merit a diagnosis of mental illness. It includes people with drug and alcohol problems that, you know, would not really satisfy the general view that this is a serious mental illness. It includes people with antisocial personality disorder, which again might not be considered to be a serious mental illness. So when it comes to serious mental illness, it's somewhere between around 5%. So 5% of homicides would be the result of an act by a person with a diagnosis of a serious mental illness, that's schizophrenia or delusional disorder or bipolar illness or manic depressive illness. But I must say that of those, about 80% also have a drug and or alcohol problem. Drugs and alcohol are terribly important in generating violent acts.
Thank you. And given the sensitivity of the question I've just asked, I think it's important to ask a follow-up, George, which is that 5% that you've just alluded to, is that because those who suffer from psychosis disorders such as schizophrenia are particularly violent and dangerous? Does that represent a significant proportion of that population, or is there something else going on there?
No, it's a tiny proportion. So in England, there are at any one time around 250,000 people with a psychotic illness, of whom 25, roughly, between 25 and 30 will commit a homicide in a year. So that's 1 in 10,000. So 1 in 10,000 people with a psychosis will commit a homicide. This is in England in the course of the year. And they will be, 80% of those people will have a drug and alcohol problem.
Thank you for clarifying that. If we could please turn now then to the next slide. This slide provides an example of the positive predictive value of a particular risk assessment tool, the VRAG. And so I'm wondering, George, if you can please begin by explaining what the VRAG is and then describing what this slide tells us about whether those who are predicted by the VRAG to commit violence do in fact go on to commit violence.
Yes, the VRAG risk assessment tool is used quite extensively. It's one of a number of tools, and it seems to be, most of the tools are equally effective in predicting risk. It incorporates the items that I mentioned earlier. So it looks at childhood, family disruptions, childhood conduct problems, certain aspects of personality. It actually includes a psychopathy checklist, which has an association with violent acts, past convictions, details of those convictions, drugs and alcohol use, the social context, social relationship, marital status. So it's those risk factors that are well established, and there are a host of those risk factors well established as having a statistical association with violence. But I'll get onto the but when you ask me to.
In fact, you're welcome to get onto the but now, because really part of my question is, what does this slide tell us about whether those who are predicted by the VRAG to commit violence do in fact go on to commit violence, about the positive predictive value of the VRAG?
Yes, the but is to do with the difference between saying this group of people is at high risk of committing violent acts and an individual in front of you that you're being asked to assess the level of risk that this person poses. That's a very, very different story. So here we can see that this group of discharged mentally disordered offenders, 7% of them, we know that's the number that is going to reoffend with a violent offence in over 2 years. And we can see that the sensitivity, and this is the sensitivity that I mentioned earlier, 20% of those, roughly of those 7 out of 100, will be accurately predicted by the test. I'm rounding up to that 6 versus 1 who is predicted that they wouldn't be violent, but do act violently. The specificity, and this is where you can see the play of these numbers, that at first is not very obvious, but the test has got to also exclude people who are not going to commit a serious violent offence. And here the specificity is 63%, so 59 of the 93 who were not reconvicted for a violent offence were accurately predicted. But the problem is those 37% who predicted by the test that they would be violent, but they don't turn out to have been violent. They're in the not reconvicted group. And because that group is so much bigger than the reconvicted group, that 37% is a big number. You can see it's 34. So if you look at the positive predictive value, you add the 6 and the 34, that's 40 people predicted by the test that they're going to be violent, of whom only 6 of those are violent. And so the test has a 15% positive predictive value. That is, that if you do 100 tests, 85 of them will be wrong. They will predict the person's going to be violent, but the person is not. 15 of the 100, it will be accurately predicted. And so if one is going to do something to deprive that group of 40 of their liberty in some case, the cost of this is another one of the costs, perhaps the most important cost, the cost of this poor positive predictive value is going to fall on the majority of those people, 85% of them, who do not turn out to be violent.
And so again, just to make sure we understand, on this example, somewhere between 5 out of 6 and 6 out of 7 of those who are predicted to go on to commit further violence will not do so.
No, one of the 7.
1 in 7.
Yeah.
1 in 7 will commit violence.
Yes, and not predicted to do so. That's the 20% that the sensitivity test does not include.
Okay, I'll ask my question a little differently, George. I'm sorry, it was possibly a little mangled. Of those 40 who are predicted to commit violence by this test, only 6 will do so.
Correct, yes. And the test will miss 1 where the person went on to be convicted of violence and the test said, no, this person is low risk.
Okay, great. So there are errors in both directions.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you. If we can move then, please, to the next slide. This slide shows some data about the sensitivity and the specificity of a test such as the VRAG. It shows that as the test becomes more sensitive, that is, it picks up more of those who will commit violence, it becomes less specific. That is, it also picks up more of those who won't commit violence and predicts that they will. So the proportion of false positives within the positive group increases. Do all risk assessments work this way?
Yes, yes. So usually there is a score, a range of scores on the VRAG. There are actually 12 scores altogether. And you can see that where you set the threshold for saying, okay, if somebody scores above 6, the sensitivity and specificity is as stated there. But actually, if you wanted the test to be more sensitive, to get more and more of the people who do go on to commit a violent act to be recognized accurately by the test, the specificity goes down. And of course, you know, think about the specificity and think about all those false positives. The lower the specificity, the poorer the positive predictive value is going to be, because there are many more people in the not reconvicted group, and 37% of them, from memory, are going to be wrongly allocated to positive test, but not violent. And you can see that this is shown in the red area, that if you go up to a sensitivity of 1, that means you're going to get all of those people, the 20 or so in this study, who were actually reconvicted. The positive predictive value is 0.09. That means you're going to be wrong 91% of the time. 91% of the time, the person who's predicted to be violent will not be violent. And if you go for extremely low, extremely high specificity, you must have low sensitivity. So if you go to a specificity of 0.97, the sensitivity that matches that, it's a trade-off of one against the other, is going to be 0.15. That is, 85% of those who do turn out to be violent will be missed by the test. But the positive predictive value goes up because you're reducing that error in the specificity. Only 3% of that huge group of people who are not reconvicted are going to be positive on the test. So the cost of a high positive predictive value, in this case, it'll be correct, okay, a quarter of the time, is that it's going to be wrong. It's not going to pick up people who do actually turn out to be violent in 85% of the time.
Thank you, George. So what are the conclusions that we should draw about the value of risk assessments from this evaluation, this statistical conversation about how they work?
Well, these risk assessment instruments, when one compares their sensitivity and specificity, is much, much lower than, for example, a test for the COVID virus, where or HIV virus, or other infections, where you're looking at specificities and sensitivities in the high 90s. Here we're looking at human behavior, and we know that human behavior encounters a myriad of unexpected events, encounters, losses, good things happening. And so we're very, very limited in the level of sensitivity and specificity. I don't think it can get better than the kind of range that we're looking at. Most of the risk assessment instruments are operating in that sort of range. So there are going to be an overwhelming problem, especially as if we get down to 1% base rate, overwhelming number of false positives. And if we get down to 1%, then the vast majority, I mean, almost all of them are going to be false positives. So the accuracy or the precision of the risk assessment instrument for a behavioral outcome, rather than a biological outcome, for example, is overall very limited.
Thank you very much. Benjamin, I'm going to turn to you, and don't worry, I'm not going to ask you a statistical question. In the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Hewitt versus Canada, the court recognised the possibility that errors in risk assessment may not be entirely neutral as to the groups of offenders that they disproportionately impact. Can you please describe the question that arose in that case and how the concern about risk assessments are validated played out there?
Certainly. So the Queen against Hewitt was a 2018 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, just for people to put this into a historical context. The case involved a long-term set of challenges by Mr. Hewitt to a set of processes used by the Correctional Services of Canada in making decisions regarding things like security classifications and recommendations for parole, and specifically tools, risk assessment tools used for those purposes. Security classification when one enters the carceral system, and parole recommendations that are made by correctional services officers to the parole board for the purpose of release under conditions during the sentence. What the cases were really about, what this case ultimately was really about, was a testing of the quality of the information used by the state when it uses processes that interfere with the liberty of individuals. So the claim here was that the risk assessment tools, which included Static 99 and a set of other ones, though it's in a paper we have in our materials by Professor Hard, the point is made that this applies to really all risk assessment tools, was that it wasn't validated in respect of Indigenous peoples, that the input data for these risk assessment tools was not monitored, assessed, evaluated for its cultural, contextual reliability, its sensitivity, and its specificity in respect of Indigenous peoples. And so the question of whether or not, one might put it this way, structural bias was or was not embedded in the very neutral appearing risk assessment test was simply unknown. Some real concern, some real evidence that it might indeed not be as reliable, as predictive for Indigenous offenders. But this was the essence of the claim, that the quality of the information coming from neutral appearing risk assessment tools was in fact contextually, culturally biased or potentially biased in some fashion. Again, the results of which are what? And this is the point about assessing risk versus costs. The results of which could be deprivation of liberty where that's not necessary. And I think that's the vivid part you want to keep in mind. You know, all those cases of low specificity are instances when the state apparatus will be used for no good reason, infringing on rights. And so Mr. Ewart made a couple of different claims. One was a set of rights-based claims based on Section 7 of our charter, the suspension of liberty, not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice, and a Section 15 equality breach, that the use of risk assessment tools that weren't validated for their utility with Indigenous offenders was discriminatory. And because essentially of questions of burdens of proof, the court did not find breaches of Section 7 or 15, equality or fundamental justice. And we can say a bit more about that. I mean, one wonders, given what else they decided in the case, which I'm about to turn to, when one would ever be able to prove those sorts of breaches. But we'll put that to the side for now. What the court did find was that the Correctional Services of Canada breached its statutory duty to ensure that the tools it uses are accurate, reliable in respect of Indigenous offenders. And again, these tools had not been validated for Indigenous offenders. There was a real risk of cultural bias. Though they had committed to do so, Correctional Services of Canada had never done the necessary research to determine whether or not there were cultural issues associated with this. And so, one way of understanding the Ewart decision, which found that the Correctional Service of Canada had breached its statutory duty, if not the rights of Mr. Ewart, was that the case was about how structural injustice can get embedded in the knowledge tools that the state uses, and the effects on liberty, the effects on rights, the tangible effects on individuals within our justice system. One other point, if I could, which is that the court very importantly emphasized in a different component of the decision the duty of set out in the CCRA, the principle that policies, programs, and practices of the Correctional Service of Canada would have to be sensitive to gender identity and expression, to the needs of women, Indigenous persons, vulnerable persons, persons in need of mental health care. Essentially, the court was pushing for what it called substantive equality in correctional outcomes. And the interesting thing about that was that it tied, though it didn't find a Section 15 equality breach, it tied this idea of fundamentally fair, fundamentally equal treatment within the legal system to the quality of the information and tools that the state is using for risk assessment. So that's a very provocative use of law to interrogate state knowledge, to interrogate tools and information that the state purports to use to manage that balance, Emma, that I mentioned earlier between public safety and individual rights, fair treatment, fundamental justice. So a hugely important piece, because although it was about the Correctional Service of Canada, it really does implicate anywhere that risk or threat assessment tools or assessments take place. So here we're talking policing, education, healthcare, housing, anywhere that those tools are being used. The Ewart decision I think ought to stand for a high degree of concern and skepticism on the ways in which use of these sorts of tools can, when not carefully tested for culture, for context, for history, result in those set of costs on specific communities, predictable. Here, our predictive power is very, very high. It will land disproportionately on certain identifiable groups and communities, namely those with mental health issues, racialized, Indigenous, and we know that from patterns of criminalization. So very broad implications for how we think about the way that the law might be used to force a deeper interrogation of our risk assessment, of our attempt to use these sorts of tools and state knowledge to manage worry, to manage risk, to manage the possibility of crime. How robustly it will be used in the courts is a separate question, but what it stands for as a cautionary tale about the use of these is, I think, quite significant.
Thank you so much, Ben. And for the purposes of the record, that the paper by Professor Hart that Ben referred to is tendered as Exhibit P 003483. Myrna, if I can turn to you, please. For 10 years, you chaired a committee advising the Minister of Public Safety on questions of culture and as they apply to threat assessment, risk assessment in the specific context of counter-terrorism. I wonder if I could start with a question of what would you add to what we've heard so far about the interplay between cultural questions, bias, and risk assessment tools?
Thank you very much. You asked, I was just about to send Ben a message and say, bravo, you got it. You know, and that's exactly the issue. One of the things that we did with the federal government, first of all, we changed the way they looked at the word radicalization. Let's start from there. Because radicalization in and of itself, it's not a bad thing. We bring about change through radicalization. I mean, you know, scientific pronouncements have occurred and scientific changes have occurred because somebody was radical to what someone else was thinking, to the zeitgeist of the time. So we explained to them that radicalization was not a bad thing. And so because of that, the government changed it to radicalization leading to violence. That was a really, really important step. Having said that, then, we then had to look at issues of culture fair, culture free, but whether certain communities were being targeted more than others, and who was doing the targeting. One of the difficulties with the test is that very often people like law enforcement and judicial others decide that these tools are going to give them the information they need. That then gets passed down to the government, to the populace. And so the police, the judiciary have decided, they are changing, as Ben has said, they are changing. I won't go into court anymore, and I don't have to argue with them anymore about why I'm not using a test, and I'm using clinical insight rather than these silly tests. Is that the courts then had decided, and the police decided, that this was the way. It absolved them essentially of having to think, because you had this tool which said this proportion of the population, this proportion of this specific population would behave this way. And as George has pointed out, you had a lot of false positives. You had, and Ben has pointed out, you had people being deprived of their liberty. For example, who would have thought that when you looked at the incident with George Floyd and policeman Chauvin, that the wrong person was being assessed for risk? They assumed it was George Floyd. People just accepted, yes, this man, this big black man, yes. Actually, Chauvin's the one who has the problem. He was the one who should have been assessed. And he may not have not fallen into the range about which George has spoken. So he may not have been found anyway. And that's why we put too much emphasis and too much reliability, not in the scientific sense of reliability, but we rely on them too much to give us what they need. And by extension, the populace tends to do the same thing, because you say, well, if the police are using it, and if the judge is using it, and if the academics say it's okay, then it must be okay. That is not the way to go. We've got to find better ways, and I'm not going to go into that right now, obviously, but we've got to find better ways to do it. This is not working. And, you know, some of the ones that as George said, that we should be able to catch, we're not catching. And some of the ones well, all of the ones who should not be caught, and we catch them and we deprive them of their liberty. And that goes down through generations. That leaves a mark. That anger, that hurt stays there. That fear of our systems stay there, and it enters into the whole systemic issues with which we are struggling today and have been for a long time and will continue to do. I'm going to stop there for now until we get into other stuff. But thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Myrna. Robert, if I can turn to you, my impression, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that one of the things that prompted your turn to the impact of race and culture assessments may have been concerns about the kinds of decontextualizing moves that Ben and Myrna have pointed to in particular. First of all, am I right about that? And secondly, what does the impact of race and culture assessment process reintroduce to the conversation?
Well, I'd say, yes, you're right, that it's the kinds of concerns that George and Ben and Myrna have spoken about that resulted in the evolution and the introduction of impact of race and cultural assessments. One thing that George said, though, that I would just kind of, I won't correct it, I will just change the language. He said that the tools that we currently use are each equally effective. And I think we might be able to say that they are equally ineffective. Yes, there you have it. So, and so what we know is that people of African descent are over-adjudicated. So they are more likely to be charged with an offense, more likely to be convicted of an offense. If convicted of an offense, they're more likely to be assessed, as Ben described, in the classification system within the correctional system at higher levels of security. So their risks are perceived as higher. And as a result, they tend to spend more time in jail because it takes time to come down from those higher classifications and then be low enough to be seen in the community. And yet, by Correctional Services Canada's own statistics, they are people with the lowest, some of the lowest recidivism rates of any other population. So clearly we're assessing them wrong. And so impact of race and cultural assessments are designed to give courts more contextual information about the person they're about to adjudicate, and to introduce into sentencing the understanding of the effect of systemic racism on the lives of people who are people of African descent, and to help us to reflect on how we do not double down on and perpetrate further racism against those folk at sentencing. I like to say that when Ben talks about our efforts to predict risk resulting in a burden being carried by the most marginal and racialized people in our society, that's exactly what we're talking about. And there are lots of examples of that we could share in terms of perhaps not in terms of the literature per se, but in terms of the lived experience of those populations. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Robert. Nicholas, if I can turn to you, why is it that the state uses these tools? Like, what's the motive that makes this an attractive tool to reach for, the risk assessment tool?
Okay, I mean, just before answering that, which I will, just a couple of quick things. I suppose one of the reasons, and this does answer your question, one of the reasons why objective tools are reached for is because of criticism of clinical judgment, because of the belief, well-founded belief actually, in much work on criminology, the kinds of work on the passage of people from minority ethnic groups through the criminal justice system, etc., that clinical judgment or expert judgment on its own has always embodied structural discrimination, has always ignored structural violence, and has served to perpetrate images of certain people, young black men, as being particularly liable to engage in violent offences. So part of this is, I think, a justifiable critique of clinical judgment. And in the medical field, certainly the Cochrane hierarchy that has been introduced, certainly in the UK, rates clinical judgment amongst the lowest of the reliable ways of making decisions, based as it is on expert knowledge, on belief that the highest ranked doctor must know best, etc., etc., etc. Second reason, and this just relates to something that Mona said earlier on, is that who are these risk assessment scales used for? We have a really skewed risk portfolio, as Mary Douglas would call it. That is, those things that lead to the greatest number of deaths every year are ignored in risk assessments by and large. I just looked up the figures while we were talking, and the WHO recommends that estimates that 6 million people suffer premature death every year from air pollution. 6 or 7 million people. That ranks, or hasn't until recently, very low on people's risk portfolios. Flying in an aeroplane rates very high, despite the fact that the numbers of deaths per year are low. So why is it that these particular violent deaths, horrible as they are, rank so high on people's risk portfolios? And that's a question to ask. And in direct answer to your question, see, the other side of risk is blame. George mentioned that every psychiatric professional in the UK is now obliged to risk assess their patients. Why are they obliged to risk assess their patients? Because if they haven't risk assessed their patients and something goes wrong, someone commits suicide, someone commits a homicide, or some other unpleasant event happens, then they will be held culpable for it. So to some extent, to say that you have conducted the risk assessment is actually a method of safeguarding the expert and the professional rather than a matter of safeguarding the individual who is being risk assessed. And that's how one sees it used again and again. And in the UK, at least, the shadow of the law, the shadow of being held professionally liable for making a misjudgment, falls very heavily, especially over mental health professionals. And there are many, many cases where mental health professionals, using their clinical judgment, have, say, allowed a person out who's in hospital, allowed a person out on weekend leave, and that person has committed a suicide, or in some cases committed a homicide. And then the person who allowed them out, who's used their expert judgment, because in 99% of cases this doesn't happen, is held culpable, held to blame, because they have not committed, they've not carried out the risk assessment. So I think this risk culture versus blame culture is really pernicious. And I just want to give one example. So the example that I give of a different way of thinking is what happens if there are a whole series of untoward deaths in a hospital. Up until quite recently in the UK, there will be an investigation of that, and the attempt will be to find who was to blame for all these untoward deaths. And those inquiries ran into all sorts of difficulties. People didn't want to give evidence to them, people were very reluctant to speak to them, people were busy covering their backsides, etc. And it wasn't my fault, it was someone else's fault. In the British system, over the last 10 years or so, inquiries have gone on a non-fault basis. Let's not see who is at fault for this. What's gone wrong is probably a consequence of a contingency of a whole series of multitudinous factors that were really quite difficult to predict. Let's get everybody around the table, try and find out what these multitudinous factors were, try and find out what everybody thinks might have been done better. Let's not allocate blame for them. Let's just try and work out a no-fault way of finding a better system. And I think those no-fault, no blame kinds of inquiries are probably much better than ones that try and identify who in this particular circumstance is culpable for not having done a risk assessment and therefore is to blame. We want to find people to blame, and I understand that. Of course, if you've suffered some horrible event, you want to find someone to blame for it. But that doesn't mean that the whole system has to be organized around the search for someone who is culpable, someone who's going to be made the responsible person to carry the can for something that went wrong. Since these things are structural rather than individual, I think, in most cases.
Nicholas, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to suggest, Commissioners, that this may be a good moment to take a break.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. We'll take 15 minutes.
Okay, so great. This is the strategy, I think, going forward. In fact, if they're going to do this, maybe, I don't know, that's the best way to do it. When they want to do this goop, actually, I don't know. I'm still weighing. I'm a big strategy guy, right? So I can see a couple of things that they're throwing out right now. One, to me, could be on one, the other one for sure. One, that could be, is the new introduction of the polling of people and suggestions. I think, again, they're looking for excuses. Okay, they had the polling basically before, tell us how to do your job. And now they're going to compare the data possibly to the new data that they're going to get, which of course is bad, right? And people are going to have very negative opinion. And they're going to say, you're not doing your job, you're not doing this and that. And what are they going to, which is true. Don't get me wrong. Totally true. But they're going to use the comparative data and they're going to say, see, we're doing a terrible job. Possible. So we got to shut this one down. Dry up the paper well. Dry up the documents. Go off into Orwellian hole. And with their, study how we can do this one better. And we'll come back in 7 years. Okay, that's a possible. The one that they're certainly doing, and I've stressed that before, like this kind of shit, all it is defense. That's why I've got the defense as the thumbnail. Okay, so they want people to get lost in the minutia of, the black guy and the native stuff, or the gay, or what does this have to do with anything? But what it does do is it takes you off. Same with the articles they run in the media about other things, when there's really important ones right now, as in, in the next 2-3 days, pressing. Right? Lisa, take you off. So the comments that you guys write in here about the questions about the last 2 days, about Brenda and how her recollection of all of this, which I've got to redo that again. Ellison's statements, I believe it's Sutherland's statements, and Glynn, which we now have. So I'm going to read through Glynn and line them all up. But Glynn has dementia, so I mean, how reliable is that? Versus what Brenda said the other day. Her stuff is totally out the window. So now with the one quote unquote documented, plus Troy Maxwell's stuff, RCMP Troy Maxwell. And yeah, I don't trust the RCMP, but he followed protocol. That is the way that he responded is standard protocol since a particular murder. I'll bring that up later. That changed the whole policy that the RCMP do and how they respond to domestics. And he specifically says in there the actual policy. If I known this, it would have been that, right? So let's try. I know I'm not trying to guide, but keep the questions flowing about Lisa and Brenda. Why? Because they watch and they know that their sham garbage doesn't float, because you guys just are like, okay, I'm glad you're talking about, the price of tea in China, but here we are still waiting. And we're still asking the questions specifically now about the last 2 days' revelations, which are really big and can't be glazed over, even though they want you to. In the media, God, look at all the articles that are popping out. Boo-hoo-hoo. Anybody with half an ass and 3/4 of a brain can see through half of this stuff. Shows their colors. People's colors are showing a lot all over the place. So George, exactly, muck. You see, it is. That's what it is. Muck, mire, swamp. Get people lost in the weeds. But as soon as our minds and then once other people are talking about it, pulls other people there. It's just the psychological warfare, war room garbage. It's so old. And I'm telling you, we're talking about elementary style intelligence. Real fucking small. Anybody who's done psychology in university knows this stuff. Distract. Right? If you show them, good, we're real smart over here. Yeah, fuck you. They're the ones that are going to look like they have a lot of fucking egg on their face. They are going to be in the future. All of these clowns are going to be in the future. Not just egg. People are going to dig through their shit because the tides are shifting. And they're going to find the finances, the connections, no matter how hard they try and bury it, people will find it. The internet is a brutal thing. Don't let them win, ever. Please, I ask. Just some opinion / quasi-based advice. That's this whole exercise. Always. Why do they want to talk about this stuff? Because it has no relevance. They want to drag in minority groups. They need the allies. That's what they do there too. That's so fucking stupid. So overplayed. They do it all the time. Fuck a man. Way smart. Muck, mire. Way too smart. You want to play in elementary? Good. You all know this story so well. The questions that you guys are popping out here. Whoever's been punched in the stomach, broken a rib. Once upon a time, I used to be a very different guy and not quite as skinny. I used to get into all kinds of trouble. I sure remember how it hurts. And a real man still can admit it hurts too. Not like I was walking around getting my ass hammered all the time, but I definitely took a few. And that's really painful. You get punched in the stomach, that's like a knot in your stomach. And it wins you bad. You're going to be climbing through with a broken rib. You're going to be climbing through silent patrolmen that have tabs on it. The please remove before using tab. I didn't notice that, by the way, Todd. Fucking sharp eyes. Please remove. Did you all call MCC today to tell them that we want participants, lawyers to be able to cross-examine Lisa Banfield. Lawyers commission represent the public. That's goddamn right. They're all from Leaf, though, over on that end. Cunliffe, Stanton, whatever her name, they're all fucking Leaf. Women's Legal Education Action Fund. Brr, 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 brr. All the connections, grants going out to all these other universities. That's where they're pulling these assholes out of, so that they can pull that card out later in the future. Hey, we need some, distraction over there. Of course, they don't tell you that. They don't tell them that. Hey, come and talk about your stuff. Oh, yeah, okay. We paid you for the study. Come on. We're running distraction over here. It's working great. Look at those people. They're chatting about other shit. Meanwhile, the fire in the dumpster is just burning away. I broke all my ribs. Not fun. Takes a while. It does. Cracked ribs, painful to breathe. Not fun. Let's do a family tree of Carla slideshow. Want Lisa to explain with a full unedited video how she defeats silent patrolmen because it's nationally security concern. Okay, so she said that she pulled the left window, right? I looked up those models. I think there's that specific model. I believe there's four different kinds. There's a cage on that specific model, a cage, a full plexiglass cage with, silent patrolman or a hole or some balls in it, and then these silent partitions. But she says she pulled it from the left. Now she's got to go over the headrest with a broken fucking rib. What is she, Houdini? I don't even know if that model opens from the left, as in the driver's side. Why is Carla's family tree not being investigated? Absolutely. Why does she need gatekeepers? Gatekeepers on her interview. God, and I mean this one from the bottom of my heart. God forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think so. The evidence doesn't lead that way. And frankly, they should be running to prove everything, which means there's mountains of evidence, like so much. It should just be coming out the wazoo. The whole thing should just be witnesses speaking Lisa's defense. Not Lisa's defense, the whole assault claim. There should be a lot of friends, affidavits, under threat of perjury, jail time for liars. That's why the perjury's there. Doctors, nurses, all affidavits on that, all hospital reports, all police reports, all those witnesses there, all the cops. Start dragging them all in. If this was a case, and I've seen a few, and I've been around a few, that's what you're going to do. In discovery, you're going to drag everybody in, and it's going to be a shit show. Weak links. There are a lot of them here, a lot of links, and one of them is going to give. And they're getting scared. Real afraid. Because eyes are going to be cast everywhere in this one. Corruption. Just going through some of your stuff here. You need to pay up front in cash. at an auction. Where's Maxwell? Where's the cross-examination that was supposed to happen the next day? His relationship to Vardy. Vardy who says lease. At least it sounds that way. Is there a relationship between Vardy and Banfield? Banfield's. Where are all them? Shouldn't they be sitting up there? All of them? Ammunition, etc., etc. Phone records, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we've got fucking mountains of questions here. Why go in court? Do they make people testify under oath? That's right, so that they will tell the truth. Under threat of perjury. And you get jailed. Obstruction of justice, contempt, all of it. Boom. People don't like jail time. Looks bad on a record. No job. Want to be a cop? You can still have a record, which is fucking weird. Seen that one. But makes it a hell of a lot harder, I would think. Participants be able to ask follow-up questions to the video. And without restriction. No holds barred. Whatever they want. And however long they want to go. Not the MCC doing their cock something us in the back room. Figuring out what they're going to do. You can't ask that. You can't do this. Fuck off. What was it she said after viewing the video? Should be a few questions about April 18th. What about Branda? How can you testify about something that didn't happen? Lies, I guess. If you don't have any records, you don't have dates. She can't recall anything. God help me if I'm wrong. God forgive me.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
With so much. They've had 2.5 years. You can't come with unknowns. You can't come with, double letters. You can't come with out video, audio, records out the wazoo. Friends, family, everything's peeling out. I know somebody in my life who and that is terrible. But I'll tell you, it's all coming out of the woodwork, right? That's the way it goes. We all know. I really do think, though, that that's part of their strategy. They want to just say, oh, see, everybody's just pissed. Nobody likes us, so we got to go away for a study. I think this is their plan B. Blair, oh, yeah, I've got the commission here right after the review. Of course you did. You just had that one sitting around. Right. Who's hiding what? Doesn't seem like it's Lisa. Yeah. Lisa's not hiding anything. You lost me there. I don't know if you're being facetious. Jump clips. I think it was somewhere over there. It was over here. Where was the fire? Don't worry about it, Lisa. It was over there. How can you test? Must be the spandex pants. I don't know spandex pants. Ladies, what about spandex pants? If you were to take, any of you ladies, go and grab a pair of spandex pants that you have. Let's try this one. Pull the spandex pants down. Enough that you could tie it. Tie a knot in it. Okay? Now see how low your pants are and if you can walk around. Can you do it?
Dr. Conley?
I don't think so.
Thank you, Commissioner MacDonald. Before the break, we were discussing as a predominant means of predicting who will commit violence. I'd now like to turn to questions of alternative ways to intervene in difficult social problems.
Anybody else watching on something else?
Preventing
Why do I
violence.
have mute?
And so, Robert, if I can start this round with you.
My apologies.
One of the problems that we've identified with the heavy reliance on risk assessments is the question of when they are used, often after violence has already been committed, and so after harm has already occurred. In your work, I know that you've grappled with the structure of funding and programming that is available, and the fact that it's easiest to access services and supports when harm has already taken place. Can you talk about why that structure is problematic and how you've tried to counter it in your work?
Well, I've talked about this a little earlier when I was talking about the need to identify the services that would help us to evaluate or to reduce risk of certain things. And it's interesting, I said I have a background in the management and care and treatment of sex offenders, for example. And so our mental health clinic, it's kind of a not popularized or publicized, but we are two forensic mental health clinicians that lead that clinic. And so we work with people who are perpetrators of violence and victims of violence of various sorts. And so individuals who have not been adjudicated sometimes come to us looking for help for the kinds of things that they might be adjudicated. And people with sexual behavioral problems, for example, or people who are at risk of using violence will come to us. But I think that we're a very rare location in that regard. And so, for example, because of this specialty of working with people with violence, sometimes we'll be contacted by folk once they're involved in the criminal justice system. And sometimes when we're talking to those folk who have known histories of having problems with sexual behavior, sometimes because of long-term and systemic abuse that they've suffered themselves, they've adapted and had maladaptive responses. And so there are individuals who have a long history of perpetrating sexual harm in their relationships, or who might have a paraphilia or a sexual compulsions that, if followed through, would lead them to commit sexual violence. And often when a person comes to us, whether they've been adjudicated or not, it will be after a long history of an attempt to seek service and to be rejected from service. So you can imagine if someone says to their family doctor, "Doc, I have a real problem with child pornography." That person is likely, after that intervention with their doctor, to get a note from the doctor's office saying, "Please find yourself another physician." And persons who will come to us who will say, "You know, I mentioned I have this problem once to a therapist, and after the session, they find their next sessions have been canceled." And so people who are in those situations then ultimately are convicted of a crime, and they then come to service after they have been in the adjudicative process. But even then, the supports and the resources that we give to people who are already identified as high risk is minimal. Probation and parole officers will tell you how difficult it is to find counseling services for people that are on their caseloads to manage. And so judges often have to be careful when sentencing a person if they make, for example, attending for counseling and therapy as part of their release plan or their probation order. That person might be in breach simply because in the year and a half that they've been on probation, they have not been able to find a therapist who can serve them. the current public mental health system does not provide services to people simply because they've been adjudicated. And there are precious few places in the community to find mental health services from people who are competent to meet your services. And how many people who are on probation or parole for a violent offense have a sophisticated medical plan as a result of their workplace that they could access my services or access the services of another competent clinician? There's a program, for example, Circles of Support and Accountability, that is a community-based program that supports and provides services to sex offenders post-adjudication. So once a person is completely done their custodial sentence and community supervision, they're eligible to continue to be followed through by this program. And that funding was defunded some time ago by the federal government. Right? And now recently, I think there has been some funding that has been redirected to that service, but any person who is involved in creating and sustaining community-based mental health services will tell you that once you defund something, you can't simply refund us and expect us to get back up to speed in record time. So the interruption in funding and the volatility of funding for community-based services for people who would present risks in the absence of such services is really problematic. The other thing that I would say about that is that this service provision versus surveillance is something we need to think about. Those people who present some risk, is it our response to incarcerate and supervise those people? Or is it our disposition to connect those people to competent and powerful services? I think that we have a real problem imagining that, because people will say, well, boy, why should we be caring about violent people and sex offenders, domestic violence perpetrators? I think that we need to recognize that not providing services to those folk is actually negatively affecting their victims that currently exist and their future victims that will exist if folk aren't properly supported.
Thank you. And if I can ask a follow-up question, Robert. So far we've talked about questions of supports to perpetrators or those who are at risk of perpetrating violence or other sorts of harms. How does adopting a punitive approach, for example, pro-charge policies, affect opportunities for potential victims, for those who might be worried about somebody, to seek other kinds of intervention or support?
Yes. Now, this is an interesting question because, of course,
Somebody who has time, do you mind digging up the picture of the shoes, please, for me? I would like it. If you could send it to me, that would be great. Either DM me in the tweeters or send it to me on the Discord. The one that's in the documents, I forget where it is.
That creates a barrier then for every person who is a victim of those crimes to seek help of a non-carceral type. And I'll speak in this regard, particularly for Aboriginal communities and Black communities that already, because of the systemic racism that they encounter within the correctional system and within policing, those folk are less likely to call 911 in seeking help because of the fear that their loved one who is creating harm is going to be unfairly treated by that system. And so this community that would seek help are not going to be as, well, I should say, there are significant structural and systemic racism barriers to them seeking the help as we have currently structured the help system for those kinds of issues. And so having a purely carceral or punitive approach to these kinds of crimes actually creates barriers to victims and perpetrators and would-be perpetrators from seeking help.
Thank you. Myrna, I'm going to turn to you now, and I'm going to ask you a question about your co-authored paper, which is in the record at P003495. I don't expect you to know that number, Myrna. You've observed in that paper and elsewhere in your work that public health prevention strategies seek to achieve population-level reductions in the characteristics or behaviours that carry small individual risk in order to achieve overall reductions in prevalence. You suggest that this is a better strategy than seeking to intervene with a few people who are identified as carrying very high risk. Why is this a better approach?
Well, because, as has been pointed out, the whole thing is multifactorial. And I've been thinking a lot lately about Martin Brokenleg. For those of you who may not know who Martin Brokenleg is, he is a psychologist out of Vancouver. He's a member of the Sioux Nation. And he actually looks at youth at risk. And he has created something called the Circle of Courage, which actually looks at people's agency and their sense of belonging and being cared about. We know that a lot of the issues, as I said, that happen, they're actually they're what we refer to as wicked problems, which comes out of design theory. But because they're multifactorial, you can't just address one and hope that it's going to solve it, because it will not. What you need is a public health type approach where you've got several people focusing on the same problem, but from different perspectives. And then they come up with a unified plan with which the person is involved and agrees to go forward. And it comes back very much, it's like the circle of courage, where you've got agency and you're not just imposing something on people, but you recognize that there are economic issues, there are educational issues, there's housing issues, there are all of these things going on. And if you can figure out a way to have several people who have a vested interest in this individual and in this problem, in this community, it works better, as George has told us. I mean, you're going to get all those false positives. You get enough false positives, people start to see this as the norm, both the people who are subjected to it and those who are making the decisions. You know, it's the old thing about decontextualized issues with the collective starts to be seen as a trait of the collective rather than, and if it's only in an individual, people start thinking it's a personality trait. You know, both of which are untrue because they're coming out of stereotypes. And so it's important for us to address any problem from as many perspectives as we can at the same time. Because it's like the finger in the dike. You know, if you don't do that, you stick your finger in the dike here, but it pops open somewhere else because the pressure is so great. So I firmly believe that makes more sense than the piecemeal things we've been doing, which has been shown, and we're not getting great results out of it. You know, we keep doing the same thing and getting the same results and wonder, well, maybe, you know, if we get somebody else to hire somebody else to do the same thing. We've got to look at what we're doing.
Thank you, Myrna. So you used the phrase wicked problems a moment ago, and I've got a couple of questions for you about that. The first is, can you explain what is a wicked problem?
A wicked problem is a problem for which there is no obvious single answer. And if they're multifactorial, the definition changes depending upon the context. So what could be seen as untoward today may not be seen as untoward tomorrow, or even if we go from one city to another, from one district to another, things change all the time. So it's not stable. And that's another reason we need that kind of approach. So they're not stable problems. They're multifactorial. They're not solvable by a singular approach. In other words, it's wicked. And when you solve one issue of it, if you don't look at the others, that movement goes into another area and it expands. So in order to have that kind of control and to help that individual, we have to all come at it at the same time with the input of the individual. So you look at sentencing. One of the things that I do when I go to court, I'm not trying to get the judge not to sentence someone. You might, if you look at my paper on forensics, I'm not trying to get the judge not to sentence anybody or to say, you know, culture is a reason not to sentence someone. No, even though Broken Leg said, look at what's happened to people as opposed to just saying what's wrong with them. But I do ask the judge to, let's look at this within this context of what's happened. If we can do that, is your sentencing likely to help this person to do better? So it can't just be carceral. It can't just be that. They can't read. Do you have education? Can we put them in a situation where they learn to read and write? Because we know that when people can't read and write, this has dire consequences for them, not only structural problems, but it affects their self-esteem. So how do we sentence so that hopefully what comes out at the other end is better than what we put in? So it's a wicked problem, and all those things have to be taken into consideration.
Thank you so much, Myrna. One more question. Is the perpetration of mass violence a wicked problem?
Absolutely. Because we don't know, we don't have a definitive argument or to say what causes it. We have no idea. And also we have to come back to the first question we had at the beginning. What are our definitions of risk? What do we mean by, and who is seen as someone who's likely to be involved in risk-taking, in riskful behavior? What has been done to them? How has it been addressed? This is and also, you know, someone said earlier, I think it might have been Nicholas, about the stigmatization of mental health, and mental illnesses. We don't stigmatize mental health, we stigmatize mental illness. And what has happened is that when certain people engage in untoward behavior, we say, oh, they must be having mental health problems. And that becomes an excuse, but it also stigmatizes those who have genuine mental health problem because it becomes the bugbear. Oh, mental health. Conversely, if the persons who are engaging in untoward behavior are not traditionally seen as people who engage in heavy risk-taking behavior, then we say, well, it's a personality trait. It's a collective personality trait. So Muslims are prone to terrorism. They're no more prone to terrorism than anyone else. They're prone to terrorism. Black kids are prone to violence and drugs and alcohol. I mean, so we again, who defines and what is the definition? All of that comes into play. So yes, it's a wicked problem because there are all these variables that are playing into things over which we have no control. A lot of things are calling for societal changes, And a lot of us are not prepared to make those changes because they frighten us. And as George said earlier, Nicholas said earlier, one of the things is people don't want to get blamed. And we have set ourselves up, or society have set us up to send the message that we...
People are still getting lost in their goo. Don't. Just stick them on mute. Fuck them, man. Stick them on mute. Let them babble away in the background. Talk about what's pertinent.
One of the moves that you've identified in your work, including in your paper Screen and Intervene, and commissioners, this has not yet been tendered but will be next week, and for the benefit of participants, this paper is available in Relativity at COM 0059756 until it is tendered. You've identified that states and other government regimes such as psychiatry frequently move to act on individuals rather than on society level factors or questions even of the means of committing violence, for example, such as the influence of alcohol on violence rates or the role of firearms. Why does the state tend to turn to governing risky individuals? And what might an alternative way of understanding these problems look like?
Well, I think that's the nub of the question, isn't it? Because we've discussed at some length the difficulty of identifying risky individuals, or even identifying those amongst who we might think of as risky, people who drink too much, people who've been engaged in domestic violence, etc., as people liable to commit an extremely rare act, like a mass casualty event. So the identification and action on individuals, although it seems in some way to answer that question of finding the person to blame, making them culpable and making them bear the weight of that, is actually not only extremely difficult to do before the event, but it is aiming at the wrong target. So if we go back to what George has said about people with a psychiatric diagnosis who commit violent acts, the vast majority of those with a psychiatric diagnosis who commit violent acts, and that's a small proportion of people with a psychiatric diagnosis, the vast majority of those people have problems with drugs and alcohol. Now, I know in many jurisdictions, drug and alcohol treatment services are part of or linked to mental health services. I think many of us would say that they are different kinds of questions. So one question is, how do you lower the level of excessive use of drugs and alcohol? What kinds of strategies do you use at a population level or at a community level to lower the use of drugs and alcohol, which we know is very, very prevalent in extremely disadvantaged communities. Very prevalent in extremely, if you take somewhere like Glasgow, for instance, in Scotland, very, very, very high levels of drug use and of drug death as well. So what do you do in relation to those? The second thing that might, in my view, lower the possibility of an untoward event turning into a mass casualty event is to restrict the availability of those things that make it a mass casualty event. I speak from an English perspective, but I can see absolutely no justification whatsoever for automatic machine guns or AR-50s to be available to people who are not in the military. I don't think the answer to this is the individual answer, screen people to see whether or not they've got a mental health problem, which is the prevailing answer. We've already seen the difficulty with that. So I think one thing to do is to lower those things which we know are associated with these kinds of events. Another thing, and this links to what Myrna says, these are wicked and highly complex problems, and there are probably no single causal chain in all mass casualty events. And although I think prediction, foresight is difficult, I think backsighting is actually quite useful. And I think if you looked at each mass casualty event and you backsighted it, and you looked at all the points where decisions had to be made by individuals, by authorities and others, and what might have happened differently at all those events without apportioning blame, a non-blame way of backsighting, you might begin to find some common features within which you could intervene. Some common ways in which people were involved either in the psychiatric services or in the police forces or elsewhere might be able to intervene, despite the prevalence of mass casualty events in recent years, or at least the fact they've come to prominence. We don't really have that case of backsliding because the culpability always falls on the culpable individual, or that they are part of a group that's easily radicalized, engaged in terrorist action, and so on. Even those people are engaged in radical action which leads to terrorism. If you backcited that, you would probably find some common features with people who engage in other kinds of mass casualty events. So I don't, if I talk to my students, they say, well, the way to deal with these things is to, smash capitalism and replace it with something nicer, create a more equal society, do away with poverty, structural violence, etc., all of which, on one level, I agree with. But we need to find tractable ways of intervening in the here and now in order to reduce the likelihood of those things happening. And I suppose the burden that's coming out of all our discussion today is that those don't really rest on attempts to identify specific risky individuals, because those are not going to be effective, even if we thought they were the right way to go.
Thank you, Nicholas. Benjamin, I was going to ask you a question about the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal decision in Anderson here, and I'll still ask you a question, but slightly differently than I had planned. What do you think the space is that's opened up by decisions such as R versus Anderson 2021, Nova Scotia Court of Appeal 62, or Gladue, to allow the courts to think about these problems differently? And so I'm really asking about the structural possibilities that are opened up by these cases.
So Anderson follows on cases. Anderson is a case that follows on Gladue and Epili at the Supreme Court of Canada, which interprets a provision in our sentencing regime, section 719.2, paragraph E, that directs courts in the sentencing function to consider least restrictive means, imprisonment as a last resort, and alternative measures, particularly in respect of Indigenous offenders. And Gladue and Epili developed a jurisprudence on how to embed contextual, individualized thinking about Indigenous offenders, their history, their cultural context into sentencing. And that was a direct result of what the court has called a crisis of over-incarceration in Canada. And Anderson is a follow on that, developing the jurisprudence in the context of African Nova Scotians in Anderson, and a slightly more recent case, Morris in Ontario, applying to Black Ontarians. So this is what Robert's impact of culture and race assessment was so pivotal to. And this is meaningful in the sense that these developments, Gladue, Anderson, recognize a couple of things. Number one, that at the sentencing phase, we do best in coming to a just and appropriate sentence when we think not only about responsibility in a narrowly mens rea actus reus, did you commit the offense with the right guilty mind, and therefore what is your responsibility, but in a sense that looks at history, context, at the societal structures and histories that surround individuals, and think about what the most appropriate balancing of the various things that we call on a criminal legal system to achieve. Maybe denunciation. Deterrence is often put out there, though the evidence supporting deterrence as an outcome is so weak. Rehabilitation, often spoken about, less actively pursued. How do we consider these elements of individual, contextual, structural oppression in the context of sentencing? And so in one sense, these are very powerful decisions that draw in much more individualized culture, race, indigeneity-based thinking into Canada's sentencing process. And so this produces actually quite an unusual emphasis on individualization in the Canadian sentencing regime as compared to the UK, United States, European sentencing approaches. So it's a very distinctive Canadian approach. I've written a little bit about how shaped it is by Canada attempting to deal with the crisis of overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black Canadians. And so those cases are important because they recognize that, in the words of the court in Justice Derrick for a unanimous panel of 5 in the Anderson decision in Nova Scotia, that the history matters. And the history of slavery, of oppression, of direct and systemic racism in Nova Scotia, for example, as the court spoke about in Derrick, matters deeply, but also that it was, in the language of the court, braced by law and legal practices. So that law and legal practices shore up and perpetuate those sorts of approaches. So these are all wonderful reflections of the ways in which we might put contextualization, close thinking about communities, about the needs of communities, about the history, and about the ways in which law in its use can do as much harm as good. We can put that into a sensible place in the sentencing regime. These are powerful, they're important signals. That said, and this is a big that said, they signal something about an approach, a sort of self-critical way of thinking about what traditional approaches to incarceration might produce. But they also come at the tail end of a criminal legal process, which has already, once we're at that point, radically narrowed the kinds of tools that can be used to assess all of these things that the courts are speaking quite expansively about. And so there's a kind of ambivalence in these decisions, which is evidenced in the fact that despite Gladue in the 90s and Epili following some years later, rates of Indigenous over-incarceration did not abate. They continued to worsen. And so the practical window of consequence, though I think these are wonderful statements and important in terms of the daily practices of courts, I think we have to be relatively skeptical about how much change within the model of the use of a criminal legal system, what that window of opening, as you put it, really is. I think the utility of those cases is to tie together the strong statements about the importance of those considerations, of individualized, contextualized reasoning about what will serve safety, security, justice more broadly, tying those statements to the kinds of social and political institutions that have much more reach, much more power than the criminal law. The criminal law is an incredibly forceful, but also incredibly narrow, blunt kind of instrument to use in reacting to the sorts of factors that cases like Anderson, Epili, and Gladue are speaking about. So I guess I end with a sort of ambivalent answer, which is they're really important, arguably not as important in the context of the ongoing day-to-day working of a sentencing system as they could be for directing a broader sense of policy reaction in the register that Myrna and Robert and the others have been speaking about. So I hope that's helpful on that point.
Thank you very much, Ben. Robert, I'm going to invite you to reflect on what Ben's just said as the person who pioneered the IRCA.
Well, I would say that it's satisfying to see the work that I've pioneered and have been advancing for the last decade or so come up in a place like this. What we're talking really about is putting these things in a social context. We know about the social determinants of health. We know that the majority of the factors that contribute to a person being healthy are not their personal individual health practices. It's about the social structures. And we know something about the social etiology of crime. It is not the individual factors that exist within a person, it's the social context of the crime. And when we're talking about indigeneity and race, and in particular Blackness being a factor that results in people being dramatically overrepresented, we need to remember that that is about the social etiology. Right? And in particular, we need to say it very clearly, it's about the fact that racism is an extreme.
If they're going to keep doing this shit, I honestly am thinking about just muting it and playing music with them babbling away in the background and highlighting comments. And because I know that there'll be one or two people, I think, that I know that'll watch this stuff. So if there's anything pertinent in it, we'll hear about it. Otherwise, it's just all trash. Distraction, Glow, Ottawa Room, War Room, fucking intelligence distraction.
With a gender-based analysis, we need to recognize that they happen within the social and historical context of the marginalization of women. So I think that this idea of the social etiology, it sometimes frightens people because it says, you know, well, we can't really do that. But it's fearful that the interventions that seem to follow from this kind of thinking are so broad that they render us kind of send a sense of paralysis around that. Can we really do anything? But we should remember that we have done some things. We know that smoking causes death. And we finally arrived at a place where we have de-incentivized the corporate involvement in the production of tobacco. We haven't done that for alcohol, even though you've heard several times in this panel that alcohol is almost always present in these sorts of things. In fact, not only have we not done that, we in Nova Scotia have a Nova Scotia Liquor Commission. So at the same time that this commission is meeting, there are individuals who have government jobs whose job it is to figure out how to increase liquor sales next year in this province. Right? So think about that. That even though alcohol is something that is implicated in many of these things, we have not only, and so the tagline, please drink responsibly after every ad, doesn't change the fact that we are a culture that consumes and promotes alcohol. A number of years ago, just as an example, I was on a committee whose job it was to promote the next year's national convention that would be held in Nova Scotia. And so we thought we were brilliant. We were going to have a table at this year's conference and promote Nova Scotia. So we called Nova Scotia and said, tourism, and said, send us some stuff that we can take to Ontario and we can promote Nova Scotia. Almost all of the images that we were given, I would say 80 to 85% of the images, there was alcohol on the table in the images. The only places where there weren't images of alcohol were people canoeing, or kayaking, right? So we really have to think about this. Do we want a safe community? Do we want people to, how do we organize as a society, recognizing that the social conditions that we create will shape the kind of health we have and the kind of violence we have?
Thank you, Robert. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and turn to something that I think has really percolated our conversation today, but I'm going to surface it and put it at the centre. And that is some of the deeper questions about what drives our societal impulses to seek someone to blame and to turn to systems to help keep us safe in the wake or the face of a horrifying event such as a mass casualty. Benjamin, if I can start this discussion with you. In moments when something horrifying, such as a mass casualty, happens, we tend to reach for explanations that may have to do with evil, they may have to do with madness, they may have to do with both. And we tend to seek to place blame not only on the person who perpetrates these acts, but also on the people, the systems, and the communities around them. Why is it that we respond in these ways? And why do we especially look to law and legal solutions in these moments?
I think it's a very deep question that engages a different part of my sort of research and expertise, which is more on the legal theory and history of ideas side. There is a set of questions there that we could talk about why in law we tend to seek to blame individuals so heavily. And we could talk about that, but that's not, I think, the focus of your question. You're interested in why blame and legal institutions in general are turned to, although I will say this about the individual blame point, because it's actually quite relevant to mental disorder, and we could circle back to that if it's of interest. But I've come to understand the entire structure of legal criminal procedures, which is focused on a binary of guilty, not guilty, as essentially a mechanism for the laundering of social blame. And what I mean by that is that it is much more comfortable to look to very complex, as Myrna puts it, wicked problems, and to locate those within the heart and mind of an individual, which we then can call guilty, even and often when they are, but then in a sense wash our hands of these broader societal explanations for what Nick was referring to as the social determinants, or Robert was referring to as the social determinants of crime. And I think part of that is because we can't handle often the structural responses that would be.
Okay, just another thought here. So what if we also threw in there, who would be willing to take statements, MCC documents, and we divvy them up and start just reviewing the newer ones that are being reviewed while these guys just, and you guys put what you find in the comments? Mm-hmm. Who would be willing to do that? I'm just curious. Rather than listening to these fools, we can just have music, some non-copyright music in the background. I like the suggestion of the clown music. What was that song? Bring on the Clowns?
Interestingly unusual events seems senseless. It seems inexplicable, and our ability to tolerate ruptures to the moral order, ruptures to the way we think things ought to happen, in a way that appears senseless or unpredictable or inexplicable, challenges our comfort in the world, challenges at a very deep level, I think, our psychological sense that suffering should be explicable, that desert and wrong should be linked in some fashion. And this is very disquieting, very disturbing. And so we seek explanation. Why has this occurred? These are questions, actually, that at one time were asked in a theological register. Right? These were the kinds of questions that were asked in sort of the history of ideas, even at a societal level, much more in a theological register. They were in the character of theodicy and why horrible things happen in the context of a world that is supposed to be good, at least in the Christian tradition. Now, in what someone studying the sort of genealogy and history of ideas in religion and law and the development, we might describe in some way as more secularized society, and that's a complicated term as well, I think we often ask those questions, why, which are existential questions about the unpredictability and unmanageability, the messy unruliness of experience. We ask those questions of expertise, sociology, psychology, and we ask those questions of law to try and address them. And so legal institutions are asked, social institutions are asked, science and scientific institutions, and in many ways, that's a great advance. But what's happening, I think, at a kind of theoretical level, at a conceptual level, is the attempt to blame, the attempt to explain is an attempt to sort of tame or at least come to terms with something that is disturbingly, distressingly, world-shakingly awful. And when I say that, what I guess I'm saying is that there's a long history of our attempt to try and come to better and better explanations, and hopefully our explanations do become better and better about the sources, the grounds of these sorts of events. I think blame at the individual level within a criminal legal system is the least satisfying way of getting those kinds of answers. I think the societal level, what Nick referred to as.
Okay, I got an auction open for Glenn Wortman's statement. Who wants to take that one? Glenn Wortman. His new statement. What is it? 1 second here. Okay, you'll take Glenn's, Julia? Fair, good, thank you. His comm number is 8447. Who else wants to take something? Okay, well now we got 2 people on Glenn. Okay, JJ, how about Neil Wortman? Oh, it's okay. Neil Wortman? Yep. Might as well. If we've got a few people who are willing to go through statements and start reading some of this stuff while these clowns go on, and then we can get some of these. Neil Wortman's statement, what was the number? 8450. Okay. Who wants to take Annette Wortman? DVD no? DVD no is for Annette Wortman. That's 8453 is the document number. Maybe I can highlight them and stick them in, and it makes it easier to search or whatever. You can copy paste. Okay, so here's for okay, great. That's for DVD no. 8453. Who else do we have? Freckles is open. All right. I don't know. Okay. How about medical records from, okay, Nancy Hudson. How about Nancy Hudson? That's the assault stuff. That's tires in the ditch type thing, or tires in the ditch party. Who's open for tires in the ditch? Chris? Nancy Hudson? Okay, so Chris dash, there we go. There's Chris. Anybody else open to taking a statement and just reviewing it? There's a map. CIC shows Dorrington, Lafferty, position Clark Road, going to check GPS whole time, what time they arrived at their position, and if they arrive. Okay, That's interesting. The three amigos. Who dispatched them? Before somebody co-opted that. Now, moving along. Anybody else up for something?
The history of statistics, the brilliant Canadian historian of statistics, Ian Hacking, has done some fantastic work on the origin of statistics.
Just pick out anything that stands out, you know, given what you guys know, because you guys know a lot of this material. So anything that just stands out, let's see, I'm not sure who's doing what again now, because I have a terrible memory in that way with numbers and stuff. But I guess with Glenn, obviously you're looking for the assault stuff, his relationship with the Wortmans, with Sanderson, with yeah, all the Brenda assault stuff, Brenda's relationship with him, the house sale, all that stuff, the Wortman Annette relationships. Who we have a Jeff Samuelson possibly open. Glenn's 8. I'm Glenn 8447. Okay, thank you. Okay, so those would be the kind of things. Annette Wortman. Who's Annette? Is that Alan or Neil? Alan's statement's going to be there's something funny with an Alan thing. What is that? One moment, please. Alan didn't give a statement. He had something on his behalf. Bit odd. Let's see here. 1 second. It was a task number. Jill Sutherland would be good. Okay. No worries. No worries. No worries if you guys are working. And I'll play the other goo in the background. And those of you who are reviewing statements, if it's distracting, just mute it. Where was the thing here about Alan? Anyway, I think we've got all divvied up. Samuelson. Okay. Thank you. Is anybody else open for something? We can do some. I'm terrible at organizing, and I would do this, but I'm just not that type of guy. But we'll try and do it this way then.
Is very troubling for our sense of equality and justice. But I think that is also necessary. So I would say one needs to, in certain limited ways, retain the idea of individual culpability, whilst recognizing that all of the circumstances that led up to that are probably outside the individual's control. I think that is rather central to our moral order. And I think if we abandon that idea of individual culpability, much as I think there are problems in all the responsibilizing ways in which we say, it's your fault if you drink too much, it's your fault if you smoke too much, it's your fault if you eat too much saturated fat. I think there are really problems with that. But I think a limited notion of culpability for certain kinds of events is really rather crucial for restoring the moral order. We may say it's merely symbolic, but I want to cross out the idea of merely. Restoring the moral order is rather important, I think, to the way in which we can continue as a relatively civilized society. And restoring the idea that actions do have consequences, and that therefore people need to realize that actions have consequences, even if those actions are determined by all sorts of other things.
Thank you, Nicholas.
That's not an answer to your question, for which I apologize.
No, it's very helpful. Thank you. Myrna, I'm going to turn to you now, because I think particularly in your work in counterterrorism, you've watched the turn to blame and you've watched how it can play out, and I believe that you've sought alternative approaches. So I wonder, what lessons would you share with us from that vantage?
Well, I want to tell you about a program that's going on here in Montreal, in the hospital, the sector in which I work. And it's called the polarization team. And and it's led by Dr. Cecile Rousseau. And our perspective is precisely what we're talking about. Going to the blame game immediately doesn't help, but that people do have to take responsibility for their actions. But very often, those actions have to be contextualized as, for example, what I was saying, that broken leg is looking at. So we try to bring those two things together. We do not start off from the perspective that everyone who has been radicalized to violence is someone with mental health difficulties. But we do take
There's shorter things too. This could be there's shorter things, pictures and things.
There are some things with the municipal police also. But they come, those, and it's usually youth between 18 and 30. We know that's the age range we're looking at. And they come and they are given the help they need, the help they require. They're given mental health assistance. The tests that we use with them are not the VERAG or the VERA or any of those things. We know what the issues are, as have been pointed out by George. But believe it or not, you can use something like the TACT, which allows that person to talk about their inner self, which allows them to talk about how they see the world, what's going on inside of them, how do they project their future, how they look at their past, what's happening in their present, and how that all comes together to look forward, and what help they need. I think that's a more productive way than merely look at, I don't know how much you know about the imprisonment of those who've been radicalized in Canada, and I won't go into it, but it's not pretty. They don't get a lot of services. And so I think that's a much better way to proceed, because at the end of the day, this is still a human being, and especially if you're looking at the juvenile justice system within Canada, which is very, very strong in Quebec, is that someone's coming out at the end of this incarceration. And you're going to get out what you put in, not only physically put in at the beginning, but what you put into that person while they're incarcerated. That's what's going to come out. So what kind of interventions are you putting in place while they're being incarcerated? Are you just putting them in there and say, do your time and then come out? Because I sure as God made little green apples. If you've got a 15 or 16-year-old kid going in there, even an 18-year-old who can go to adult prison, and they don't know anything about the prison system, believe me, somebody's going to take them under their wings. And you're not going to like, for the most part, who's going to take that person under their wings. So the thing is, what's coming in, I should probably say what's coming in, and then what are we putting in, is going to determine to a great extent what comes out. And so I think that we have to change our way of looking at things. Now, I'm very cognizant of the fact that if my family, has been subjected to violence, if someone hurts my daughter, I don't know, I would like to think that I would continue being this cogent, but I'm very aware of the fact that if you have been the victim of a crime or some family member, that this kind of reasoning is not what you want to hear, which comes back to what Nicholas just talked about blame, and that we need someone to take blame. It makes us feel better that we can blame somebody, and we can blame the experts and say the mental health people say, why didn't you see this happening? You can't be very good at your job if you didn't see them. One of the reasons we do testing, as George pointed out, is to cover ourselves also. But that being said, we still have to look at the long-term goals. What's going to come out of that system? Because what comes out of that system is what's going to affect us on a daily basis. If that person has been destroyed, if that person feels they have no agency, if they see no path forward, they haven't built up any resilience, and if we determine that the resilience is just how much can we heap on you and you're going to be able to take it, as we've done with a lot of ethnocultural communities and indigenous communities, we're going to get out what we put in. So we've got to start acting in our own best interest, and acting in our own best interest talks about what we're leaving for ourselves and for our descendants. We've got to change. We've got to change the way we're seeing things.
Myrna, thank you very much. George, if I can turn to you, one of the things that we've alluded to a couple of times in the conversation so far is the stigmatization and the blame associated with particularly when a mentally ill person commits a violent act, but in general, the stigmatization of mental illness. You've identified in your work that when a mentally ill person commits a violent act, the outrage and the focus on the question of which systems failed is arguably disproportionate to the reality of how rare these events are. What do you think produces that dynamic?
Yeah, now unmuted, I think. That's a fairly difficult question for me to answer. I was the medical director at the Bethlehem Moseley Hospital for a number of years. And so the homicides that occurred that were caused by a patient of the mental health trust was subject to an independent inquiry. And what struck me was the moral outrage, that there was an extraordinary impetus to find that somebody had not really done what they should have done. And there was a minute dissection of every element that had contributed to the event. But it was a dissection informed by hindsight. There was no attempt to put the panel, to put that panel in a position of having to make a decision further back. It was always, well, this was a bad decision, and because of this bad decision, there was another bad decision. Hindsight was just extraordinarily powerful. And I think the evidence on hindsight that comes from psychologists is that even when one is aware of the problem of hindsight, that somehow it's extraordinarily difficult to put out of one's mind the end result, the known outcome, the known end result. So when one couples the moral outrage that is associated with, well, somebody must have been responsible for this because it's up to the mental health services to be able to deal with this. And after all, this person was admitted to hospital because they did present a risk. Well, this person did present was saying that they were feeling depressed and suicidal, and that was the reason for that person's admission to hospital. And yet that person did eventually suicide. There must have been some failure in the standard until it's recognized that of all people admitted to hospital on a hospital order, an involuntary treatment order, of all of those people, 1 in 1,200 in 2009 actually suicided during the hospital stay, including periods of leave. How could one possibly predict who was going to do this? And of the 250 or so who were admitted because of suicide risk, that was the primary reason for admission, 1 might have suicided during the course of that admission. And yet one could have, with hindsight, have established a wonderfully convincing, plausible account of why it was so obvious this person was going to do this act. And that would apply to all 250 people. So the hindsight, the way in which hindsight punctuates the history, and this is where perhaps I'm not entirely in agreement with Nick on this rear sight, I can't remember what the exact term is, because of this enormous influence. When one knows the outcome, one punctuates, one sees the past in a way that is difficult to deal with. So if you couple hindsight bias with moral outrage because the services should have done better, I think this is inevitably what one gets. And even the no blame culture, which our trust tried to introduce, somehow, it was meant to be no blame, but there was blame, and people resigned as a result of the inquiry and the pressures that inquiry put on the person because of the reputational damage to the hospital of having such an event.
Thank you, George. Robert, if I can turn to you. In my introductory remarks today, I suggested this would be a difficult conversation at times, and it has been. Why are these conversations so difficult for communities to have? Why are they so tender?
I'm writing your question because I don't want to lose it in my response. I think that these conversations are so difficult because of the level of energy that we bring to the conversation fuels our need for a response in a way that is sometimes counterproductive to finding real effective solutions. And this is not an opportunity. I'm glad we're coming to the end of our time, because we should not get into the realm of the dueling experts. But something that Nicholas said that challenged me when he voices the idea of moral order, that is a phrase that kind of excites. Moral order, I think of moral outrage, and then I think of this phenomenon social scientists talk about in terms of moral panic. And if we are approaching solutions to our problems from a location of moral panic, I will guarantee you that we will implement very powerful and incorrect solutions. It was moral panic in the late 80s or early 90s related to the human trafficking of a particular person that came to light, that resulted in a systematic approach to dealing with human trafficking and prostitution. A program that resulted almost exclusively in the rescuing of white girls and the incarcerating of Black men. In a port city where prostitution has always existed, where the bars, the clubs, and the hotels where these activities play out are not owned by Black people, and where the people who are most often engaged in prostitution or sex trade, if we can, are poor individuals who are racialized and indigenous. So our moral panic resulted in a wrong approach to solving that problem. And I think in the community where real people have suffered real trauma, if our approach to resolving that trauma is to respond to it with a powerful solution fueled by moral panic, we will arrive at the wrong decisions. And yet we have to be able to hold, and we have to be able to respect, and we have to be able to hear and respond to the real harms. The challenge for us is that we have yet, using our current models and systems, to be able to find a well-supported, dignified, and effective path for people who experience trauma to find their way to wellness. And we have not found a dignified and well-supported approach to meeting people in our society who might present a risk or who are at risk of being victimized, we have yet to find a well-supported and dignified approach to their wellness. And in fact, these two ideas, supporting victims in their need for wellness out of trauma and the need to support would-be perpetrators and perpetrators in their bid to wellness, seem to us, if viewed from the idea or the lens of moral panic, these paths seem to be diametrically opposed to each other. I believe that a solution to these problems will be complex. It will be nuanced. It will result in us thinking about how we better serve those who are most vulnerable, both those people who are most vulnerable and likely to be victims of these acts, and those individuals who are most vulnerable to be perpetrators of such acts. I would go on to say, just in terms of why these things are so complex and difficult, is because we are having them in the context of the social ills that pervade all of these discussions. And I will say here, namely, though not exclusively, racism and sexism. And so if we think about that, and I do not want anybody to think that I am not looking favorably on the work of this commission. I think I have been professionally and personally a friend of this commission and the work that it intends to do, because I'm a Nova Scotian. And I believe that this work is essential for us to move towards a healthier Nova Scotia and to honor those people who were victims and those who are the loved ones and the secondary victims of these crimes. But we have to ask ourselves, our moral outrage and our need to find answers and our impulse to blame, are we spending as much energy and focus on that as we have on our attempts to solve other problems? This commission will dwarf, for example, if we think about racism, the effort and energy that we poured into addressing the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children problem. And if we think about sexism, this commission will dwarf the response to a terrible tragedy that resulted Nova Scotia enacting a Nova Scotia sexual violence strategy. That after the energy was passed, we defunded much of what we created under that strategy. So I think we have to be careful to not solely be motivated by our moral panic and outrage. And we have to be deliberative, and we have to be thoughtful, and we have to recognize that if we move to implement powerful carceral kinds of responses to this, so never again, that it is likely the people who are most vulnerable who will bear the burden of that. I will say something that perhaps might be too light in this moment, but people will remember that in this province we had a terrible mine tragedy, the Westray, a number of years ago, that resulted in occupational health and safety revolution in Nova Scotia. And for a long time after that, most of us who had to change the toner cartridges in our photocopiers at work had to wear goggles, gloves, and aprons. We need to make sure that our response is really targeting where the problem is. And we need to remember that an exaggerated response that affects the most vulnerable of us is exactly what we must work to avoid.
Robert, thank you. If the call is for a deliberative, careful, thoughtful panel that avoids the easy solutions, I think that's what we've had with today's roundtable members. Commissioners, are there any questions from you?
Commissioner Fitch.
I don't have any questions for our panel today. The discussion has been enlightening and very powerful, and I appreciate all that you've brought to us. Thank you.
Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you. I think I would just say that I think it would be the case that many people in observing a public inquiry would be challenged by a discussion like this. But we have been tasked with making recommendations that would, well, first of all, we've been tasked with identifying lessons to be learned from what has happened here and to make recommendations to help make our communities safer in the future. And the purpose of conversations like this is to assist us in framing recommendations that do not inadvertently deepen the structural inequalities that we've heard from other panels tell us produce this kind of violence in the first place. So while it may be obscure for some folks observing these discussions, that's the intention with which we are trying to do this work. So it's not a question, it's a comment, but it's also true that we're going to need to make recommendations that balance how we make communities safer or help to make them safer with the rights of people in communities who may be disproportionately affected by the course that's taken. And so having these kinds of conversations with people who have spent their professional careers trying to determine how to identify factors that create this type of violence and other types of violence in society is a necessary step for us. So I just want to express my appreciation for the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Emma, as always, for putting together you and your team, as who you've referred to earlier, an absolutely excellent panel and very helpful to our mandate, and of course your facilitation. If I could be so bold as to, in thanking you, refer to you by your first names, Myrna and George and Benjamin and Nicholas and Robert. Thank you for your, what I will call an insightful reality check. That has been very the product of a lot of thought, pragmatism, and candor, and for that we greatly appreciate it. We thank you as well for your day jobs, for the work you're doing in your respective communities, the important work you're doing, but more importantly, we thank you for helping us, and I've said this on many occasions, that one of the most gratifying aspects of our difficult work is that when we've asked people to help us, people have stepped up, and all of you have stepped up today and helped us with some very difficult conversations. You know, it's becoming pretty clear to all of us that public safety, Of course, specifically policing is a complicated and very expensive, both monetarily and human resource and effort wise. Throwing more money at problems is not always can be an oversimplification when it comes to recommendations. So it's insightful to hear from you that we may very well be missing the mark on many of our expenditures, and the information you provided us represents an opportunity to recommend some reprioritization, perhaps. Robert, your reference to service versus surveillance and perhaps relying upon unreliable processes may represent an opportunity to recommend a reprioritization. And all that's very helpful and practical for our work. So I really want to thank you all so much for as I said, what you do day to day, but for the thought. It's clear to me that you've all put a tremendous amount of thought into your words today, and for coming here and joining us and assisting us with our important and difficult work. So thank you so much, and we will break until 1:45. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're getting some stuff here. All right. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just a very poor organizer. I probably should have done this a long time ago. But okay. So Paul Wortman, he liked to dress up like an RCMP officer. Huh? When he was young. How does that work? How does that work exactly? According to Jeff Samuelson. Jeff Samuelson said that, honkering. JJ's got Neil Wortman. She's saying that Neil had access, power of attorney over Glenn, has access to his bank accounts because he paid Gabe back 3 weeks, in 3 weeks, I think, plus $1,000 for work Gabe did for the property he bought. Okay, so there wasn't a problem with the payment? Or is that in the judgment? It's harder to, because when you don't read something, I'm just taking surmises of somebody else's stuff. What's going on with these clowns? Are they off for lunch? I had the thing muted. Okay, they're off till 1:45. Not liking what's going on? Is that what you noticed? Blue or blue nose? Is that what you noticed? Okay, now let's see here. Back to Jeff. He was fully informed by various members, according to Honkering, right? Honkering is doing our reading, so this is good. Informed by various members about psychotic arrested development, the extended family. Paul also dressed up in RCMP uniform and went out to harass people when he was younger. How do you like that? Okay. Back to Neil. JJ's on Neil. Had an inflatable raft. Wortman had an inflatable raft. He transported from Maine to New Brunswick. Wortman had this? Or Samuelson? Sorry. We'll try this out. It's just an experiment. Okay, back with Honkering and Jeff Samuelson. Oh, sorry, that was Neil. Neil has said that he had a raft. Okay, so Wortman, I'm presuming. Gabe. All right. So Samuelson says Gabriel Wortman in Honkering says Samuelson says that Gabriel Wortman showed Samuelson his entire weapon collection and grenade collection in 2011, hiding places, etc. Also spoke with Forbes woman and said that he could see in her eyes, telling him that what a psycho his brother was in his eyes. Well, that's difficult to do because they're friends and they go on trips together. So I don't think she needs to talk with her eyes. She could probably talk with her mouth. Lots of evidence they're friends. I've never understood the friendship at all, but they're definitely friends. And she even refers to it in the Globe and Mail article. Okay, continuing on with Neil. JJ's got that, right? Okay, this is big. Neil states in relation to Lisa, quote, "That woman can tell you a great deal," end quote. Quote, "She knows she's a source of information." Interesting. Quote, "So is Gabe's mom, if you left her alone and have a real talk, she could tell you lots of stuff." So is Gabe's mom. So Gabe's mom knows a lot. Okay. Gabriel owned funeral homes in Nova Scotia. O'Dear's on, I don't know what O'Dear took. Shoot. She said. She's saying that seems like the statement isn't honest. She's going to do Renee Karsten. Oh, wait. So hold on a second here. Don't think anyone said that they were going to do this one, Linda M. Renee Karsten. Okay, so Linda M is taking Renee Karsten. Okay, and O'Dear is doing 6907. 6907, which is oh boy. 6907 task report, Karina DeRosier. This one is interesting. Task action report of Karina DeRosier, re-assist Nova Scotia with statement of Alan Wortman. Alan, RCMP Alan is going through Karina DeRosier. Sounds like not a straight statement. Weird. Okay. This guy is full of something. Alan or DeRosier? Sorry. All right. Just catching up here. Gabriel owned homes in Nova Scotia, not in New Brunswick. I thought that was. You mean they're titled in Nova Scotia? Alan Wortman's mother dead in the back of Gabriel's truck? Okay, again, there's going to be a lot of possible wheat. I would think wheat with, the chaff. You got to sort it through. So just take everything at. Last thing on Jeff Samuelson said he embalmed his grandmother at her request. Very strange. No problem with the payments on the house. Glenn's house. Muting you guys while I read this. Okay, he smuggled cigarettes with the raft. I don't know how much this cigarettes thing. Okay, we got Todd overdoing. I can't find column 055087. What section is that under? Oh, no, that should just be a copy paste. That was Lisa's statement to Dr. Matthew Logan. I did see it up this morning, so maybe you could just put Logan into the search, Todd, and you'll come back. Logan's an interesting cat. I've seen him before, out of Vancouver. But I know you'll dig around and find a lot more probably than I can. Okay. All right, we got Chris. Craig Owen on April 22nd called Gabriel Wortman's parents at 2:11. Paul admitted to hospital this morning. Evelyn refused statement without Paul present. Kept crying, saying, why would he do this? Owen gives Evelyn his phone number. Okay, PC, so the officer Owen. So something happened to Paul. Paul went off and did something to himself. Is that what I'm gathering? Okay. Gabriel would cross border Woodstock. Nearest border is St. Stephen's, New Brunswick. I'm not sure where you're picking that up from, Don, but maybe I missed a comment there. Okay. Gabe and his father both had names on a deed somewhere. Gabe wanted to sell property. His father wouldn't remove the name. Okay, I think we've heard that. So this is going to the argument, or the argument, right, about the selling of the property. So is that Gabe or is that Paul? Okay, that's just kind of fucking weird. Grandma embalming, back to that. She died in Ottawa. Gabriel picked her up and transported her back to New Brunswick in his truck. In the back of his truck? Okay, that's just fucked up, man. That reminds me of a story I heard about somebody who was working at a funeral home out in Saskatchewan. He's an old guy, very successful, but he was telling me a story about when he was younger. He worked at a funeral home, and he had a casket in the back of. You have to go out and pick up bodies and stuff, and he had this casket in the back of the hearse, and he, wanted to get off work or whatever, and he's flying around on these gravel roads, backcountry gravel roads. Anyways, well, wouldn't you know, the door to the hearse came open. Kind of everything. Anyway, I didn't know Gabriel Wortman owned any funeral homes. Okay. Well, the last incarnation of Atlantic went poof off the internet. The last owner was listed as Smith, right? As I recall, Smith, who I could never find. I found somebody kind of that might be in New Brunswick who died. Seemed like an interesting cat, but I don't know if it was him. Okay. Very interesting. Lisa, again, this is a mishmash of different people's statements, but Lisa called Glenn to warn him Gabe was armed and going to his father's. He was in a fit of rage. Okay, I'm thinking that's more to do with the property sale. Okay. Logan is COM 58847. Okay. I would have no problems, Freckles. No problems. Just trying out something. Just doing an experiment here. That's the problem. They've got so much information. They're siloing it just because of the flood. That's the way they do it. But the fact is, we've got a lot of people, and if we can pool these resources together, right, and maybe one or two people going through a statement, so that way we just have some redundancy, and if people miss something, or because sometimes there's like the other little pieces that don't add up to something else. Okay, now, that's all it says. That's back to Chris. Okay, so it doesn't elaborate on why Paul's in the hospital. Transporting a body by truck. I mean, I don't know. It's very unorthodox, I suppose. Who knows? Glenn then called his brother, Alan, ex-RCMP, who gets Gabe's father to warn him to look out for this, quote, fellow on his way. Gabe had a change of heart and turned around. Okay, I think that's still kind of fit in the narrative, right? Who is Annette Wortman? I think Annette is Neil or Alan's wife. Is that right? I'm just going by memory. Let's see if I can find this one. That tree is a bit of a mess. Probably whoever's reading the statement there, and that statement it will say right at the top. They'll just probably have already answered it whilst I'm looking this up. Okay, that's not her. I think it's Neil or Alan's wife. I think. Woodstock Crossings mentioned a few times here and on other platforms. I don't know where he was crossing. I think that's what they say, right, in the CBSA statements. I'm confused about the deed. Seems that Paul was pulling same shit Gabe does with deeds and control. Okay, I've heard somewhere Paul was a bit shady on the deals. But again, Paul was violent and abusive. Seems like Gabe mirrored his dad's actions. Okay, again, you have to keep in mind the source, right? The source, and it's all just sorting through all this stuff. Is that in fact so? It's got to entertain everything here. COM 14352, firearm safety course passed successfully. Yes. Okay. No registered firearms. Must have been to purchase ammo. Well, the question is, did he have the PAL or not? I find it very odd, the timing May 19th. Usually you can get a PAL in under a year, usually, from when you write the test. And if you do the course and then you write the test right after, is the way it goes. So, or the way I'm familiar with it. So you have to go through all the gobbledygook to get cleared. They say that he has no PAL, but did he or did he not? And has no registered arms. So that it almost sounds like he did have a PAL. May 24th is the test sheet. I'm thinking it's definitely been a big question of mine whether he did or didn't. Okay. When Neil was asked about Paul, he said his wife didn't want him to say too much, as they were both, quote, terrified by him. Now, this doesn't obviously jive, I don't think, unless the terrified comes up later, because they're fighting about money, and it looks like maybe Paul is doing a bit of scamming. I think Paul had a heart episode when told what Gabriel Wortman did and went to hospital. Terrified of him. Okay, yeah, I think I picked that one up. Okay. What do I have on my end? So I'm reviewing somebody who I know of from another statement, just by letters, but I know who they're talking about. Well, I don't know their name, but I know of them from somebody else's statement. Kierstead's statement. Okay, who's taking the statement is Vardy. Remember Vardy's connections, right? Vardy to Max, GCS surplus. Okay, Vardy's bro-in-law. Just so everybody, we got to have the players. BD used to go out with Wortman back in university, and then also I think I haven't come to that part yet, but started something else. We went out with him. Reconnected with him later. I believe that will come up if the other statement holds true, which it should. Jenny Kierstead. Interesting. That's an interesting read. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about Jenny Kierstead's statement. Okay. Now, Vardy and Shaw are questioning this BD. They're both in plainclothes division. So Vardy, obviously staff sergeant in a truth detection or whatever they call themselves there. They have some funny department they call themselves. Vardy's also got some other things going. Anyway. I'm not making accusations, just trying to put the pieces together. Okay, now, obviously there's many things I went through. I think Jenny, there's a blurred out piece here, and I think they're talking about Jenny Kierstead. She is. Or, Greg is. I went through Jenny Kierstead. She explained that she had spoke to you. She had met the suspect, Gabriel, at your residence. Okay. So that was how Kierstead met Wortman, because she knew Wortman before, I believe, is how it times out. So they go on to ask, okay, sorry, trying to keep other things going here too. So back to JJ with Neil. If you can preface it, she's doing that. Thank you very much. If you could just, anybody who's reading anything, you just preface who it is that you're doing, like just the first name or whatever, then I'm going to know. Because Neil called the Shediac police when he heard about the shootings. He figured that he might be on the list and Gabe would be coming for them. He said in his statement, quote, "There should be a record of my call." Interesting. So Neil Wortman called New Brunswick RCMP. New Brunswick RCMP, we've got Paul over there, obviously. We've got all the Wortmans over there pretty much. So where's all this stuff to do with them? They're going to have a lot of things too in their records. Do we want Paul's criminal history? It's irrelevant in my opinion, but thoughts, please. Yes, I think it's fair game, right? It's in the statement. It's public knowledge if it's there. Yes, court records are public knowledge. You know a person's date of birth and their name. I think you can pull anything on them court-wise. And you're not doxing them. Okay, so Todd has, I think, I want to try and be sensitive to the law and privacy, but I think that's the way that it works. If they put it out there, they've run it through a whole bunch of cleaning. So Todd is dealing with a behavioral, this person, I've come across them before. What is his name again? Fuck, now I see I'm forgetting. It's too many things. Take a breath. Dr. Matthew Logan. Okay, so just so that people have an idea who this is. Now, there's something in there that'll definitely trip people off, but do remember he's just, that is part of his thing. Stop screen. Okay. Okay, so this is Dr. Matt Logan, Halo Forensic Behavioral Scientists, website of Matt Logan, internationally known forensic psychologist, retired RCMP officer. Dr. Logan, along with Dr. Robert Hare and Dr. Matthew O'Toole, collaborate in seminars and workshops on psychopathy and applications, law enforcement, criminal justice. Okay, so this is who is, I believe, interviewing Lisa. Okay. RCMP, ex-RCMP, going through a consulting firm, interviewing Lisa. Logan has a few years out, took a few years out of his policing career and went to prison as an institutional psychologist, where he learned about the mind of a psychopath, and sexual predator. He then came back to the RCMP and co-founded behavioral sciences group in major crimes in BC, Vancouver. So he's a big dude. And they're bringing him out. This video is just odd that you'd embed something with all this other languaging. I haven't watched it or anything. Interesting that would be questioning Lisa. So that's what Todd's dealing with here. Hold on a moment. I must have missed something he said. What the hell? Shoot. Because you start that off with and. Is there something missing? Also, page 9, Lisa says, Gabe dug up a body and cremated it, which means exhumation papers and court time paper trail. Yep. paper, lots of evidence floating around. So where's this? Out of Gabe's way to go to border at St. Stephen's. Laws restrict about dead bodies. Yeah, grandma in the back of the truck just seems very weird. Weekend at Bernie's. Okay. Do we have a list of the police call signs and with driver? GPS records list call signs, but not the driver. Okay, depends what you're looking for. Definitely O'Dear knows a lot more than I do because I'm actually reliant upon her for that. She's got a heavy list. But if you put it out there, maybe she can find it. I can look here quickly. If you've got the number too, I can try. I don't want to bog her down. Okay, so back to JJ. Paul Wortman was involved in petty theft, grand larceny, assault, stolen car, according to Neil. Okay, so according to Neil, don't know if that's true. I mean, this could just be more, that family's sounds like it's got some issues. So who knows if they're just talking trash or if that's true. Those are some fairly conny things to do. If so, if it were true, don't know. I don't want to be disparaging. That's according to Neil in his statement. So, yes, he's a spooky cat, Logan. So I thought you might like it. I'm interested in reading it. Okay. O'Dear says, Alan does not get along with Chris because Chris is upset over wealth distribution of their brother Glenn's assets. Okay, so we got the skeleton, the dirt in the family, the dirty family secrets are coming out a little bit. I think there's a lot. But of course, families, and this is not to be disparaging on anybody. It's to be, where's the fucking truth? What was Dorrington's PC? I don't know if that's been answered, so I will answer that for you, and then O'Dear doesn't have to. Or maybe somebody here knows. If you do, you can holler from the mountaintops. Otherwise, I'll try and find it here. Just give me a second. Okay. That's Brown, Morrison, GPS, Grund. Back. Okay. One moment, please. Dorrington's car number is 05B Bravo 09. Okay. Got some more stuff coming in here. So hopefully you got that. Honkering 05 Bravo 09. Is that what I read? Oh, geez. Yeah. 05 Bravo 09. Yeah, they'd be familiar with, if you do a lot of border crossings, you'd probably be fairly familiar with the staff. Wonder if RCMP also has Reg Surge Shoe Club. I wonder what that means. Okay. Oh dear. Even stranger, they went to a restaurant to do a transfer of the body. Icky. Okay, this is the body going around in the truck from Ontario, in the back of the truck, transferring So is Glenn dead? That's a mystery. Some people, there are multiple people who refer to him as dead. So not by name. They just say like the uncle or the person that was there. That's what I heard. He was really sick with something else other than dementia, which I won't go there in case it's not true. Now, Lisa says, Gabe, okay, so this is back to the Dr. Logan and Lisa's interview. Lisa says Gabe was good with his neighbors, yet she didn't invite any to his 50th birth, just invited her colleagues and her family. Well, we know for sure by her own admittance, she didn't invite Lisa. Very upset, right? You're a fucking dog type thing. Okay, so you're reviewing his GPS. Okay. All right, back to Logan, Lisa. Odd if the party was for Gabe. Why wouldn't you invite his friends from the neighborhood unless you wanted the party to be Lisa hour at the Lisa bar? Doesn't sound very controlling. And she has the right to veto people on his... Well, I mean, I guess he didn't do the invite, right? Because it was was it a surprise party? Mm-hmm. Surprise party. So, however, I'm sure that would cause a scene. Sounds like she's picking the list. All right. Neil stated that Paul bought a car, then found another, the exact same, stole it, gave it to Gabe. A friend saw Gabe in the car in Fredericton, said, nice car, and then Paul went to Moncton in the same car. Okay, that's fucking screwy. Paul knew there was suspicion, so he put it in the woods and torched it, according to Neil. Okay, so this is just again, just Neil saying so. The stolen car that he burnt. He burnt the stolen car? Sounds like some kind of insurance fraud thing. If that's right. Okay. Now, see what else is coming in. All about herself, the money, what I could tell in the statements. Definitely a lot of money over in Lisa's neck of the woods. Just look up Red Shoe Club. I'm familiar with the term. Now I'm forgetting even what you said about that. Sorry, Dawn. Isn't there a TV show called that a long time ago? The Coveney. Oh no, that was Red Shoe Diaries. My apologies. Red Shoe Club. Okay. I'll look it up. You having me chasing things? I don't like chasing things. A mermaid? What the fuck? What is the Red Shoe Group? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, perhaps you can enlighten us. I'm finding a book. I don't think that pertains. Something about Ronald McDonald Charities. Okay, we'll move. Maybe Don will add more. Okay, this statement I am looking at is April 26, 2020. Okay, so dates and people, interviewers is important. Alan states this. Last night, over the phone, Glenn told Alan that Gabriel was very violent with his girlfriend. Whoa. Last night, over the phone, Glenn told Alan that Gabriel was very violent with his girlfriend. Senile Glenn, or I shouldn't say that, but somebody with serious dementia issues is telling Alan that Gabriel was very violent? That doesn't seem credible. So obviously that's just hearsay. It's hearsay to boot, to begin with, but I don't know if you could rely on it. Anyway, even if in a fucked up world, and say that Glenn's got issues. Why is Glenn introducing things to Alan? Glenn had witnessed Gabriel hitting his girlfriend one night when they were around a campfire. No mention of, boom. Oh, but he doesn't remember. How come nobody does? Nothing says that what Brenda says is true. Nothing. Multiple people now. So I'd say it's so far gone. It was gone before, but it's now just more and more so. Can't go there, Red Shoe Club. Okay, I don't know. I can't really go chasing. It's hard enough trying to sort out chaff. Neil and Paul went to the gym at the University of Moncton. You'd pay $5 to get an orange shirt with letters on it to show that you paid. Paul bought orange shirt, measured the letters and to match the group. Really? Are you saying he never had to pay? Wow. That's according to Neil, right? Neil doesn't have a lot of love on for Paul, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, I'm not going into adrenochrome here. Not that I disbelieve things, trying to keep Friday. Paul had a long jacket with several sewn pockets inside to steal steak and high-price food, according to Neil. Wow, major difficulties going on over there. Either you've got Paul doing some very bad things, Neil telling the truth, and Paul doing very bad things, so that's one and the same. Or Neil just really doesn't care for Paul and is trashing him. Yeah, okay, I'm not going there, Dawn. Absolutely not. If somebody could bring me like autopsy reports and things like that, yeah, that is beyond a swamp. If there's stuff that goes there, enough physical paper that starts to go there, yeah. But if not, then I can't see how it's relevant here. To me, they just love the losing people. Look at what they're doing over there this whole time. What are they on about racism? It's on mute. Neil stated that he put his wife in the truck to avoid a mission to the drive-in, Gabe was in the car. Okay. Sorry, Paul put Gabe's mom in the trunk. Okay. This guy's going really out of his way. What relevancy does that have, particularly? I'm sure you could say that, he was involved in some criminal matters. This sounds like a real mud fest. Why? Does it pertain? Are you trying to just develop a narrative? I'm smelling that, my opinion. Even for people not following the story, Brando does not seem credible. So the question is why MCC would call her as a witness. I think it just backfired more than they thought it would. I believe that's my personal opinion. But the media has done a real good job. They have, so far I've seen, so far I've heard. That's not really even an issue. Oh, she was just a little bit confused, I think is the most I've heard. I'm like, what? No, even from certain people that should be like, no, absolutely 100% dismissed. No credibility there anymore. No, of course, that would be admissible, right? Show me a courtroom that would be. That wasn't the statement, but what the fuck, man? It's absolute garbage. I think both Neil doesn't care for Paul, but he's likely telling the truth. That's possible too. Or he's, some variation thereof, right? Some things may be true and he's throwing in others. Have to catch people in their deviousness, which is difficult given how many players there are, but definitely not impossible. More misdirection, says GL. Welcome. Neil goes on and on about his brother Paul. Nothing positive to be being said. Okay, now that is definitely something I picked up on from reading. Now, I think there may be another Chris statement here. Is that right? Do we have a second Chris statement now? Definitely Chris does not, and it was, I know I went through how it messed me up about the relationships because he would not call Paul his brother. It was so strange. Oh yes, this task 59. And is anybody doing task 59? Okay, I could probably read through this quickly during the lunch. I think I got the gong show going on in the background so I don't miss it. I don't want to miss things here. Wait a second here. This is the way I can do it. Okay, 1:45. We've got, if they come back on time, we've got another 27 minutes. Oh, no, 17 minutes. My apologies. Yeah. All right. And I'll try and, oh, okay. More stuff coming in. Brando was the best that they had to try. Yeah, that was just an absolute dumpster fire is the only word for it. That was such a fucking disaster. And the media is just like, Brando witnessed an abuse. Brenda witnessed an abuse. They're still going with that. What the fuck, man? Brenda's half baked. Can't believe I'm noticing a pattern. But I won't say that. Yeah. Okay. Well, now I'm educated on the red thing. Page 10. Okay, back to Logan, Dr. Matt Logan and Lisa. Lisa hates Lisa M. Okay. and has zero clue who the Blairs are until Dr. Matt Logan describes. She definitely seemed to have no real emotions pinging there at all. And the Lisa was a statement with Vardy, the dog, bitch, etc. Seems like a problem there. That doesn't seem to be coming from Lisa's end. Lisa McCauley. Doesn't? Not somebody who's abused either, I don't think. But maybe it's just total miss. Is it transposing? Paul has a quick fist, according to Neil. So Paul's a fighter. Neil is just really throwing Paul under the bus, as did Chris. Chris doesn't like. And we've got a task number, which task numbers are always interesting. So I'm going to go through that. Paul was honked at on Mountain Road, got out of his car, grabbed the dude in the honking car, and beat him badly again, according to Neil. Okay, well, there's going to be records of that, right? Is it relevant? Yes, it is. It is relevant in so much as, is Paul this way? Because Paul's being sold he's kind of being sold as an abuser. And then this is, of course, where Gabe learns all his abusive behaviors. Or are we just talking about more stew? Swamp. Paul appears to be a thief, Costco razor blades. Well, there was the article, but I've never seen any follow-up. There was a court case docket number for what? I think it was theft under 5, but I don't know. And no more. I never heard any more. And the dates were eerie dates. Just saying. Jeff Samuelson said, okay, honkering. Jeff Samuelson, thank you for prefacing these, by the way. It makes it a lot easier. Jeff Samuelson said, grandfather was oppressive to Paul and Glenn, and that the other 3 siblings never spoke his name after his death. Was so oppressive to Paul and Glenn. Okay. This is true. Glenn and Paul, if those things are true, that they're both doing jail time and stuff, I mean, and then you've got 2 RCMP officers and their family too. This is a bit of there's probably a little bit more than just a normal family. My understanding is all right. They would imply that some lacks some credibility. Witnesses have agreed pre-interview with MCC lawyers that would imply they have some prior knowledge of lack of credibility. Whatever was going on there. And Hoffman's behavior, no offense on you, ma'am, I don't understand what the fuck was going on there, because to me she seemed like really nervous of Brenda, a lawyer. First of all, it's Brenda. Second of all, but I think it's what's underneath it, right? And I think she knows. That's bread and butter. That's routine. That's an office. Day at the office. Totally normal. Sit there and ask questions. She's been up there before. But she was really, really nervous. And then she was, Brenda, you okay there? Do we need to take a break? I think she volunteered to break. I was like, why? Why aren't you asking her who the hell these people are? Okay, sorry. Anyway, Alan, oh dear. Alan doesn't recall. So this is via the task report, which is coming through DeRosier, right? So it's seeming to follow a funny chain, is my understanding, but I don't, just from peripherally looking at the title. Okay, so that's through the funny grapevine. Alan does not recall when he obtained a new surge and what he did with the old one. No. He has they had photos. They had photos. Right? Unless he found the surge later of it sitting on the bed. I can remember it. I can see it in my head. I'm not disputing with you, oh dear, but that doesn't jive with the photos, right? Pretty sure Alan had the photos, right? Paul worked at Stelco. Steel. Someone shocked their newspaper. Debris fell in Paul's soup. Paul was suspended for attacking his co-worker for the mishap. Okay, and this is according to Neil. So Neil's continuing to dump on Paul. It seems so beyond relevant. You can just say that, Paul's not a good guy, and here's some things I'm aware of, and probably just leave it at that. Why are they digging into stuff to do with soup? Unless you're really just building something. Her statement with the RCMP, with Lisa, didn't care. Anybody had a chance to look at the 5? I think it is 5, aside from the Logan, the 5 MCC statements. Okay, shook. Someone shook the newspaper and some shit fell in Paul's soup, so he decided to give him a beating. Okay. And how long ago was that? The relevance is what? Neil? Paul and Evelyn were at Portland Street often, and Renee stated that Evelyn was a bitch. Okay, so see how this isn't jiving. Here's Neil dumping all over Paul. The media is saying Paul and Gabe didn't get along, obviously, if we're believing that. Yet Paul, according to Renee, Paul and Evelyn were at Portland Street all the time, and Evelyn was a bitch. So this is where, the lies or dishonesty or whatever you want to call it, smear campaigns, and this is not the time or the place to be doing that. Neil states, and Neil is I'm not saying that it's Neil doing that, but I'm just saying Neil's a professor, I think, or these things are going to go down and follow these people around. Neil states Gabe and his mother were nearly clipped by a car on Wheeler Boulevard. Paul got in a car and chased him down and pulled him over and beat the shit out of him. Why is this relevant? Unless you're building a narrative. Unless you want somebody to look bad. It doesn't pertain. How do you make someone pull over? That's my question. Well, you can force them off the road. That would be my only 2 cents on that. Okay, back to Logan. Yesterday's vids and the Logan transcript, I'm thinking she rarely attended the cottage and used cottage time to hang out with her friends and family. Okay, so that's Todd's interpretation, putting the pieces together, which is good. Odd behavior given Gabe The control freak, why would he allow Lisa to stay at 193 by herself? 193. Isn't that interesting? I never put that number together. Okay. 193, 193. Interesting. Yeah. No, if she is residing predominantly by herself, they sleep in separate bedrooms, separate bank accounts, she has the majority of the money. There's so much to say that Lisa absolutely is not controlled. And yet you're going to get the Neil stuff, right? But you can counter that with many, many statements of Wortman was a nice guy. I really liked him. He was very helpful. Coming from some it's like people that should be really pissed at him. They'll say things like, he was very friendly. He was a nice guy, super nice, generous. Maybe you'll get he's odd. He's off. There's a lot of that around. Yet you get statements like Paul and media. And media is being told by Paul. Media is being told by Neil, who's shitting all over it and building something. Here he is phoning Alan, telling him. Or Glenn's phoning Alan and telling him the same stuff. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It's not time for a rumor mill. It's not like Alan wouldn't know his brother's record, nor Chris. Though Chris and Alan and Neil seem to get along. Paul? No. Gabe? No. They're building the monkey see, monkey do. Yes. That, to me, would be that's my opinion. That's what I'm seeing throughout all these statements. And the media, which has been spinning it hard, especially. Globalist. Goo. Swimmer boy. What did I call her? I forgot. I had a nickname for her too. Yeah. If you hated your abusive father, would you do property deals with him? Would you sign pieces of paper guaranteeing all kinds of money if you knew that he already screwed your brother? Yeah, hey, sign me up. I'm over here. No, doesn't add up. Not adding up any of this stuff. Paul is a bad man, beats people, and he also beat Gabe, and that's why he turned out this way. I think that's the narrative they want people to believe. I don't think it's true, though. I don't think. But we'll see. It'll all flush out in the end. It's all open to interpretation at this point. Just get the facts and what people are saying and then sort it out. Also, there's a mention of Lisa having her own place. I've heard this before. Cole Harbor, I believe. Renee said generous. With it was fucking money. Yeah, there was references to money coming from like if you got given that kind of money, given that was what it said. If you got given that kind of money, how would you act? Okay, so who's giving the money to? I think it has a flag in the corner of the check. Like Brinks has flags. and they're not TI flags. Gotta be big. And I think it's to both of them. Maybe even more than that. Okay. So back to Lisa and Logan. Lisa even states to Logan how often she stayed at 193, and she sent Gabe to the Okay, there was the break time. They spoke about that, right? The alone time. She had enough of him. She needed a little break. How could you do that? So her narrative is gone. Like, it is so gone. So all of these clowns out there are all talking shit just to get people off. What's underneath? And anybody who's participated in this with some foreknowledge, because obviously there are people here in this story who know this stuff intimately. I guess there's some people who have plausible deniability and they'll just be like, I didn't read it. But there are people who certainly know. Those lawyers out there, the attorney general, all of these people know. So they're lying. And it's going to follow them. You're going after families, let alone anybody over in that corner. Paul made a handshake deal about renting an apartment after his honeymoon. No deposit required. Upon returning, the apartment deal didn't go through. Someone else rented it. Continue below. Paul went back that night and mangled the landlord's bike. This is all according to Neil. So Neil just has a raging something unsaid for Paul. And it doesn't bear any relevance. What difference does it fucking make? Like, what difference does it make about the soup? That's not pertinent to the case. You can say that somebody has a bad disposition and here's a court case, or you can see that it's relatively evident. To just bring up, drive-ins, putting wives in cars, fucking stupid, man. Honestly, I would have expected more from somebody with university. Not from what I'm reading right now. Okay, let's see here. Not from what I'm reading right now, but I just thought I would put my 2 cents in. Okay, hold on a second. There's also mention of Lisa having her own place. Not from what I'm reading right now, but just thought I'd put in my own 2 cents. Okay, Josh. I hope I'm putting this together correctly. So that's what O'Dear said previously. So stuff she's coming across, she's not finding own place. Is that what you're saying? Okay, fair. All right, more back to the shit on Paul by Neil. Neil went back that night, mangled, okay, landlords. They did live in Hamilton for a short period of time, Paul and family. Sounds like Global's just been, of course, because, see, this once again demonstrates that the media has known all this information for all this time. They have Neil's tape. For how long? In the 13 hours episodes. They're just writing it as they go. Weather girl, yeah. Swimmer boy and weather girl. Thank you. Howdy. How's it going, Tara? Stelco is in Hamilton. Okay. Would you take him to Cuba if you didn't get along? Is that what you're saying? Would you take your dad to Cuba if you didn't have a good relationship with him? Good question. if that's what you're asking. I don't think it's true either. Okay, so sounds like the Paul thing is a bunch of goop. And yet you got Alan over there who can't find his uniform. Alan who needs help going through pissy pant channels. Can't be a man to come out and say his own shit. Is that what's happening? And other RCMP, what are they doing him a favor by going and talking to DeRosier? Who's DeRosier? Who the fuck is DeRosier? Where's this? Karina DeRosier. Okay, I want to find this out because I don't want to talk trash about her if I'm wrong. Maybe she's just doing something. Let's find out. Paste. Karina. Sergeant Vardy requested the assistance of Truth Verification Section in Ottawa to obtain statement from Uncle Alan Wortman. Inspector Karina DeRosier was available to assist and indicated that she would attempt to make contact with Alan Wortman tomorrow. No. No, you don't get to go and pull out an inspector out of your back pocket. That's running interference. Whoa. Inspector DeRosier received email from Legg. Information primary investigator wanted to uncover during statement, as well as phone number, address of Alan Wortman. Huh? Why can't you get this shit? You're in the RCMP. Because it's another RCMP? Or who is Alan? Legg had indicated that at the time the telephone number address had been provided by Alan Wortman's distant brother, Chris Wortman, who previously interviewed by RCMP. How about you just go back to, what is the paper? Like, Jesus Christ, man. You guys go to the Veterans Association. He's on the subscription list. The Quarterly. Bing. Well, we can't find him. The fuck, man? He's got a license in the system. Well, we don't know how to do that. We're using crayons still. Or you're running interference, Inspector. Sounds like Inspector DeRosier is doing things probably shouldn't be doing. Renee helped Lisa move to Maureen's twice. Okay. Lots of people beaten by their parents still don't murder 23 people. Yeah. What happens if there aren't? What happens if you're sold a total load? Paul's history has nothing to do with how the RCMP fumbled. Okay, fumbled is not what's going down here. There are errors, but there is something wretchedly, vilely dirty going on underneath. Not fumbling. The crayons, the drinking, they're willing to throw it all down just to get rid of. They're willing to flush their whole fucking thing down the toilet to protect what's really going down. I agree. Get the fucking errors out on the table. No more of this pissing around with, oh, we'll do a recommendation. Fuck you. We'll put it in law. How about we start by disbanding you? And anybody that's participating in this, a lawyer needs to start moving action to start going after pensions. Precedent law said it. Gabe in motocross with father who beats you, puts you in a sport like that, takes money for a sport like that. Gabe was in motocross what husband beats up a kid and spends like that? Okay, I'm just weighing the preponderance of the evidence. That's all I'm doing, and it doesn't lead to what Weather Girl's been spinning because she had access to all the files with her funky music. I'm from far and away. I bet you are. Neil was 5 years older than Paul. Neil would find books. Okay, more dump on Paul hour for narrative. Neil was 5 years older than Paul. Neil would find books of Paul with pages ripped out of them. It was Paul's mentality. Because if this is true, I mean, this family is just a right mess. But again, preponderance. Where's Paul's monetary inheritance coming from? Sounds like he was never short on cash either. Yeah, I mean, he's bouncing around, right? Down in the States, having kids. Okay. Worked at Stelco. Large diameter. Yeah, that's terrible. Terrible. Oh, shit. Sorry. Why is it not going in the background? Motherfucker. One moment. Oh, for Christ's sake.
These
oh, God's sake.
definitions
See, it
were
mutes it
crafted,
every time I
in
stop. I
isolation
don't
from one
understand
another.
what the hell's going on. Refresh. You guys got audio? There's no audio on my end. So audio for you guys? Not that it particularly matters, but Pets Unlimited. Oh, look. Here we go. Funky glasses. Leaf. How's it going, Leaf? No audio. We did before you refreshed. I don't understand. Okay, click
1103. Tara, you observed that doing this work, you can't agree on terms, and even incidents that would seem to me obvious, like Columbine or Sandy Hook, are not falling into some of the definitions that have been crafted. So I wanted to go through a few of the elements of that you'll commonly see in definitions and understand why they might be the way they are, because it doesn't seem obvious to somebody like me who doesn't know about this stuff. So the first element I'm interested in is why would you narrow it to have only one perpetrator and not consider multi-perpetrator events?
So part of the reason why that is I think it was sort of an attempt to focus on this one particular type of crime, which we sort of colloquially refer to as a mass shooting in the United States, and to sort of separate that out from other types of gun violence in the United States. So to distinguish that between, from gang violence in particular, or other types of violence where you may have multiple shooters. So the FBI began, sort of defining these mass shootings or mass killings as a single event, right, with one shooter that happens in one place. And they have a fatality threshold where at least 4 people, in order for it to count, or to be considered, I should say, a mass killing, for at least 4 people, not including the perpetrator, there needs to be 4 fatalities.
So I want to unpack that a little bit. It sounds like you're referring to the FBI definition that has these various requirements. So
yes.
Why only one location?
Because that's a way of distinguishing mass killings from spree killings and serial killings.
Okay, so it's kind of a time element.
Yes, time and location, whether or not there's a cooling off period. But, we totally, Tristan and I agree with David. Once you start trying to apply these sorts of criteria, boundaries get blurred and it becomes very challenging to distinguish public versus private. If you start inside and move outside, is that more than one location? How much time needs to elapse in between? All of these things become very challenging then.
And I think that the detail of that appears in both your report, David, as well as your report, Tara and Tristan. I'm going to spare us that pain a little bit of the nuances of all the debates that go on within the definition and try to just step us out and understand why this might be happening. Tara, are you able to give us a little context for why scholars whose job it is to come up with definitions like this, why are they having such a hard time?
Okay, so I'm just going to continue on
with the research. That's a good question. I think some of it is
I don't know,
in terms of sort of relying on this
end.
FBI, this somewhat official source for defining this. And then we also talked about sort of not including gang violence and domestic violence incidents. Sort of we point to in our report, this report released by the New York City Police Department that sort of advocates for not including domestic cases. And so that's often just a justification used. And it just seems like sort of those things that this is the way we've kind of talked about it. And so lots of people continue to talk about it that way. But then there's other scholars like Tristan and I, like David, who are saying, no, this needs to be more systematic. The other issue is that in the United States, there is a lack of gun research because of what's referred to as the Dickey Amendment, which sort of prohibited any federally funded research from coming to any sort of conclusion related to gun control. So there was a report where the researcher found, not surprisingly, that having a gun in the home was correlated with increased likelihood of gun violence. And in response to that report, there was passed the Dickey Amendment, which was supported by the NRA, which said the federal government cannot support research that comes to a conclusion that might support gun control. Now, President Obama just tried undoing that and supported and allotted funds for gun research, but there's sort of been, it's slow to catch up, right? Because it was years where it almost basically wasn't allowed. And so now there's starting to be funding, but the process is slow. So I think that's also part of the reason why there hasn't been a more clear agreement and a more clear definition.
And how long were the Dickey amendments in place?
Oh gosh, a long time. Hold on, I think I have the date. I don't have the date off the top of my head.
That's no problem.
But a fair amount. So because the Thompson report came in the wake of we had very high gun violence in the 80s and 90s. Mm-hmm. And so that the Thompson report, I believe, was in the 90s, and the Dickey Amendment shortly after that. So it was a very long time where we had, sort of this gag or, where we weren't allowed to, the federal government. It was both the NIH and the National Institute of Health and the Center for Disease Control, which are our two governmental organizations that study any threat to public health or safety, not only diseases.
Okay, that's helpful context. And I think to pick up on what you said earlier, I remember you saying either in prep or during your testimony that it seems like people then just resort to, like you said, the FBI definition or the New York Times, how they've approached it. And then you'll see people creating databases that will allow for exceptions.
Yeah, so, right, so in the case where there has to be only one shooter, but of course, when Columbine is sort of one of the more recent mass shootings in the United States, where as we start to see an increase in these sorts of things, Columbine is sort of the beginning of that. And so so there's a database, the Mother Jones database, says, will we make an exception for Columbine because we consider that to be a mass shooting, even though there were more than one shooter. And the Dickey Amendment was 1996.
Thank you. So before we get into having a conversation about what might work better, I'd like to get your comments on what's the consequence of this? Why does it matter that there is not a good definition for mass casualty events? Or, I can come up with a few other terms, but David?
I think I touched on it a little bit with my previous answer. What happens in any sort of social scientific scholarship when there's a lack of a common definition, you get research that talks past one another. You can have literally hundreds of different studies all trying to look at the same thing, but without that common definitional consensus, or at least having a ballpark and narrowing it to 2 or 3 commonly accepted definitions. What you essentially have is a bunch of noise. Comparing apples and oranges would be a colloquialism that is apt here, and as a result, I wouldn't go so far to say it's wasted effort. Every bit of research, if it's rigorous and meets methodological and ethical and other social scientific standards, has merit. But you cannot progress to the important stage where you can conduct something we call in the academy meta-analyses, where you gather together the body of research that is being conducted on a particular area and essentially grind it down to its important parts to figure out where there are points of contention and where there are points of consensus. And we just cannot do that right now with the state that the definitional debate over what a mass casualty incident is. Another issue that myself and I will take an aside, actually, I should have said this earlier. I'd like to acknowledge my co-author for this, Willa Graythorne, who did a lot of this research alongside me. We both found that there is very little Canadian research. The vast majority of the research in this area is driven by American researchers from the United States, and that flavors some of the definitions that come out, and I can talk a little bit about that later, as well as New Zealand, Australia, and Europe, with, I believe we found less than 10 studies in Canada, and not even, I can't remember the exact amount, but amongst those 10, not all of them met our threshold either to be included in the 95. So that's the consequences, I think, of the state of the research right now.
Thank you, David. So I think you spoke a bit to sort of the academic consequences and how that might limit the scholarship progressing. Tristan, I'm wondering if you can maybe talk about what are some of the practical or policy implications of there being this continued definitional ambiguity?
Sure. There's a lot of consequences to this. I think we should always, when we lack data on something that seems like we should have data on, that should always be a cause for concern. We collect data on so many things now that this is something that it should surprise us that we have a lack of data on. So there's questions that I think shock people when they learn about this topic that we don't know the answer to. Among them are, just a raw count of how many incidents like this occur in different nations. It's just a question that we can't answer. But that also means that we don't know how many victims there are of incidents like this because we haven't agreed on how to measure them in the first place. So that means it's really hard to design interventions and policies because we don't know exactly what policies might be best useful because we don't have all of the information that we need. Sometimes in our report, we sort of cite a couple reasons that data that seems like we should have but don't have exist. Sometimes there's sort of a mismatch, and this is the case, as Tara said, in the United States between sort of incentives and resources. So those who have the resources might lack the incentive to collect certain kinds of data, and those who have a lot of incentives simply lack the resources. Other times, the types of information we're interested in collecting sort of lack an easy way to objectively define. And if we can't objectively define something, it becomes hard to say, well, how many of them are there? And I think all of these factors sort of play a role in what we're able to know. But as David said earlier, it's extremely important to agree upon some kind of a definition so that we're able to know more about what patterns do exist. So all the knowledge that we have is partial.
So David started us off by saying definitional clarity is step one. So I think with that in mind, I'd like to talk about if it's possible to come up with a definition that could work. David, you addressed this matter in your commissioned report. At page 12, you propose a definition for Canadian mass casualty incidents. And if possible, I'd like to project that definition. Oh, thank you. So I'm going to read it now, and then, David, I'm going to ask you to comment on each element of this proposed definition. So a mass casualty incident is a premeditated and successfully executed act of violence during which one or more perpetrators, influenced by personal grievances, beliefs, and/or outside ideological sources, physically injures and/or kills 4 or more victims during a discrete period of time. So we'll just start off with premeditated.
If I may, I might even want to point out that there are 2 areas here that even myself and my colleagues disagree on, and that's 1 or more perpetrators, as well as the discrete period of time. So there is even a little bit of that definitional ambiguity, and I highly respect my colleagues' opinions, and it might be worthwhile exploring and discussing amongst us. But back to your question, and I apologize for the tangent. Premeditated, Tara mentioned something earlier where with this definitional clarity or narrowing in on certain definitions, we want to avoid including certain types of violence that shouldn't or doesn't fall under the aegis of what we're interested in. So premeditated, it's in there to specifically exclude types of violence such as heat of the moment or crimes of passion, where the act is not necessarily or cannot be or should not be included within the aegis that I mentioned. The idea here is also to avoid what's called, and this is going to be the answer for several of the other criteria, avoid what's called a net widening effect, meaning when we create a definition, or anyone creates a definition, we want to have it capture what we want it to capture, and we want to avoid noise or different points of data that aren't important. So that's why premeditated is in there. It's to narrow it down to something useful, and in this case, premeditated acts.
Okay. And the next element would be successfully executed.
Same answer. It's not that acts of mass casualty incidents where that are planned, but either due to circumstance or police intervention aren't successfully executed. It doesn't mean they aren't threats to public safety. It doesn't mean they aren't meaningful. But if we're to understand the behavioral, the social, the economic, and all the other social consequences associated with mass casualty incidents, it's important to narrow it down to the acts that have been successfully executed.
Okay. And I think there may be nothing to add to act of violence. Let that stand. So here we have one or more perpetrators.
And I invite my colleagues to speak up here. Myself and Willa, we and the people we consulted with and the research we consulted with, we thought about this for a while, and we essentially thought it worthwhile to add the one or more because it doesn't change the nature of the act when there are two or more perpetrators, in our opinion. If it's gang violence where there's maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there might the researchers or the individuals who are interested in using this definition might want to add a boundary. But there were several we identified, and this might come up later, 44 acts of mass casualty incidents from 1970 to 2021. In Canada, and several of those acts, those incidents had two, and I think in several occasions had 3 perpetrators where we couldn't in good conscience not include them. So again, this goes back to the net widening effect. We wanted to include meaningful data points that can help us understand this phenomenon. Therefore, we broadened it to one or more perpetrators.
The next element is influenced by personal grievances, beliefs, and/or outside ideological sources.
The thought behind this was to distinguish mass casualty incidents from more commonplace forms of violence, which again are forms of social harm and harm the community and harm Canadian society beyond the immediate victims. The idea here was to essentially exclude certain acts like criminal negligence or violence from police intervention or violence that might occur due to the pursuit of criminal activity. So this was a refinement. We made sure to add both personal and ideological because what we know from the research, the social scientific research as to why individuals might escalate towards a violent act, there are usually some sort of combination of personal and ideological grievances, and we wanted to make that stark differentiation. And again, it's not either or; it's usually a combination of both.
I'm especially interested in this issue because it's not always apparent what the motivation is. Did you consider instead doing sort of a reductive way of putting it by saying, except for acts in pursuit of crime?
That is a very good point. But using wording like that, though, I think it narrows it too much. There are. I mean, the acts of violence that we're looking at are criminal acts. So by adding that in and of itself, you are by definition excluding the act itself, which is a tautology. So it's a good point, and there's different ways to word it. However, we opted with this choice.
And the other piece that I think is worth noting is that you purposely, in your report, you state that you purposely avoided language like shooter, mass shooting. Can you explain why?
And we agonized over this. From the 64 definitions that we identified, roughly 41% use the term shooter or shooting, which is an enormous amount. And that again is because the vast majority of the research comes from the American context, where gun violence and the use of a firearm is a prevalent issue in these types of violent activities. While we also found in our 44 mass casualty incidents that we identified, I can't remember the exact percentage. However, I would say the majority of them also involved the use of a firearm. However, when we were looking at the list of mass casualty incidents, there were we felt it was myopic, particularly within the Canadian context, to exclude other forms of, or exclude isn't the right word, to focus too heavily on firearms, just because compared to the American context, we have stronger gun control laws here. The types of weapons that we have here available to the public are not the same in the United States. And we took a conscious decision to try and move away from that shooter terminology, because again, we felt it was myopic, too narrow.
Thank you. Tristan, I'd like to bring it over to you and just get your thoughts on this definition and whether anything would need to be changed or modified or considered if you were to bring it outside of the Canadian context.
Sure. So Tara and I think our work agrees with the definition broadly. And actually, I think it would be a really wonderful thing for someone, perhaps it will be Canada, to set an international standard in terms of defining crimes like these. In the US, broadening it to all weapons would be really, really challenging. Especially when we're considering the types of information that we'd like to collect about incidents. So Tara and I, for instance, in our definition where we just look at mass shootings, shares a lot in common with this definition. The two things that are different about our research is we don't consider motive for inclusion, and then we only look at incidents involving firearms. So they can involve other weapons, but they must involve firearms. And as David said, the US context might be a little bit different. In our report, we report on a discrepancy between homicides in the United States and Canada that involve firearms. And it's like a third of homicides in Canada in comparison with a much larger proportion in the United States. So I think there's a feasibility issue when it comes to defining this, depending on how much data you want to collect. For instance, Tara and I, in our sample, we're sort of building a database from 5 of the most commonly used databases in the United States. And one of the variables in our database that we've sought to collect is a variable on motive, to see if we actually can systematically collect data on that. And there's just a huge proportion of incidents where that information is just not available. If the perpetrator ends his own life as a part of the incident, for instance, figuring out motive unless they left something behind can be really challenging. Not all of the crimes are solved. So we have lots of incidents where we don't have a lot of information about the perpetrator because we don't know who they are. So I guess the two things that I think would be really important to consider is whether or not, like if we included by sort of any weapon, the number of incidents, at least in the United States, would be so large that depending on how much information we wanted to collect about each one, it might become unfeasible pretty quickly. And maybe that's different from the Canadian context. And then in terms of motive, that makes me a little bit nervous, only because there may be incidents that you'd miss that share those motives, but we don't have an objective way of knowing that the perpetrator had those motives. So just from our perspective, and maybe Tara will have something to add to this, but I think, and it's not necessarily to disagree with the report as much as just to sort of ask, like, would we be able to systematically and meaningfully collect those data?
Those are very valid and interesting points. And I'd just like to address the motive issue. The addition of personal grievances, beliefs, and or outside ideological sources. The idea behind that comes from, if I'm going to be frank, I guess from my own disciplinary background, and particularly with my background on how and why people can escalate towards acts of politically motivated or ideologically motivated acts of violence. And to boil it down, what the social science says is that people don't, with some rare exceptions where mental health plays a role, people don't engage in acts of violence like this without reason. Those reasons can be personal, they can be twisted, they can be driven by their own biases, worldviews, so on and so forth. But people don't wake up one morning and decide to commit an act of violence without some form of personal justification or in the name of some sort of ideology. So obviously there will be exceptions to the rule, and I do acknowledge that, especially in cases where the perpetrator may have taken their own life or don't leave behind anything concrete. Defining the motives will be difficult, but again, I would argue that the addition of this criteria or criterion is to exclude those acts where of senseless. I guess all violence is senseless, so I should reword it. But to exclude acts of violence that have no driving factor behind it. So again, this is more of a narrowing exercise than to focus on identifying the actual beliefs.
Tara, did you want to weigh in?
So I guess my question then is, if people typically don't do this without having some sort of grievance, I'm not sure what it's so what's an example of sort of a mass casualty event where adding personal grievances would exclude? Like, how would it narrow?
I'm trying to pick my wording here to be sensitive to everyone involved. So forgive me if I'm fumfering a little bit. Those types of acts where there's obvious extreme mental illness, where and again, I use the word senseless, and it's the wrong term, and I apologize for using that term. All violence is senseless in a certain way. But where the mental health of the assailant or the perpetrator is so severe that the only motive can be the fact that they are disconnected from reality, which then created this act of violence, because there is no purpose behind it. The violence of any kind, or mass casualty of any kind, is abhorrent, horrid, and causes great social harm. But even in the mind of the perpetrator, there is a reason for it. It can be personal grievances, revenge, and so on and so forth, or it could be in the name of a greater ideology. There's something driving it. And I will admit, these cases are few and far between where there is no driving force. I do not think should be included. And this is a nuance, and a very small nuance, but I still think it's a valid nuance.
It's an interesting conversation. I'm tempted to move on, but Tara, did you want to have a?
Oh, I guess I would. Yeah, I think that would be really difficult to delineate, right? To draw a line between someone who's like, I'm trying to think of in our, like, if we have any cases where I can think of where someone, you know, because typically mental illness isn't the, you know, that's a difficult issue, right? Like, people who suffer from mental illness are far more likely to be victims of crimes. And then we do have cases where I'm thinking of the Las Vegas shooter in particular, which was our, where it's completely unclear. We can maybe assume that he had some political motivation or personal grievance, but then I guess probably if we looked at anybody's lives, we would find personal grievances. So I think for me, that would be just when you're compiling data, that would be I think that would be very challenging to actually sort of separate out and exclude cases based on that.
Tristan.
I'll be brief. I know we want to move on. I guess the other thing that we would be able to do is sort of collect data to answer that question, like what proportion of these incidents have identifiable grievances, et cetera, that we can't ask if we exclude incidents that don't meet the criteria in the first place. So maybe the commission decides it's important sort of information to know how many of these incidents look like that and how many don't.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but think of your testimony on Monday when you said you put 10 academics in this area in a room and they just can't agree. I thought, oh, we're modeling that right now. I think we have time if I can quickly, it's really my own curiosity, but why is it that things that in the US, why it would not be feasible to have non-firearms related methods included? I'm just thinking of like a gas attack or knife. Like those things are so numerous that it would sort of blow your ability to make meaning from the data.
Yeah, at least right now. So the data that we have in the United States that looks like that is collected by the Federal Bureau of Investigation under what's called the Uniform Crime Report, where it sounds like when you go to the FBI website, it looks very official, it has .gov, et cetera. It sounds like these are the facts. This is how many of these crimes actually occur. But it turns out that actually the Uniform Crime Report has always been a voluntary data that's submitted voluntarily, that individual police departments can voluntarily submit it to states, and states might opt out of submitting it to the federal government, but they're encouraged to partake. But even with that, so the data that we have is sort of a conservative estimate of how many casualties happen like this. I think in the FBI's supplementary homicide data, they include a variable that's like what type of weapon was used, and there's just an incredible number of variables there. Most people who use those data to look at mass shootings, I think pull out a subset of that data that are classified with 4 different firearm designations. If we put in all of the data, the number of incidents grows so big, and that doesn't mean maybe we want to have a really big data set, but depending on how many things we want to meaningfully learn about each one of those incidents, it just becomes hard as you add variables. It's like, well, if we also want to know motive, and if we also want to know, et cetera, then it just becomes really, really challenging and time consuming.
So before we sort of leave this topic of can there be a definition, is there, I guess, Tristan, is there any kind of takeaway for us? I mean, I think maybe I'm thinking about your testimony on Monday when you were saying, you know, it sounds to me like it's almost like getting a sweet spot, because you were saying on Monday you don't want it to be so narrow that we've seen so many of these definitions are so narrow that you can't compare them. But at the same time, you have to mitigate the net widening effects, right? So how do we do this?
I think Tara and I would say, and maybe David will disagree, but I think that incidents that involve firearms often have lots more casualties. And so in the US context, we're really interested in that. So firearms is one way of limiting it if the commission decides that's a meaningful designation. And then the other way of limiting it, I think it has to be done by some sort of threshold in terms of victims. How many qualifies as mass? The way that's been done in the literature has been 4, and that's really just borrowed from the Federal Bureau of Investigation's definition of mass killings. The fewer victims that you have, the larger your sample will be. And so Tara and I in ours have borrowed the threshold of 4, but we've said that this should be injuries or fatalities rather than only looking at fatalities. There's lots of incidents in the United States that really feel like they ought to be mass shootings, but aren't included in any data set because not enough people died. So we have incidents in our data set where people enter public settings with what look like personal grievances and political motives and injure large numbers of people. But if not a sufficient number of those people died as a result of the incident, then we have very little information on them. So I think that shares in common with David's definition that the threshold should be surrounding injuries, not fatalities.
The word we use is victims, although acknowledging that there is psychological consequences beyond what we're talking about, physical victims of physical violence.
Okay, thank you. To move on from sort of the definitional conversation, the next area I'd like to talk about is, parsing out some of those variables that we've been talking about, some of the data points that you might want to collect. I'd like to start with you, David, because you looked at this in Canada. So I think that's a great place for us to start. You prepared a table at page 14 of your report, which you've mentioned already, that you looked at 44 mass casualty incidents in Canada between 1970 and 2021. So there's a few indicia that you looked at specifically that I'd like you to comment on. So the first was, what were your findings with respect to violence type or means? So to carry on a bit this conversation.
And I would like to start again by acknowledging Willa Graythorne's immense help, assistance, and background research in the creation of this table. She was a massive force behind it, and I don't want to steal credit or claim credit that is not due to me. That being said, I did have a hand in this table, but the acknowledgement is important. As I mentioned, the vast majority of the 44 Canadian incidents, the violence involved some form of firearm. So it does touch on Tristan and Tara's point that a focus on firearms might be one of these ways of delineating it. But again, we were confronted with incidents where when we were figuring out inclusion and exclusion criteria, that we felt given their importance, given the impact, and I'll bring up one in particular, the Kanishka bombing, the Air India Flight 182, where the largest, one of the largest aviation disasters or acts of terrorism involving aviation in North American or even global history. We couldn't, that just fit the bill for a mass casualty incident, and we couldn't in good conscience exclude it just because it involved bombs and not firearms. So there are several other incidents like that where it felt like we were doing a disservice by excluding them. So again, while firearms are the predominant form of or method used by the perpetrators of these acts of violence, there are meaningful data points or incidents where that fall outside this threshold that we thought should be included.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to take you on to what you found generally with respect to location type.
I wish I had the chart in front of me. I don't recall off the top of my head unless I can glance at the chart, and I apologize for that. I had copious notes, but yeah, thank you very much. Diverse, I guess would be the word, and I figured this out with just a glance. So we didn't find any particular trend one way or another. The types of events occurred all across spectrums, such as various spectrums. Workplace, intimate partner, transport, targeting critical infrastructure, targeting politicians. So although we didn't conduct any advanced statistical analyses or anything like that, there wasn't any specific trend amongst the 44 incidents.
Okay, and my last sort of question on this point, and the answer may be you don't know or it's not clear, no problem, is are you able to comment, or did you look at whether the incidents in sort of rural versus urban areas?
That is not something we explored. It's something I've personally explored in my own research on far-right violence, which, if it might be interesting to the Commission, in the case of far-right violence in Canada, we tend to be, acts of far-right violence tend to happen more in urban areas than in rural areas, and it's the inverse in the United States. That's always something people find interesting. Far-right violence tends to be in rural areas in the States and not in urban areas. I'm not sure if there's a correlation here, and I will admit taking a stretch there, but trying to attempt to answer it. So if that's too far afield, feel free to disregard that.
Thank you. And just finally, before we leave this table, were there any other patterns that really stood out for you?
Not patterns per se. It was more the number. If I can contact my earlier self through time travel or something like this, I would have expected that number to be a lot higher. Obviously, using the definition that we chose, we purposefully made it. We wanted it to be narrow, but not too narrow. And we wanted to be specific without being too exclusionary. I would have thought that number to be a lot higher. And if we were to apply this to the American context, for example, with my American colleagues here, I think that number would be much higher. So.
Okay. So to take this conversation to the American data, just briefly, I'd like to direct your attention to an article that we provided you in your roundtable packages, which was prepared by Voices of America, detailing a database created by the Violence Project. And it looked at 168 US mass shootings between 1966 and 2020. And that can be found at exhibit P-003496. So, the Violence Project looked at 168 mass shootings for all different types of variables, which we'll talk briefly about. But in looking at all of these, they found that mass shooters tend to have four things in common. One is that there was oftentimes some early childhood trauma or exposure to violence at a young age. The second was that there was an identifiable grievance or crisis point. The third, that these individuals have studied the actions of past shooters and seek validation for their methods and motives. And fourth, that they have the means to carry out the attack. David, given your work in Canada with those 44 cases, do those four indicia sort of or conclusions seem right for Canada's experience?
If I could pass it to my colleague, I would rather, or my colleagues, I'd rather respond to what they say.
Sounds good. Tristan?
Yeah. I guess I would say, so the Violence Project is a really important project and is absolutely work that the Commission, I think, should consult. For that project, they utilize a narrower definition surrounding fatalities, and the authors of the Violence Project will say in their explanation of that they do that for feasibility, that these are data that they had access to. So some of the caveats with anything we say about this report, I think, have to be surrounding, like, what types of incidents are we missing that aren't part of these data to come to those conclusions? And Tara and my work shows that there's lots and lots and lots of incidents like that. So the ones that are this fatal, I think that we completely agree with the report, with the caveat that we need to know whether those whether these patterns in their data are meaningful. We need to be able to compare them to something. And in the report that we read, that's the exhibit that you just referred to, Krista, they're not really compared to anything. Angelique might be able to respond to this a little bit more than Tara and I, but just as example, if we say that perpetrators had a history of mental health challenges, that a certain proportion of their data showed that, when we don't compare that with sort of like the rest of the population, it makes it sound like, well, then this must be a sort of causal reason that these things happen. And the fact is, we just really can't make that claim, right? Just to give you an example, with respect to school shootings in the United States, we know that lots of the data, lots of the research that's been conducted on school shootings has found that perpetrators were subject to a great deal of bullying. There's a lot of research that suggests a great proportion of perpetrators were gay baited, teased for being gay, even though little evidence suggests that any of them identified as gay. But if you look at surveys of students throughout the United States and say, how many of you were bullied and how many of you were teased for being gay, it's also large numbers of people who don't go on to commit school shootings. So I think that is, those are some of the things that we should take in mind when we're sort of considering these data. Tara or Angelique maybe would have something to add to that.
So Angelique, I was planning to ask you about, what the limitations might be with this kind of a report, and I think that Tristan was starting to allude to some of those things. Do you have any further comment on that?
I would just echo Tristan's comments that absolutely, if we think about prevalence in society in general, right, in terms of, we know that in Canada, 32% of adults report they've experienced abuse in childhood. Tristan mentioned bullying. 25% of students in grades 6 to 12 report being bullied. These are very high numbers. And the other piece that the report talks about, childhood trauma and mental illness, for example, signs of crisis. If we looked simply at trauma, it's estimated that almost 80%, like 76% of Canadians report having experienced a traumatic event in their lives. So we can't really make these kinds of, we look at the numbers of kids who've experienced trauma and violence in their lives who never go on to perpetrate or harm anyone else. We can't really make those kinds of connections between that experience. Same with the mental health issues, that about 1 in 3 Canadians are going to be affected by a mental illness during their lifetime. And even in, for example, we have data from the 2016 to 2017, 1 in 7 Canadians actually accessed health services for mental illness. So these are huge numbers that if that was the only connection or a strong connection, we would be seeing much more incidents like these, and we just don't. They're very rare.
So is there value, and I may hit this question around the circle, but is there value to looking at these types of demographic characteristics when in trying to see if there's a pattern?
Am I still?
Sure, as you wish.
I think there's still a value in looking at it because these are, we can intervene early when we think about childhood trauma. We can address some of the issues. I believe I was just reading another one of the reports before this meeting that is part of our package that was really delineating those differences between mental illness and how low the rates are. And I think Tara already mentioned that people with mental illness are actually more likely to be the victim of violence than to be perpetrating it. So I think they're important pieces to look at and to take into consideration, because those are things that as a society, we should be preventing trauma in childhood. That's what we would want for all children. We wouldn't want children to be bullied. We don't want people to experience adversity without support around it. So I think they are important, but they can't be the only, it's a complex issue.
Thank you. Tara, do you have any follow-up?
Not really. I agree with everything Angelique says. Obviously, if looking at that data resulted in maybe more funding and care for people who are going through mental health issues or who have been bullied, then that could only be a good thing. But as far as trying to make any predictions or anything like that, I think that does not work.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Any follow-ups there, David?
Scholars who are typically interested in the various social dynamics of how and why individuals might escalate towards an act of terrorism, an act of political or ideologically motivated violence, we're confronted with a problem that we've termed, or we borrowed from psychology, called the explanatory gap, which is essentially what Angelique has been touching on. It's the question of why is it that these grievances or these problems that face millions of Canadians and millions of individuals worldwide, why is it that there's only a small minority of individuals who ever escalate towards an act of violence? And the question is it's really a letdown right now, but in the current literature, we don't know. But it's widely acknowledged that the task of scholars interested in these social dynamics, in the radicalization process, in the how and why people escalate towards extremism, is to narrow this explanatory gap. And just again, to echo Angelique's point, it's incredibly complex whenever we're dealing with any sort of social aspect, social dynamic involving human beings and our social conduct and identity and so on and so forth. It's always going to be some very complex interwoven mesh of reasons. And each and every one of these attempts to narrow the gap has meaning. So to answer your question, Krista, the answer is yes. It is worthwhile. It is a long and arduous path. Each and every one of these bits of research or scholarship helps narrow that gap slightly. So it is worthwhile.
That's helpful. Thank you. Anything from you, Tristan? Okay. So I'd like to take the conversation in a related but different way and take it over to Angelique. That Voices of America report does talk about the prevalence of early exposure to early childhood trauma or violence. And not that it's in any way predictive, but I think it would be helpful if we could hear a little bit about the work that you do and what impacts you tend to see when you're working with children who have been exposed to violence or trauma.
Thanks, Krista. And something that I was thinking about when I was thinking about this work And that's important to talk about is even our studies and our participants and the research that we do is limited by who participates and who we have access to. So when I talk about the impacts of what we know about the impacts of violence and trauma on children, and I almost want to say to you, this is an area that I don't think there is any definitional ambiguity around in terms of, I think we scholars do agree on what are traumatic experiences and what are the impacts of trauma across the lifespan, for example. I think we would also agree that it's complex and that we can't really look at it. You can look at it in this individual lens, but that's the complexity of it in terms of, for example, we know that almost 1 million children every year in this country are exposed to violence in their homes. And that we know the majority of child welfare referrals at this time in the world are for intimate partner violence. And we also know that the majority of those are actually involve children under the age of 3 now. And those demographics have changed mostly because of our awareness of the impact of violence and exposure to violence on children and the risk factors that come with that, such as the co-occurrence of other forms of maltreatment and other issues that might be going on in families. We know that kids are harmed in a number of different ways by exposure to trauma or experiences of trauma, and that those are manifested in, again, multiple different ways: cognitive, behavioral, social functioning. And they're dependent, again, on this other group of factors, which is individual, some things that are individual to the child themselves, but more importantly, also external to the child. What kind of access do they have to social supports, or what's the home structure, parenting, other community members that are involved? What's their developmental age and stage when the violence is occurring in their lives? How do they make sense of it? Is it impacting on brain development? Is it impacting on their ability to access what we would consider are the components of resilience building factors, such as doing well at school and having peers and social supports, if you're highly isolated, or if part of this impact of trauma makes you socially withdrawn, or has you struggling with making or managing friendships, then you're losing some of those avenues that might be protective for you over time. And we know, you've talked about rural and urban environments, we know that not all children have equal access to housing and healthcare and education, and not all children have the same experiences of our structures such as police and child welfare that in some families might be perceived to be helpful and in other families are perceived to be a threat or harmful. So there's so many different ways that the impact, but at the same time, I'm hoping what I'm illustrating is that there are lots of kids who have this experience that we don't find out about until later. And there are other kids that we find out a bit early. And when we were just talking about why is it important to look at the issue and consider childhood trauma and impacts, I think if I were to make any comments to the commission, it would be, we have to get away from this idea that we can identify an individual based on A, B, and C happening, and that we really have to consider that what happens for children is part of a community and part of a societal response to what's going on in their families. There are numerous ways in which we as a society can respond to these experiences. And, we could do more to stop bullying. We could, when people fill out those surveys and say, this has happened to me, or I know this has happened to someone. And if I think about social awareness building programs such as Friends, Neighbor, Family, where we actually train people to talk to their families when violence is happening, so that as a society, we have a bit more responsibility, I think, than we like to take in terms of these individuals who end up committing harms. That there's probably lots of ways in which, as a community, there were areas of intervention that were missed. Did I answer your question? I sort of got off there.
In a way, I'm trying to decide. I have a couple of follow-ups to the original question, and I feel like it's taking you off the point, the important point that you just made. So I think I would like to pose the questions anyway, knowing that I am going to come back to what you've just raised, and because it is a point that we need to pause over and really talk about. But just before we go there, I'm hoping that keeping in mind the audience is mostly people like me who don't study this area and don't know much. Is there anything you can tell us in sort of general terms about a child who's been exposed to violence or trauma, that what are the impacts on, for example, their emotional development or what they learn about the world when they've had that experience as kind of a lens?
I think what everyone can relate to is, and what's really important for all of us as humans, one of the things you develop from the moment you're an infant to adulthood, we're always managing something that we call emotion regulation. So the ability to manage ourselves under stress, to identify our feelings, to know when to reach out to others for help. And that exposure to violence, exposure to trauma, and I'm going to be clear if we want to talk about definitional pieces, I'm talking about complex trauma. I'm not talking about a child who was involved in a car accident, that their family was with them and everyone
Sorry, I was just reading that. That's a problem. Lisa says Sean gave Gabe the handcuffs, correction shirt, hat, maybe pants. Uncle Chris and Alan gave him a full RCMP uniform and surge. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Fuck, I wish they had not screwed with my system. And no abuse. Babying is so fucking clear. It's the narrative. Oh, no.
where there's violence, which means when you're crying, when you're trying to get your needs met, no one's picking you up, or maybe you're even more frightened, then you're not getting that experience. And of course, only when I'm talking are you going to hear a chainsaw suddenly start up. Anyway, hello, Zoom. I'll try to be. So what's important is that many of these children lack emotional development. They're less aware of their emotions because they don't have access to someone to help them understand what's going on for them while the trauma is occurring. And they're less able to describe those experiences, to use different emotions to talk about how they feel. And if they can't identify that, they can't use those emotional feelings to signal or trigger coping strategies and use those reactions to get some help for them. So they're kind of left out there. And then you imagine growing up and not being able to reach out and talk to someone or find a way to make your body feel a little bit better, which is what we use other people for throughout our lives. Every single one of us in this room knows someone that we would go to if we were hurt or harmed, even now as adults, that would help us feel better. And that's what children learn early. And when you're exposed to violence by someone who's supposed to care for you, you don't learn how to do that quite so well. And that can be a difficult journey to try to figure that out in adulthood. And that's mostly what people are doing throughout their lives, trying to find another person that they can feel safe enough with, that they learn to regulate themselves in the context of.
Thank you. That's it helps to assemble some understanding, assemble a picture of what might be going on for people.
And if I just want to say, if you think about the kids who are in out-of-home care environment, juvenile justice, they are off the charts in terms of experiences of complex trauma. If you think about a risk factor for how you end up getting in trouble in the world, it's because you don't have caregiving that is dependable and safe.
And just to make sure I understood your use of the term complex trauma, you connected that to relationships.
Correct. That you are actually harmed by someone that you trust and care about. That's what makes it complicated, as opposed to if you're harmed by a stranger and you go home and you tell your family that this bad thing happened to you, your family circles around you and says, we're going to get you help. And they call the school and they call the police, and everyone tells you it's not your fault and they're very protective. But if it's somebody who is supposed to care for you, maybe they tell you it didn't happen. Maybe they tell you not to tell anyone. Maybe even worse, they tell that it's your fault and you're the reason that this is happening to you. That's a very confusing thing for a child to try to solve later. And you have to come up with all kinds of functional and non-functional ways of managing that distressing experience, and sometimes at a very young age.
Thank you. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break soon. Before we break, I would like to just check in with our other three panelists and see, is there anything you wanted to follow up on with what you've just heard from Angelique? Good. Okay, can we take our break?
Yes, thank you so much. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Uh-oh. I suspect that they're watching and seeing what's going on. I'm noticing, even just watching, right, a change in the disposition in the presentation. There was a statement in there earlier. I can't remember who read that. Please, if you're still here, I'm not sure who read it. About the inheritance, not about Tom. The distribution of assets of Glenn. Did somebody read that? Gosh, there's so much that's been... Mm-hmm. Such a pattern. The colors. Okay. Now, question. Distribution of assets. How do you distribute assets of somebody that's still alive? You can't really do that. That's a statement about wills in the States. I certainly have a little bit of, I've heard a little bit about it in my life. I don't know if you guys are just following this muck, falling into their hole, or you're watching the comments that are coming up from people that are reading, which many thanks to them. Certainly developing a more fulsome picture, as they would say, of the players in this one. Currently, Alan does not get along with Chris because Chris is upset over the wealth distribution of their brother Glenn's assets. How do you distribute assets of somebody that's alive? I'm still not understanding why DeRosier is involved in questioning. Is it crazy read? Okay. And this is via Inspector DeRosier. Is that it? Or are you on to something else? Let's see here. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Com 06. About 6 pages. What do we have here? 15 minutes, eh? Let's see what we can power through in 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Now I'm going to get all the tech junk. Probably when we come back. Oh, we're going to miss a lot with whatever they're showing us over there. Very vital. Staff Sergeant Greg Vardy requested the assistance of Truth Verification Section in Ottawa to obtain a statement from the uncle, Gabriel Wortman, Alan Wortman. Inspector Karina DeRosier was available to assist and indicated that she would make an attempt to contact Mr. Wortman, Alan, tomorrow. The account of other witnesses, Alan Wortman is believed to be a retired RCMP member. Is this one a hard one to figure out? No. No. Why is it believed? Why is there an inspector involved? Inspector DeRosier received an email from Sergeant Dave Legg, which contained the information the primary investigator wanted to uncover. That had to go through DeRosier during the statement, as well as the telephone number and address of Alan Wortman. Again, don't think that one's very hard. Going to be lots of records in there, whether they're internal, vets, the RCMP vets, quarterly subscription rate, or quarterly subscription. Graves probably, I don't know if Graves keeps that internally, I'm not sure. And obviously all the computer systems that they have. They can run it all. Would be very fast. What do you need to? Sergeant Legg indicated the name and telephone number. Got it from distant brother Chris Wortman. who previously interviewed by RCMP in relation to this crime. April 26th, April 27th, Karina DeRosier phoned Alan Wortman at telephone number provided by Sergeant Legg, which was blank. Okay, that's Ontario. 613. You don't know if he's retired. I remember seeing that he was friends with a bunch of people in CSIS. I always found that was interesting. Sometimes profile appears. Okay. 1024. Oh, sorry. This was an automated message indicating that the caller wasn't allowing incoming calls. Oh. So you have a phone number that doesn't accept incoming calls, and you got the phone number from where? Was it from Chris? How the fuck does he phone then? He's got the phone number, but it doesn't accept incoming calls. What? Strange. Very strange. (1024) Inspector DeRosier attended the address provided by Sergeant Legg and spoke to the occupant. So it's definitely down in Ontario. Allison Reed, see particulars attached. Ms. Reed indicated that she moved into the apartment in September 2019 and doesn't know anyone by the name of Alan Wortman. So a phone number that doesn't accept incoming calls and an address that somebody didn't live at, to the best of the tenant's knowledge, you have an apartment. Okay. Again, maybe it's just really old info. She did not know, but I mean, why would they need to go all these back channels when you can just punch it into a computer? Any number of them. She didn't, but was pretty sure it's not Alan Wortman. Inspector DeRosier spoke with the property manager, who indicated the former tenant's name was Paul Ellenew. So they don't want to identify the last name. Ellenew is a name that they're that means that they're not telling you the last name. I've seen it before in other documents. So is it Paul Wortman? The property manager, or is it just a different Paul? The property manager had been working at the location for 5 years and doesn't remember an Alan Wortman ever living in their low-rise complex. Inspector DeRosier phoned OCC, who conducted a PIP query. Really? Isn't that like one of the first steps you probably do? No. For Alan, A-L-L-E-N, A-L-L-A-N, or A-L-A-N, Wortman, between the ages of 60 and 80. You don't know anything about this guy? Possible hit was obtained for an Alan, A-L-A-N, Wortman. See particulars below. 1207, Inspector DeRosier left a voicemail on messaging system associated with an A-L-A-N, Wortman, on an Ottawa Police Service query. The voice on the messaging system was one of a male who identified himself as Alan. Inspector DeRosier left her cellular number and asked for a callback. 5 hours 45 minutes later, or 5 hours 40 minutes later, Inspector 547. Inspector DeRosier received a telephone call from Alan Wortman. He confirmed that he was the uncle of Gabriel and that he was aware of the shootings. He indicated that he was blank in Ottawa, blank. I can understand an address. 2 blanks, not quite understanding. He indicated, unless he was a position of something, he indicated that he had not seen Gabriel for over 23 years and had no contact with him. However, he stated that he occasionally phones his brother, Paul, Gabriel's father in Moncton. He raised some concerns over the fact that he has not been able to contact Paul since the shootings. He has tried calling about 20 times, left messages, but received no callback. Alan Wortman agreed to contact Inspector DeRosier blank in order to provide a witness statement. What's that? A cell phone number? An address? He added that he had received a text message from an unknown person asking if he had given any RCMP kit to Gabriel. Alan said he never did. When asked what he did with the uniform when he retired 12 years ago. Okay, so they know when he retired, but you don't know his address. You don't know his telephone number. You don't know how to spell his name. Okay. Alan Wortman said that he turned everything over to the Montreal Extension, B2B, an RCMP building in Ottawa, now referred to as TPOF. Any knowledge of these? Anybody have? B2B building, now referred to as TPOF. Is it just some uniform building? The information relating to the telephone conversation with Alan Wortman was passed on verbally to Sergeant Legge in H Division. No paper trail. April 30th, Inspector Rosier received a call from Alan Wortman indicating that he was now recovering at home. Okay, so he was maybe in the hospital. Arrangements were made with Inspector DeRosier and Sergeant Burgard to attend his apartment on the following day to obtain a witness statement. His apartment. Why is he living in an apartment? Since Mr. Wortman was recovering from blank surgery, precautions would have to be taken to potential spread. Mr. Wortman
Proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Advised that
As
both.
a reminder, please turn electronic devices off.
Bye-bye, JJ. Thank you ever so much for all the reading and stuff. Wow. Big help. Maybe if you can reach out to me on the tweeters or something, that would be great. Excuse me. Prior to attending the residence of, I like the theater guys back, attending the residence of Alan Wortman, Inspector DeRosier inquired with the investigative team and efforts had been made to check on the well-being of Paul Wortman. Paul. Okay. Sergeant Leger indicated that Paul Wortman was safe. Okay, he's probably in the hospital, right? We read something about that. Inspector DeRosier had read in the news RCMP ceremonial uniform, Serge, had been recovered by the investigative team. Since the information was already in the news, the investigative confirmed, okay, that it could be shared with the witness if needed. What What witness? And whose uniform? It just says a uniform. Where? I don't think they're just talking about boots. I'm going to get some calls about that, though. They'll tell me what fucking uniform. 2:35, Inspector DeRosier and Bourgeot attended residence of Mr. Alan Wortman. His wife, Claudette Wortman, was also present in the apartment. Blank. And then we got the point summary. 15:04. Start of audio recording. Summary. Not good. That's not an interview. Interesting. To be continued. Where did I have this? Krista.
So
More
we're going
shit
to turn
show.
the conversation a little bit now to another aspect that seems to come up a lot in this conversation. We saw in the data that from the Voices of America report that of all of the 168 mass casualties looked at, I think only 4 involved women. So gender seems to be one of those elements that it's worth pausing over. So I know Tara and Tristan, you spoke about this at some length during your testimony on Monday. So I think just to get the ball rolling, I'd like to maybe you could give us a quick refresher on your testimony on Monday and how you would, you do masculinity studies. How would you define masculinity in US culture?
This is a tough question, and I'm an expert on this, so that's saying something. Masculinities, I think when people ask this question, it would be great if we had an answer that was like, the answer to what is gravity. But it turns out that masculinity is something that means different things to different people. It means different things in different cultures. It changes over the life course. And so one way that scholars have sort of tried to define this sort of slippery concept that resists definition is that sometimes it's easier to understand what masculinity isn't than what it is. So the body of scholarship that Tara and I summarize in our report is a body of work on what's called social identity theory. And really basically, social identity theory suggests that if you have an identity that's really personally meaningful to you, and if that identity is meaningfully challenged, or you perceive that identity to be challenged in some way, that a kind of patterned response is to respond with a kind of exaggerated display of that identity. So this is one way that masculinity scholars have attempted to sort of define what masculinity is by subjecting participants in research experiments to masculinity threats, challenging their claims to masculinity, and then looking at what they reach to in response to those threats. And lots of scholarship has shown that men tend to reach for a sort of ugly collection of things when their gender identities are challenged. So scholarship has shown, for instance, that men are more supportive of violence as a solution to problems when their masculinity has been challenged. Scholarship has shown that men are more supportive of male supremacist statements like, I believe men are inherently superior to women, for instance, if their masculinity has been challenged. And this lets us know that violence is meaningfully connected to masculinity in some way, because social identity theory suggests if we challenge an identity that people care about, then we can learn a lot about what people think that identity is by looking at what they reach for in response to a challenge like that. So it's sort of a partial answer.
And is that drawing on data strictly from the US, or is it also looking at other countries?
So scholarship on masculinity threat is relatively young. A lot of the research that I'm familiar with happened in the United States, but not all of the research on masculinity threat has happened in the United States. And it's conducted in experimental settings. So a lot of it is conducted on young men. Lots of that research is conducted on college students because social psychological experiments are often involve college students as subjects, which means that it's kind of partial data. It tells us though that masculinity is sort of, when people care about masculinity and we make them feel tenuous about whether or not they can enact it or whether or not they possess it, they're more likely to sort of reach for patterns, collections of responses. And so whether or not the same things will be interpreted as masculinity threats or the same responses will be illustrated to masculinity threats in different national contexts, I don't know of any research that has attempted to make that argument.
Okay. And just before we move on from basic concepts, you focused on what are the characteristics of masculinity when challenged. But do we know anything about sort of masculinity at rest, masculinity when you're not in a threatened position?
So I guess defining, one of the ways that I think a lot of scholarship would agree with, if we had to come up with a definition of what masculinity is, I think the most basic definition that lots of people come up with is they'll say, what masculinity is understood to be is not feminine. And so it's sort of defined against something. And that's why I think it's difficult. It has that kind of I know it when I see it quality. And so it's sort of easier to define relative to something else.
Okay, thank you. Angelique, I'd like to take it over to you if I could and ask you if you can comment on whether the role of masculinity or sort of like the social identity of being a male matters or shows up in the kind of work that you do.
Well, it absolutely shows up in terms of, and of course, the chainsawing has just started again, but we absolutely look at gender identity as a risk and a protective factor for children and youth who are experiencing any kind of trauma, but specifically around gender-based violence, exposure to violence in the home, as well as any sexual abuse. Certainly in my work, we see a lot of males are targeted by abusive parents for not being masculine enough. And there are a lot of messages that they get very early. And just as Tristan said, they can also be targeted for being too feminine, for example. And we consider that to be problematic behavior when we're trying to intervene to prevent future cases of violence against women and children, for example. And if you think about having your first attacks on your masculinity as coming from your own parent within your home environment, and you have to defend your identity, as Tristan has talked about, it's a frightening trajectory some of these young men are on. And we've seen that in these programs, these preventative programs for young boys and men that we're running in sort of for adolescent boys in school, the target is to talk about masculinity and what that is and what the messages are. And we realized that these young men are getting lots of messages around what masculinity is and isn't from very young ages, not just within their home, but within our society as a whole. And that those programs are designed to get them to talk about them and recognize that there are other ways, and also to recognize some of those ways in which they are required to police masculinity amongst their friends. Tristan mentioned earlier about being bullied for being feminine or seeming feminine. And there's a lot of that still goes on in our society. So definitely it's a risk factor. And when kids grow up seeing those kinds of rigid gender roles and violence being enacted because of them, they grow up thinking that women are to blame for abuse that happens to them, that violence is justified when you want to impose your will or get your way or resolve a conflict. And they learn that boys should be in control and women should be submissive in many ways. And many of these children have learned that abusive parents have experienced no consequences for those abusive behaviors either. And they may perceive that parent as being more knowledgeable or competent or in charge because they're the only one who gets to make decisions. So there's lots of risk factors around that aspect of masculinity and this idea of power and control.
And again, I have to pause over terminology because I'm sort of learning as we go. You talked about how masculinity is a risk factor, but you also mentioned that it can be a protective factor. And I don't, what's a protective factor and how might masculinity be one?
So in a household where masculinity is considered better than femininity, it could be a protective factor. So a boy might actually experience less abuse and may have positions of power in a household like that over their own mother and over their female siblings. So that might be protective in terms of the abuse is never targeted towards them. It's always targeted towards females. But it could be that they're targeted because they're not masculine enough. And in the same way, a young girl's identity might be protective as she's seen as too young to be harmed and needing to be protected because she's female. And so she might not be targeted in the same way that, for example, her adult mother is, but she could be. So that's what I mean about many of these issues could be a risk or protective factor depending on the definitions that are residing in that household at that time.
That's helpful, thank you. To sort of take this conversation a step farther, Angelique, I have another question for you. So when Doctors Bridges and Tober testified on Monday, one of the participant counsel asked, given that we know that the culture of masculinity can begin at a really young age, are you aware of any research that considers how to counteract those dynamics in the early years? So I think the question is, when children become enculturated at a young age or start sort of learning that masculinity might matter in certain ways, how do you work with that as children get older?
So we do know, and there are a number of evidence-based, evidence-informed programs that are being implemented in schools right now that are specifically looking at addressing gender identity, less rigid gender roles, inequity, and violence prevention. Most of them are occurring with adolescents. An example would be the Wise Guys program in Alberta. But if we really wanted to be more preventative, you would start such universal and what I would hope would be trauma-informed educational programs being embedded in very early education, because that's the indoctrination happens very early. You can talk to very young children and they'll know right away what toy they're supposed to play with versus what's for girls and what's for boys. Our media marketing does a very good job of teaching children very early who they're supposed to be. I would be starting programs that look at those different messages around gender and identity and who does what much earlier in curriculum. I think it's a bit late, although that is the time when young people are really coming into themselves and relationships. It's a good time to be thinking about prevention of gender-based violence, but it's a bit late to be telling people that masculinity might look a little different now. We could be doing that earlier.
Okay, thank you. And Tristan, anything you would add to Angelique's comments given your background?
Yeah, I completely agree with everything Angelique said. And the other thing I guess I would add to that, which I think Angelique will agree with, is that I think there's from a policy perspective, we're hoping we can kind of inoculate, groups of people from some of the more harmful ways of understanding masculinity as meaningful. And it would be great if there was like a sort of one point in the life course intervention that we could make that sort of resolved this for everyone. But the truth is, as a parent, I know that like lots of the things that are good for children are really just good for all of us, actually. and that we could benefit from these things like throughout the life course. So, if my own sleep habits were as good as my children's sleep habits, I think I'd be a lot healthier. And I think that lots of the things that that Angelique is discussing, I think need to happen throughout primary education. They are a part of secondary education, but as members of that, I think we can all attest that, it sometimes feels like too little, too late. So incorporating that into other parts of the life course, I think would be really, really helpful and beyond. Adults need this too.
Thank you, Tristan. Maybe I'll take it to David now as we talk about adults. And some of your work has considered far-right extremism within Canada, and how does masculinity and notions of masculinity factor into your work?
I think the place to begin is just to reiterate some of what Tristan mentioned with the concept of masculinity under attack or threat-based masculinity, and that is one of the main components of at least a small subset. I wouldn't even say a small subset, a subset of the right-wing ideosphere, or what we like to call the manosphere, if we're distilling it a little bit further. Within that particular strain of far-right and extremist thought, masculinity is constructed as something that is consistently and constantly under threat, that traditional notions of masculinity, which are held on a pedestal or held up as an ideal, are no longer valid. They view women's rights or the changing role of women in our society as something negative. And they take all these various grievances and blend it into, they take the global and they blend it into the personal. To explain how and why they are failures as men, or they see themselves as failures as men, how and why in this society they aren't able to live up to the concept of what it means to be a man, which they typically also blend with notions of sex and sexuality, with using one particular community, the involuntary celibate community, as an example. They tie their notion of masculinity or lack thereof to their inability to obtain a sexual partner, and they blame it on this attack on masculinity. They blame it on, again, the changing role of women, and it is very much tied up to this threat narrative. That is a core part of not only this subset of the far right, but far right in general. These idea of these core values under attack. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I'd like to shift a little bit now to talk about guns and gun culture. So firearms, as we've already explored, frequently show up in mass casualty incidents. And one, I think as a starting point, I'd like, Tristan, if you could talk a little bit about, I think there was a kind of a nuance that I didn't get until I actually spoke with you in prep, which was that it can be, we can talk about sort of individuals' characteristics of shooters, but there's also kind of a discussion around culture and context that is broader, and the two are kind of separate. I'm wondering if you can talk about that better than I can.
That's right. I think this sort of speaks to something Angelique was getting at earlier, that there's when awful incidents like this happen, there's a tendency to try to zoom in on that incident and look at the individual or individuals involved and try to sort of interrogate things there. And unfortunately, social science is like a little bit less of a predictive science than I think people would like it to be sometimes. Its best use is descriptively. And what that means is that sometimes we can identify patterns with large amounts of data that don't always apply to every single data point equally. So that's why it can be difficult, I think, when people are looking for like a sort of recipe, what kind of a life causes someone to commit a crime, like the ones we're talking about. And the truth is there's no scholarship that I trust that could answer that question. What we do know, though, is that these types of incidents crop up in, they're not equally distributed in societies around the world. And even when we look inside one society, like Tara and I's analysis of the United States, they're not equally distributed even within a society. So we can ask questions about, well, why do they sort of tend to clump? Like, why do they pop up in some areas, and why are they relatively absent in other areas? And one of our explanations for that is what scholars of guns refer to as gun culture, which are the sort of meanings that people attribute to guns, how people understand guns as meaningful in their life. And it might, I think, sort of to the lay audience, that might sound like, well, doesn't everyone make the same meaning out of guns? But everyone doesn't, and we haven't made the same meanings out of guns over time. Most of that concept, gun culture, is actually relatively young in the literature on gun scholarship. And the way that it's been applied to looking at societies has been this sort of, each society is looked at as having a kind of gun culture that sort of evenly blankets everyone inside, that everyone inside a society, for instance, makes the same meaning out of guns. And that's an oversimplification, obviously, but it allows us to say, well, maybe there's a radically different gun culture in the United States that causes the US to have such a disproportionately higher number of mass shooting incidents than other nations around the world. Now that we're gathering more data, we can start to do a more fine-grained analysis and say, maybe gun cultures exist in different ways, in different communities within the same society as well. And so this is a very much still emerging body of scholarship. And so part of what we need to do to do these sorts of analyses are figuring out what are the meaningful variables to collect to make sense of how people might make different sorts of meanings in different communities within the same society.
So what sorts of variables are you thinking about?
I'll just invite, if at any point, Tara, if you want to jump in on this, you're welcome to as well. So this is something that we're sort of still involved in figuring out. One of the ways that this has been attempted in the United States is that people have looked at sort of signifiers of certain understandings of guns. Like in the United States, we might look at subscriptions to magazines that are widely known for sort of supporting certain views of guns rather than others. And that could be one way of looking at how people might make sense of guns. I've done a little bit of research using Google searches, which I know sometimes when I brought this first up with my parents, they thought it was silly. But when you type something into Google, Google collects a little bit of information on that. We know how often people Google different things in societies all around the world. And we even know within individual nations where people are Googling different things. And so just as an example of how this has been made useful in recent history, one of the way health scholars are making use of Google search is that it's a great way of identifying potential outbreaks of diseases. When doctors ask patients about symptom progression, when they come in and say, I'm sick, it's really important for doctors to know, so what happened first? Did you get a fever and then did you have a cough? Or tell me in what order things happened. And it turns out patients are pretty terrible at remembering that, but Google's great at it. So when we see a disproportionate number of searches for I have a runny nose, I can't smell, I can't taste, we might be able to start to predict where disease outbreaks might happen. This is one way that scholars are making use of Google searches. And so it could be that we identify, numbers of searches on the internet that are sort of related to different understandings of guns. And we could look at how those fluctuate over time, where they tend to populate, et cetera. So things like that are sort of some of the variables or some of the ways we're attempting to objectively measure something as slippery as meaning.
Okay. I was thinking it sounds like it's variables that are related to belief, getting at people's beliefs. Okay. I do have a question for Tara now. I'm also sort of asking you to comment a little bit further on your commissioned report. At page 34 of that report, you state, quote, Carlson found that some white men used guns to symbolically and emotionally negotiate this social, cultural, and economic transition. Less able to accomplish masculinity through the provider role, Carlson found gun-owning American men increasingly leaning on protection as a way of accomplishing masculinity, white men in particular. Can you help maybe situate this? I feel like I've just said something out of context, so maybe.
No. Yeah, so, you know, we're trying to talk about gun culture, and that, you know, I mean, we're talking about definitions, and that can be very difficult to define, but Tristan, like, you know, he was talking about magazine subscriptions when people are searching. We also want to think about, like, you know, contemporary attitudes and beliefs towards guns, right? What guns mean to people. And then I think very importantly to many scholars, looking at how the shifts in beliefs change over time. And now I'm a historical sociologist, so you know, that's like kind of what I always think is interesting. But, you know, so when you look at sort of guns in the United States, right, they've been this sort of very integral part of American culture, for better or worse. But the meanings that they've had have changed over time. And so scholars like Carlson, scholars like that we cite in our work, like Mencken and Freese, they sort of document these shifts and sort of talk about the relationship between economic uncertainty, you know, beginning with, you can think about the Great Recession, right, which greatly impacted manufacturing, limited, you know, sort of the traditional providership role that many men might be looking for. And then, you know, just sort of economic uncertainty since then, right? So like lots of like Carlson's research and other research demonstrate this fact that white men in particular, white men in economic distress, find comfort in guns, right? It's a way of sort of reestablishing power, reestablishing control, certainty, things like that.
Okay. I think I'd like to just take it to the Canadian context, if I could, David, if any of your work helps sort of inform this discussion.
I can't think of anything specific involving gun control in my research interests.
Okay, so I would like to take you specifically to, in your commissioned report, you cited an article called, a 2021 article called, Do Canadian and US American Handgun Owners Differ? So I'm just wondering if you can tell us, you know, you talked about this article, and it tells us a bit about rates of Canadian gun ownership, particularly handguns, the reasons for why they own guns, and especially at how some of that data has been changing in recent years. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So this is a cross-national comparison between, this is a study by 3 authors, and cross-national comparison with a sample of roughly 900 individuals, 450 Americans, 450 Canadians, all male. And the researchers were interested in, it's touching on the previous discussion that came up here, on gun culture, on differences in gun culture, particularly surrounding the ownership of handguns, which it's important to distinguish that handguns are a specific type of firearm where the purpose of a handgun is typically protection, mainly because of ease of use, as well as serves no other purpose other than to essentially harm another human being. You don't go moose hunting with a handgun. It's just not effective for that. So handgun ownership is a very specific type of ownership, in the sense that people who seek out handguns are not using it as a practical tool, but see it as a method of self-defense, or part of their identity, or in some cases, perhaps sport, with sport shooting. The researchers worked under the assumption, or started with the assumption, that Canadian culture or gun culture would be different than American gun culture, since American gun culture is tied up very much in Second Amendment ideas that gun owners are the last line of defense against tyrannical governments out to strip the rights of the average American citizen, whether these are conspiracy theory groups or the actual American federal government themselves. This is part of major discussions in the American gun culture, gun ownership narrative. And the researchers found some fairly interesting findings in the sense that Canadian handgun owners are not very different than American handgun owners, in the sense that the trust in law enforcement amongst Canadians was pretty much on par with Americans. So again, the idea of a hostile or potentially hostile government agent coming in and stripping their guns away, while Canadians and Americans amongst the sample felt the same. They also point to the fact that handgun ownership, there was a marked increase in handgun ownership post 2012, and roughly 30% of handguns in Canada currently were purchased between 2012 and 2017, which coincides, doesn't correlate, it coincides with an increase in urban shootings. The essential message of this article, though, is that the initial assumptions of the researchers were perhaps erroneous, that there's more in common amongst American and Canadian handgun owners than previously thought.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now, unless anyone has follow-up comments, I'd like to turn to sort of the last major topic for today, which is to really think about preventative strategies. Angelique, I'd like to start with you. Given what we know, what are the primary avenues to prevention? And are there things that our social systems can be doing better to mitigate or prevent adverse impacts?
Absolutely. Thank you, Krista. You know, we're fortunate to be in a country, to live in a country that has such a vast array of social service and system opportunities that would perhaps benefit children and families in the long run. Again, it's clear that just exposure to violence or experiences of trauma can't predict who will or will not perpetrate violence in the future, but we do know quite a bit about what we can do to prevent trauma, prevent child maltreatment for kids. So we have it already in many places. We have early intervention programming in the form of family home visiting has been proven time and time again to be one of the best forms of family support in society. Early childhood education, childcare that allows us to have early access to identifying families and children in need. So then we can provide those needed resources and prevent any possibilities of child maltreatment. A well-funded, and I say well-funded, child protection system that ensures that when children and youth come to our attention, that we're able to effectively intervene and provide those necessary supports. I hear time and time again about the caseloads of our child protection workers. They're not able to do what really so many families need. And that's simply a resource issue. And there's so many ways in which we could make and help keep children safer and keep them within their families, for example. We do need more immediate access to child and adult mental health services. And we've seen this, I mean, this is a national issue, of course, but for example, when we want to intervene to make children safer, often that requires perhaps providing some adult mental health services. And if adults can't get immediate service, then children have to wait for parents to get whatever service they need, whether that's for a mental health issue, a substance use issue, a parenting issue, for example. They wait, children wait, and the risk of maltreatment increases. All of those delays can contribute to harms, and they're not necessary. I talked already about universal and trauma-informed education programs that start early and really break down myths and socialization and rigid gender role expectations. I also want to talk, remember I talked about emotion regulation. We have some promising programs now already, but we need them to be universal, which are affect regulation or emotion regulation programs for kids in primary school settings, such as, and they teach mindfulness programming, for example, to help kids build capacity to recognize and manage their emotions in the absence of whether it's happening in other places. And we know quite a bit from the resilience literature that really takes that resilience isn't an individual factor, it's a community factor, and that it isn't something that kids are born with or without. It's whether or not they reside within an environment in which they can build resilience in the face of adversity. And so I've talked about this already today, but I'll just repeat it again. Access to those supportive relationships that help kids understand that violence isn't their fault and that there are other forms of healthy relationships and people who can help them, for example. Opportunities to experience themselves positively that helps them develop a sense of self-worth and at the same time experience self-efficacy. They have some agency in their own lives and can make things better for themselves. I think we heard many times in the conversation about threats to masculinity and threats to identity and threats to belonging and helplessness. These are all ways that we could prevent that sensation of threat. Experiences of social justice, that's like telling someone that they've been victimized and then responding to them in ways that stop that victimization and promote healing for them so that they don't have this idea that no one helped them, that they have to help themselves. It's concerning this idea that there's no faith in the justice system, so you have to have your own guns, for example. Those are ways in which our society could do better for kids and families, and as Tristan mentioned, adults. We need a lot of this as adults. And bottom line, many families just need access to material resources like food and education and housing that keep that sensation of threat low. And if you're not worrying about all your, major needs being met, then you're able to look after some of those emotional needs. And again, that sense of cohesion within a community, being a member of something, a community, a school, a culture, that sense of belonging that gives us a sense of meaning of being part of something and having hope for the future. And we can do more, I think, as a society to ensure that individuals have access to all those kinds of opportunities if we wanted to be truly preventative.
Thank you. There were so many elements to your answer. I want to make sure I've got them all. And I think the key is that's the starting point, which is what we've spent a lot of time on today is the idea that we can't predict. It's not possible to predict, but it's possible to prevent with adequate resources and attention and care. And
Yes.
so from what you just said, I heard eight different things, and not that that's an exhaustive list by any stretch, but I think it bears repeating that you said a well-funded child protective services program, better adult and child mental health services that aren't overburdened by delays, which causes more opportunity for harm. Early trauma-informed programs in our schools and early childhood education, Fourth, emotionalization programs for kids so that they can build capacity to manage their own emotions. 5, access to supportive relationships. And I remember at one point you even said, even just having that one connect, like that one safe person that you can go to can make such a difference. No, the 6th thing you said were opportunities for young people to experience themselves in a positive way, to feel that they have agency over their life and their own bodies, and that can actually counteract some of the things we were talking about today, like masculinity challenges. Number 7, trust in institutions to keep us safe. That's my summary of what you said. Just that when we call the police, we think they're going to help us. They will come to our aid. That was 7. So 8 is like material resources, having
the basics,
home and
Yes.
food. And then 8th, you said a sense of belonging. So being part of something, being a member, identifying with your community. Having taken the time to repeat all of that, is there any that you would add or elaborate on?
I don't think so.
Okay, great, thanks. Thank you for bearing with me while I went through all those again.
That was well done.
And Tara, anything you would add to this?
No.
Okay. Tristan? Are you good, Tristan?
Go ahead.
Okay. David?
I think it's important to acknowledge, I agree with everything Angelique said, but I think it's important to acknowledge that we can do our darndest to try and prevent something, but there's no panacea. There's no single cure-all, and 100% prevention of any sort is frankly just not conceivable. We are too complex as social animals. Just each and every one of us are a congruence of thousands upon thousands of social experiences, different worldviews, different interactions, that there will never be something emerging from the social sciences that will offer a perfect solution. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Doesn't mean it isn't worthwhile. But this should be something that any policymaker or any social scientist should keep in mind when talking about prevention.
And I'm just thinking about some of the populations that you work with and study. For example, the incel group. Are there preventative strategies that might be particularly helpful in those situations?
I think there's a lot of congruence with what Angelique said, and there's universal elements there when reaching out to prevent childhood trauma. Well, incels, as much as we'd like to deny them their humanity and view them as monsters and all that jazz, they are still human beings, and they're human beings in pain, and they're human beings who are lashing out, and they require social services the same way trauma victims do, and they are as human as you and I. And while the vast majority of incels don't go on to commit acts of violence, they are people who need help, and they are essentially a breeding ground for the small minority of them who do go on to commit acts of violence. So a prevention strategy, while I mentioned not every prevention strategy is 100% effective, if there are things to address these types of communities which spawn or act as launch pads or springboards to a small minority of them going on to commit an act of violence, if you target and attempt to heal or help these people, it's likely to have an effect on reducing acts of violence.
Can I just add? Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on that, because if you think about that particular group and other groups where, the reason they're powerful and that they create themselves is that there's a sense of belonging, to be part of something where other people feel or recognize you, or you're not alone in those thoughts. So part of any kind of prevention would be, you know, what is the attraction to these, I don't know if the word is antisocial groups or whether we would say a more pro-social group, but there's a reason they're not feeling accepted or lacking belonging in what would be perceived as these other groups. So they feel othered and in their own humanity, and then they find a place where they feel connected to someone. So if we think about the universal need for connection and belonging, they're actually doing exactly what needs to be done. Just we haven't provided an avenue that's safer for everyone.
Thank you. So Tristan, I was going to ask you a very difficult question, and I'm just pausing over whether it links to what Angelique has just said. I think that you brought up the example of smoking during your testimony on Monday, and so we can all say with easily that, you know, smoking is harmful, but that doesn't mean that everybody just quits immediately. And so culture shift is what's required. And how do you go about effecting a culture shift given these circumstances? So it might be the circumstances that people are feeling excluded.
Yeah, I mean, cultural change will happen. Cultural change is always happening. The question is whether or not we can play a role in kind of directing it. And I think I brought up smoking because I think smoking is just a sort of public health example that was something that was successful. Like we made interventions, and smoking means something different today than it did when I was a kid. And I know that because my own children think differently about smoking. They're often shocked when they see smokers in public. And they're like, can you believe that? And I'm like, yeah, people do smoke. I hope you don't, but humans smoke. I think all of these things, I mean, Angelique sort of is talking about like changes that ought to affect, you know, adults in Canada and children in Canada over the life course. And these are some of the ways that we can start to think about cultural change. Another thing that I think we can learn from, you know, something that I've never read about, but is certainly true in all the masculinity threat research I know of, is often that research focuses on the average effect of threatening one group's masculinity in comparisons to groups of men whose masculinity have not been threatened. And on average, those groups that have their masculinity threatened are likely to respond in these sort of patterned ways. But there are members of all of those studies whose gender identities were threatened who don't respond in those ways. And that, I think, tells us something positive, right? I think sometimes I think the sort of concept of toxic masculinity has emerged as a way of sort of talking about this. And some of the ways that I think that it becomes unproductive is that it's like, it becomes a diagnosis, like, you know, do I have toxic masculinity? What should I do about it? And in response to that, people have suggested, so there's like movements and groups now that try to sort of promote what are sometimes referred to as healthy masculinities. I would bet anything that the groups of men that don't respond to masculinity threat, the reason that they don't is that masculinity is just, they're not as identified with it. It's not as important a part of their identity. So it might be that the conversation about toxic masculinity, just as one example that I think like the general public often reads about in the media, maybe that's a less useful way of starting to talk about this. It might be the case that masculinity is toxic, that masculinity, investments in certain kinds of masculinity are just have adverse health effects of all kinds. And so it could be that some of the programming that Angelique is talking about, I mean, these sort of gender expansive understandings of self, being allowed to express the full range of human emotions, understanding that you don't have to be independent all the time, that you can ask for help and it doesn't mean you're a less worthy human. Those are things that everyone can benefit from regardless of their gender identity. And I think the more that we help people realize that, that's one of the ways that cultural change can happen. But with smoking, just to bring it back to that example, I mean, this shifted how smoking was represented in film and the popular media and pop culture more generally. Like now, I think when smoking is in movies, it's one of the ways that we indicate who the bad people are in movies, right? Villains smoke, but heroes are rarely depicted smoking. Cultural change like this needs to happen, like not just in programming, but in cartoons and media and magazines and pop culture. And that's a really big ask. But I think identifying something as problematic was the first step in sort of attempting to move the dial on smoking. So if we identify this as a problem in Canadian society or in the United States, the next step is, okay, who needs to be brought to the table to think about how they can make changes wherever they work and play?
Thank you. So as final rounds, we always kind of pose the same questions. And that is, was there anything that you were hoping to talk about today that you haven't had the chance to talk about yet? So have something that I haven't asked you. Or what would you like to see come out of the Commission's work on the issues we've been discussing today? So I'm going to go around the table to each of you and give you the opportunity to answer whichever question or as you wish. So Angelique?
I don't think I have anything to add to the productive conversation we had already today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tara?
I don't think I have anything that I want to add. I think, one of the things Tristan and I have talked a lot about is hoping that, although it's that perhaps, a solid definition, right, could emerge from this, and that data, real, meaningful, consistent data could be gathered so that we can know more about this phenomenon.
Thank you. David?
I'll pass it to my colleague. We had a conversation during the break that about something we think we overlooked, but I'll let Tristan frame it.
Tristan?
Yeah, I think that, so sort of building on what Tara said, I think the one thing that didn't get discussed in definitions that we hadn't really thought of until a discussion during break was whether or not we need a definition that applies to all nations. And I think, it would be great to do cross-national comparisons. And so from a scholarly perspective, I think it's not surprising that researchers would be excited by it. But from a public policy perspective and a sort of what Canada needs, how mass casualty incidents are defined in Canada might differ from how they're defined in other nations. And that just might be a reality that's sort of really important to address.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to just check with the commissioners if they have follow-ups.
Thank you, Krista. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Krista, and everybody who participated, and Tristan and Tara Lee for joining us again. I don't have questions. I'm very grateful for everything that you've contributed. And so if it's okay, I just want to share a couple of thoughts that maybe you can consider as you go forward in your important work. And of course, we look forward to wrapping in a lot of the research and expertise that you've all brought into our reports and our recommendations going forward. But a couple of things that were said that kind of piqued my interest. And one, David, was in your definition around successfully executing mass casualty events. And we had posed a question the other day about, we often talk about firearms or the means that is used in a mass casualty event. And I'm cognizant of ammunition and the fact that, how do you actually measure what a successful a mass casualty is when you have people who have stockpiled a lot of ammunition, and what is their definition of that? So I found that an interesting but somewhat troubling piece. And I would like to suggest, and I think I've heard this anyway, that, you know, with I think the male superiority is an ideology. And I think we've talked a lot about that, so I think that that might be something worth considering. And in terms of definition, in being a sociologist myself, definitions are really important for all the purposes that you've said. And you know, in light of our work, we also have wrestled, and our other panelists and experts have wrestled with the concept of intimate partner violence, domestic violence, family violence, spousal abuse, woman abuse, and so forth. And similarly with community policing and community-based services and wraparound services, right? I mean, there's a lot of areas that we really struggle with getting solid definitions. And I know in terms of defining intimate partner violence and domestic violence, turning to the World Health Organization definition has been very helpful in trying to bring some of the scholarly work together. So, and I know it certainly has served us well thus far on our commission. So that's more comment than questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stan.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up on a theme that we heard in the earlier discussion today around the degree to which alcohol and substance abuse factor into mass casualties. And Dr. Bridges, you know, with the smoking example, of course, the Marlboro Man being this sort of type of masculinity personified, and alcohol in our culture has not gone through the same culture shift that smoking has. And I wondered if you and Dr. Tober in your research have looked into the links between alcohol and substance abuse and mass shootings, and if not, that's completely fine. But I also wondered as well if, Dr. Jenny, that's a factor that comes up, a risk factor, or something that comes up in your work as well. Looks like Dr. Tober might want to respond. Go ahead.
That has not been data that we have collected. So because we are sort of working with a slightly broader definition, unfortunately, and perhaps shockingly, it's actually sometimes difficult to collect very basic demographic information on shooters and victims, for example. So we have not, that is not sort of a data point that we have looked at, although you know, it could be perhaps something very important.
Thanks, Dr. Bridges.
Yeah, so we haven't looked at it, but this gets at, I think, something that Angelique would agree with, that like a lot of the things that we're proposing would actually probably have lots of other benefits too. So for instance, in the United States, I'm sure it's true in Canada as well, men and women tend to die for different reasons. And alcohol abuse is one of the larger reasons that men die in the United States. It accounts for a larger share of deaths than you might think. So we know that drinking is something that can be gendered as well. And I think we should be concerned when anything becomes gendered as sort of a way of illustrating one's gender that's problematic for one's own health or community. And I think that a lot of the things that Angelique is recommending would actually have benefits for like, in other ways too. So for instance, you know, so drinking might cause bad behavior, but drinking is also used as a coping mechanism, right? So if men are leaning on drinking because they don't have other emotional outlets, for instance, the sorts of interventions that Angelique is recommending might actually curb people from over drinking in the first place.
Thanks. Dr. Jenny, did you want to add anything?
That would have been what I would have added. And in terms of, we know that substance use is a risk factor. The Domestic Violence Death Review Committee has found that over and over again in terms of leading to, we know it's a risk factor for perpetration. We know it's a risk factor. It's not a cause. To be clear, it's just an added risk factor. And that we see substance use starting early in young people, and it can be a way of identifying with a social group, some masculinity that require, when you think of some of the gender-based violence prevention programs on university campuses, they look at that problematic drinking that can occur for young males specifically. But it is a coping mechanism and a way that young men manage their emotional state, or sorry, adult men as well, right? So all of those things would be, it would be an important thing to address.
Thanks. I think it's helpful to surface that, and I recall in the Dawson Graythorne Hoffman paper there is a reference as well to substance abuse as a risk factor in mass shootings. So I just thought it might be helpful to connect the dots there. Thank you very much, all of you.
And beginning with you, Krista, thank you so much for facilitating such an excellent panel, and of course, before today, organizing it, and of course, your team that you've also already highlighted. We're greatly appreciative of that. And if I could, if you don't mind, I will use first names, but Tara and Angelique and David and Tristan.
Okay, I can kind of hear him in the background. I think it's muted on your end, isn't it? Fuck him, man. It's not worth listening to. It's a waste of time. Glad the show is going to be such a record to follow all this stuff around. I mean, he's got the Regan thing, and then he's got this one hanging around his neck. It's, I don't know. Burp. Don't worry. You're not missing anything. You can tell by his face, right? Oh, his generosity. Thank you for the generosity. Burp. Where's the cats? Okay, so let's talk over him because he's not worth the time of day. Now, and he's not, like, that's just the way it's going to be in the future. Nobody's going to care. Oh, hello. Did you know I was a judge? No, nobody cares, sir. Move along. Move along. How are you doing? Now, let's go back to, all right, so I was doing the statement here from... God, he goes on ad nauseum. He's still thinking. This is worse than the Oscars. I'm enjoying my cigarette and my toxic masculinity over here. I'm feeling very, very hurt. You attacked me in the smoking. Boo. It's almost like my name. Oh! That only led to a lot more credibility. Oops. Anyway, so, all right, so we're on, Leaf is talking now. I think she's just doing leafy things. Okay, well, I can just get rid of them, right? Or do you want to hear thank yous? Carla's Oscar?
Did so much research to find the people who are doing the work that we've heard about today, and to help us learn more from them. Today we did issue a decision in response to a motion submitted by Participants Council on July 11th. We encourage everyone who's interested to read the decision in full, which is posted now to our website. Tomorrow we'll be hearing from the perpetrator's common law spouse, Lisa Banfield, who will be answering questions that build on the many hours of interviews and written statements that she's already provided to the RCMP and to the Commission directly. We heard more about Ms. Banfield's experience on Wednesday when Commission Counsel presented the foundational document focused on the perpetrator's violence toward his common law spouse. That foundational document is available on our website for the public to read, and its supporting materials will be posted later this week. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Okay, so leaves. Maybe the leaves and the giant tree. They go hand in hand. I love, what was that? Beyond belief? That's good. Anyways, let's finish out this statement. Oh, so stop that one there. I think I should just mute it next time. I don't want to go into this junk. We can just do more reading. The reading thing was quite effective, I thought. What did you guys think? Just splitting up documents and reading? Okay, so I want to share. Okay, what am I doing here? All right, so where were we? I think we got down to bullet points, didn't we? Encounter with Gabriel Wortman. Hive mind. Weaponized autism, baby. That's the way to go. Don't say that. That's not nice. That's calling myself autistic, so I don't care. Encounter with Gabriel Wortman. Mother's death. Alan Wortman has not seen or talked to Gabriel Wortman in over 23 years. They are not a close family. This, of course, is the summary of a interview. That's the way things are done. Summaries. With no audio, even though it's audio recorded. Yeah. Okay. Bet there will not be 6 hours 55 minutes tomorrow. Is that what today turned out to be? 6 hours 55 minutes. Tomorrow's going to be I'll put $1 down tomorrow. It's going to be a short day. It's going to be a short day. Just that's my thinking. Okay. Alan Wortman has not seen or talked to Gabriel Wortman 23 years. They are not a close family. Alan Wortman's mother was visiting him in Ottawa when she passed away 23 years ago. They don't seem to have a problem writing that number there. Since Gabriel was in the funeral business at the time, and please, I know O'Dear's got some great points because she's read this one. So if you feel like chiming in anything that I'm missing, please do, because I know you've had some out there earlier, or obviously anybody else. Arrangements were made that he would drive to Ottawa from Nova Scotia to gather her remains and transport, I guess, her back to New Brunswick, where she would be cremated. 3 hours tops tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a short one. It's going to be short. Alan Wortman met Gabriel at a restaurant in Orleans. They drove to the location where mother's body was kept, and transferred the remains into Gabriel's truck. And he drove back to drove back to New Brunswick from Ottawa with Ranny in the car, or in the truck. That's just fucked up, man. That is like seriously. I don't know what's going on. I think I was talking to somebody, I think you can do this legally, but it's very odd. Drive back with Granny in the truck. Yeah. Okay. I'm just not even going to go there. Alan Wortman went to his mother's funeral. Oh, Gabriel didn't even go to Alan Wortman's house during this encounter. Alan Wortman went to his mother's funeral in Moncton, saw Gabriel there, doesn't remember interacting with him. However, he remembers hearing that Gabriel had been very pushy. Okay, hearsay, gone. With the funeral home and wanted to control everything, even though it was not his funeral home in New Brunswick. Bracket, Gabriel owned funeral homes in Nova Scotia, not in New Brunswick. Okay. That 97. Right. Okay. He didn't own funeral homes, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Visit from Gabriel in St. John's, Newfoundland. There on the rock, Julia. When Alan Wortman was posted B Division, Gabriel came to visit him along with Alan. Wortman's mother, and that's kind of open. Alan Wortman's mother, is that Gabriel's grandmother? Don't know. Is it a mixed family? Who knows? His brother, Glenn Wortman, and a neighbor named Bruce Esterbrook. Okay, I'm just making sure. I want to get this stuff here. Glenn said you cannot drive with a dead person without embalming. So Gabe did that and then drove her back. I don't know. I just don't even want to touch that one. Gabriel might have been 16-year-old at the time. Alan Wortman did not notice anything unusual. Okay, so, all right. Alan Wortman feels like he is the closest to Paul Wortman, and of all the brothers, he's closest to him. But it doesn't sound like they're very close to me. He calls Paul once every 2 to 3 months. Alan Wortman says Paul and Gabriel did not have a good relationship. This is why Alan Wortman called Kodiak RCMP in Moncton after the shooting to inquire about Paul, because he was afraid Paul and Evelyn, his wife, could have been targeted by Gabriel. Gabriel's father, Paul, is a very hard man who gets his way. He believed that Gabriel would have been brought. He believed. That's just an opinion. He believed that he would have been brought up tough. So he's not giving anything to support that. When he was a teenager, Alan Wortman witnessed his brother Paul hit Evelyn, now his wife, and kick her several times. Alan Wortman only knew Gabriel when he was a little kid and cannot say much about him in the first account. Leak proof container. Okay, I don't even. You're talking about that stuff again. Yeah. All right. Cannot say much about him in the first account, so he can't speak from his own knowledge. Alan Wortman describes his immediate family as having a lot of tension. He says his father was violent with his 3 older brothers, Neil, Paul, and Glenn. However, Alan once discussed it with his younger brother, Chris, and they both agreed their father was not violent with them And they did not have a problem with him, as opposed to the three older brothers who did not get along with their father. All of the brothers left home at a very young age. So where's that coming from? The three older brothers, they just didn't get along with him? And I don't know. Is it just that they're saying he was violent? Or is this part more of narrative? I don't know. Currently, Alan does not get along with Chris because Chris is upset over wealth distribution of their brother Glenn's assets. This is very strangely worded. How are they distributing assets? Oh, hello, porn, buy porn. How are you distributing assets of somebody who's alive? Okay. When he was 14 years old, Alan Wortman witnessed his brother Glenn stab his father in their house. Glenn was charged and convicted of the crime. Bring on Global. Episode whatever. 13 hours. Okay. Know where some of this is coming from. Alan heard, unknown from who, that Paul beat up their dad at some point. Okay, so I could scrunch up some more paper, but my floor, frankly, is covered with it. So hearsay, garbage, throw away. Sometime around 2008-9, Glenn phoned Alan in a panic. So he's not close with Glenn, as opposed to Paul, who he speaks to every 2 to 3 months. He said that Gabriel was upset over something, had put a rifle in his trunk, and was heading to Moncton to kill his dad. Alan phoned Paul to warn him about the potential threat. Paul said, "Bring it on." Alan said he did not follow up with Paul and doesn't know what happened after that. Your Gmail opened just randomly. I've had computer do my phone, I've got some recordings of my phone doing its own thing, and I'm in the other room because I was having a very serious problem with my computer. So I was recording that, and then my phone turned on, and then I stopped it, and then my phone turned on its own and started recording. It's totally fucked, and it's got the record button and all this shit, and it's such a mess. Like, what the fuck? Gabriel, background, bracket, hearsay. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, sorry, Gmail. That's why. Please check yours for me. Please get booted. Okay, Gmail open. Does come up saying Google Workspace, which is strange, but Gmail opens. Okay, you guys are doing all your computer stuff. Hearsay. We'll just put hearsay in big letters. Alan Wortman did not know Gabriel Wortman well, so this information is mainly hearsay, probably from Glenn. He is not certain of the source of the information was. Okay, so now we don't even know. This is even better hearsay. You just don't even know where it's come from, just rando. He heard that Gabriel paid for his university by smuggling for drugs and cigarettes over the border with his father, Paul. So Paul and Gabriel are really under the bus. Last night, by everybody, the narrative. Last night over the phone, Glenn told Alan Gabriel was last night. Glenn told Alan that Gabriel was very violent with his girlfriend. Glenn had witnessed Gabriel hitting his girlfriend one night when they were around a campfire. No. Is there something missing here? Glenn? Glenn Brenda, Richard Dave, Elson. What's missing? Something clasping hands. The business about the cheating with Glenn. And he doesn't say anything about that, but he does come along and say on April 30th, he saw Gabriel beating Lisa on a fire, around a fire. Oops. The narrative is just balls. Richard Ellison and Glenn were great friends. See? It's all beginning to come together. I think if you mapped it out on a spider chart, which would be huge, it'll fit. We'll see why people are talking the way they are. Maybe. But I would suspect yes. Okay, now. So no mention of any Lisa Brenda nonsense by Glenn, who apparently witnessed it. So Glenn, don't know what's going on over there. But he does remember a campfire, which he doesn't know elsewhere. Gabriel involvement with Glenn, but I haven't read Glenn's statement, so God knows, maybe that's in there now. Alan Wortman says his brother Glenn now lives in a home in Moncton. Several years ago, he was living in Edmonton. Based on information from various sources, mainly Glenn, mainly Glenn. So here we go. It's turn on the Glenn faucet. Gabriel helped Glenn moving to Nova Scotia. He helped him find a house to settle in. However, it seems like Gabriel, sorry. Oh, my eyes. Seems like Gabriel had put everything under his name and defrauded his uncle. Who was that was reading the statement about, was that you, Julia? Or was it Freckles? I don't know. Somebody read the statement about no problem with the payment? Okay. Okay, see you later, Snippy. Glenn said Gabe brought Jeff and Robin to Brenda's. He went there often, Glenn said. They were great friends. Yeah, Robin Lee, who was running around the Facebooks doing all kinds of weird things. And I was like, so you know, I kind of outed her. I think you know here, right? This is Samuelson's wife. Oh, poof. No more. I was like, okay, nothing happened here. That was right at the beginning. I was like, oh no. Okay, moving along. Yes, you. Okay, thank you. So there was no problem with apparently with the house purchase. And frankly, you got to keep a tally here of conflictions, and then you kind of get a better understanding of who's doing what and who may be telling the truth or more than likely versus not. Yeah. When Neil went to visit Glenn about 4 years ago, blank. Neil helped Glenn get back on track and moved him blank, New Brunswick. According to Alan Wortman, Chris Wortman is no longer on good terms with Neil Wortman because he believes that he unfairly took over Glenn's asset. Okay, not understanding this one still. Maybe it's a power of attorney thing, or is it, I don't get what's going on. Alan Wortman doesn't share that opinion. Assets this is odd. He believes Neil helped Glenn and continues taking care of him and his limited assets. So there it sounds like he's alive. But why would you distribute a live man's assets? Okay, firearms and connections. Hopefully Glenn's okay with all of his stuff being given away. Alan doesn't know any family or friends living in the USA. Now, that obviously could be so. But what about Jacques Wortman? I think he probably knows Jacques. I'm thinking. Maybe. Being that it's family. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't know his nephew. Maybe. Okay. Glenn told Alan that Gabriel had a, quote, shitload of firearms and saw them. Alan believes that Neil would not have seen those firearms, as he would have reported it to the police if he had saw that. $87 to $94. Sir, what's $87 to $94? Looking up something. Banfield lawyer used to be in MLA in Moncton. Oh, Lockyer's a busy man. There's a lot of cases that kind of float around all this stuff too. Pardon me. Pardon me. Lots of cases. Uniform. Alan said that earlier this week he received a disturbing text or email message. Text or email message. You got it this week. In capital letters from someone he believes was Debbie. Who's Debbie? Not even in a blank, just somebody named Debbie. Texting him or emailing him saying, did you give Gabe an RCMP uniform? When Glenn found out that he was sick, he went to sell the house, found out Gabe's name was on the deed. Gabe wanted $70,000, told lawyer, I have all the receipts. Gabe carried the mortgage until Glenn's house sold in Edmonton. When it sold, Glenn repaid Gabe. Gabe removed his name from the deed, and then the house was sold. Oops. There goes the house story. More dumpster. All right. Not all right. That's like these things are just, the narrative is gone. His wife, Claudette, Global looks like fucking idiots. His wife, Claudette, received the same text. So now it's a text. But it was maybe an email. Alan said he deleted the message. Alan also shut down his Facebook page recently to prevent unwanted people from contacting him based on that last name. Both Alan and Claudette were unable to retrieve the email or text, whatever it was. Because, of course, you know, Debbie seems to have Claudette's phone number, but they don't know last name. Okay. Derosier provided her business card and asked them to forward the text or email to her if they find it, even though it was just sent this week. Okay. But you don't know where you even got it. Alan said that he was wrong when he told Inspector Derosier that he had returned all his uniform to the Montreal Extension where he retired 12 years ago. He said he still has his ceremonial uniform as well as 2 patrol jackets. Derosier took photos of the uniform, of all the uniform. 1 red serge, breeches, Stetson, striped Sam Brown, brown leather boots, patrol jacket, winter patrol jacket. Alan Wortman also kept a riot team baton not on site. No picture obtained. Mr. Wortman doesn't remember ordering another ceremonial kit during his service and said he was very protective of his equipment and would have never given it away to anyone. Okay. Follow-up. Alan Wortman was asked his opinion on who might have information about Gabriel Wortman. Alan provided the following names. Glenn Wortman, just turn that tap on. Seems reliable, seems not like there's anything funny going on over there at all. Bruce Esterbooks. Do remember, I think maybe Evans might have lived with Glenn. And there was some shenanigans that went on with some young boys. Yuck. Was it Duct Tape Stick Debbie, a.k.a. Kelly Tebow? Did she call herself Debbie? Debbie Donut. Hey, Cindy. I haven't heard the name Debbie. Deborah Kelly Tebow? Is that what her full name was? Deborah Kelly Tebow? My memory is gone. Sarah Ritchie was like, Glenn remembered who we were when we called, so believe me, it's great. Oh my God! Is that before you asked him? Do you remember? Do you remember that, right? You do remember me, right? Of course you do. It's not like people with Alzheimer's or any of those issues don't agree if you ask the question in a certain way. It's very sad, but totally true. Hello, Cindy. It's totally true. But I don't know. They're just distributing his assets and doing whatever. I don't know how you're doing that, but okay. Alan indicated that Bruce was their neighbor in New Brunswick. He was always at their house and, according to Alan, wanted to be a Wortman. Now, let's put on the thinking hat here. Why would somebody want to be a Wortman if the household was so fucking abusive? I think he's going to know. He's friends with them. He's over there all the time. Probably going to know. Most people don't want to willingly be abused. At least this is Alan's opinion. Well, maybe he telling tales. But Bruce's story is very different. Bruce is a retired RCMP member. He used to be with Moncton Police, but when RCMP amalgamated with that force, he became an RCMP member. Bruce collects all kinds of things, all sorts of things, including RCMP gear. And he knew Gabriel. Does Bruce live in Edmonton now? The global? Sorry. Okay, personal information. Inspector DeRosier terminated the interview. Mr. Wortman said that the police could contact him again if they needed more information. So approximately 3 weeks later, a little less than that, Inspector DeRosier received an email from Alan Wortman asking to call him back as he wanted to add information to his statement. Oh, is it? Interesting. Even for police? Interesting. That's why I moved on to reading Bruce's statement. Yeah. Inspector DeRosier received an email. Okay, so little under 3 weeks. 10:30, Inspector DeRosier called Alan. I still haven't figured this one out too, because when Inspector DeRosier phoned Alan, it was under the auspices, at least that's the way it reads, or my interpretation, that she was with Ottawa Police Service, when in fact she's with RCMP. I'm not sure why she couldn't just call a fellow RCMP and say, hey, I'm with RCMP, but fair enough. Wanted to tell the Ottawa one. Okay, now, when they originally contacted each other, DeRosier called Alan Wortman and advised him that the audio recording was capturing the conversation, to which it goes into an Orwellian hole. Mr. Wortman said that he thought of new information he wanted to add. Mr. Wortman read a statement that had been written. At the end of the conversation, Inspector DeRosier asked Alan Wortman to email the written statement in order to potentially avoid having the transcription of the audio recording. Okay. No, nothing recorded. Bullet form. But it was recorded. But certain pieces. Okay, anyway, just saying. It could be a nothing burger. Summary of statement. Okay, so now we get a summary. In the summary, we're getting a summary of a statement. Oh, if they're getting poor down there, they like the paper. Summary of the statement provided May 2nd. Written statement attached. Audio capture, same. Alan Wortman retired 2008. He attended the Armories at Montreal Road Extension in May to return his kit and firearm, which was no longer operational, retired from the privacy section. In Montreal. Okay. Don't know why he's dropping his uniform off in specialized policing services, but okay. Returned 2 revolvers and handcuffs with serial number of those items captured by the attendant. 2 revolvers was explained to me that means that the member is plainclothes, more than likely. So he was a plainclothes officer because he would be carrying a concealed weapon, something smaller than the Smith. Okay. Where he's returning his uniform piques my interest. Now, he also returned a bag full of uniform and gear. He just kept some. And his original statement, which is not abnormal, Alan had said that he believed his red surge was his original surge, but he says he must have been mistaken because his current surge has Velcro around the neck and that his original surge had a metal clip. However, he doesn't recall when he obtained a new surge and what he did with the old one. He still believes his boots are his original boots. His shoe size is 11. Got a bit of a bigger foot. Wonder if he wrote his name in his boots. If he was in that habit. Just saying. He thinks at some point, would be a valid question to ask, his brother was wearing a pair of highbrows. Maybe what the size of the boot is in welding shops. His brother Paul was wearing high browns when he was riding his motorcycle. He doesn't recall giving a pair of high browns to his brother, but he may have. He suggested asking Paul because he doesn't talk to Paul. He calls Kodiak, only speaks to him every 2 and 3 months, and that's the person he's closest to. He is certain he never gave any RCMP gear or uniform to his nephew, Gabriel. Okay? Well, he's certain. Witness particulars obtained: Allison Reed, the lady who lived in the apartment, who nobody knew. Anybody by Wortman in there for 5 years prior. Obtained through OCC. Query confirmed verbally with Alan Wortman, because they had to run his system, but they didn't know his name, how to spell it, age. Okay. It could be a nothing burger, but just saying. Ontario driver's license, secondary telephone numbers, all out of Ontario. Then Glenn's phone number, blank, and Bruce Esther Brooke. So take with that what you will, but I'd say it definitely paints a little bit better of a picture of kind of what the dynamics somewhat are going on in this family. And that given some of the other details that fold in, how long is Bruce Esterbrook's statement? Bruce. Could read that so that we have a better, not Bruce, if I could spell. Okay, just the keyboard likes me. Bruce Esterbrook's 20 pages. Wait, that's a little bit longer. I think I'll have to do Bruce a little later. I do have something. Oh, Sergeant Firth is taking the statement, April 27th. One other thing I wanted to check, because I think if I'm, and I could be obviously totally wrong, but I think I saw that there is a new statement from Cindy. Another statement? Is that possible? I'm just scrolling through here. Okay, we have one dated April 21st. Maybe I just misread. I wonder if I put it in a quotation. This is an awfully long list. Oh, Jesus. Quotations doesn't even work on this thing. Is there a second statement? It came out. He could have the baton while on duty, but as soon as he retired, it would become a prohibited weapon and stolen government property. Oh, that wouldn't be good. Maybe I misread. Okay, so tomorrow, so there's all kinds of goodies there. The narrative is, I think, for me, my personal opinion is it's really just gone. And it's very, very evident now, suspicions of the media, the complicity over there all along, and on a larger scale, I would say, and narratives being sown so that everybody in the general public who reads the headline will just be like, okay, not a problem here. But there's a pretty serious problem. My opinion. Ooh. Okay. I don't know. 2,290 files now. Does that mean that they dropped 72 new files? $72? Oh dear, we'll know. I thought when I downloaded them this morning, it was 2,228. Now it's 2,290. $84 new files. Okay, then some has been removed. 2,200. I wrote it down here. I put it in. Sorry, it's in our chat log here. Okay, 84 new files. So, I mean, this is why the process, as abhorrent as it is, must continue. Because the paper, even though it's very filtered, probably they're not expecting this many people. They really don't. Going through it and who have the patience, who are kind of just like, you know what, I have all the fucking time in the world. We can do this one, and we will. Despite their NASCARing through, that's why they're doing that over there. Might be looking at the wrong data sheet. Okay. Oh, maybe my math is out. 2,228 plus 84 is 3,012. So maybe they put up 14 files and drop them. That's possible. It's not unheard of. So, okay. RCMP UC Carry Glock 23 and 6 hour P227. Yeah, no, well, he's old school. He's old school. Maybe there was just a few other additional files that came in this morning. Okay, so lots of stuff. I think tomorrow's going to be a short day. So there you go. It's still be well worth it, please. I will just drop out. I want to do the dumpster on fire as that's probably not appropriate. But please share that around, because tomorrow, even though she's not going to talk about anything, it's probably good just to have the comments rolling around and maybe some fresh eyes looking at stuff. Richard introduced Dave to Gabe and said he screws Lisa all the time. You see, And the sex is a stew too. It just loses people. I don't know why. But sex sells. Who was that? I don't think that was his saying. Anyway. I think Lynn's got issues. How does it read? Just out of mild curiosity. Is it coherent? Page 5. Is it coherent? I'm just having a feeling it's not going to be doing well. Could just be me. It should read that way. I don't think he's quite. If he loses his power of attorney, by the way, if he loses his power of attorney, that's pretty serious. You have to be able to demonstrate legally that they're mentally deficient. So if he's there again, ergo, if he's been deemed mentally deficient by a POA being installed, he's mentally deficient, probably to give, or mentally, however you want to say it. I don't know. Mentally, he's not competent to be giving testimony. So his testimony is unreliable and would not be admissible anywhere. Because they've already demonstrated that he's mentally struggles with competency. Enough that a judge came along and said, you know what, I have to take that away from you. I'm sorry, you can't make decisions for yourself. Somebody else will have to do that for you. Ergo, it's his statement is not worthy. That was 2020. This was 2020, where the power of attorney was the power of attorney removed. Or I'm not understanding, or is that in respect to Glenn's comments about this salacious distract technique? Oh, when he gave the statement. Yeah, I don't think I don't think there's a lot of coming back from the Alzheimer's stuff. So that's really serious. And of course, a lawyer will most certainly tell you that. And they will just say it like that. Ergo, no. Okay, so wonder if anybody can back up. No, not that I can see. I think I've reviewed all of the statements of all the parties involved. And it was basically down to Glenn. Brenda's out, Richard's out, Dave's out, I believe Elson's out. Or is it Elson Sutherland? Who's the other party? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, all the statements that I've been able to get a hold of, obviously, from the site, don't. No. You're just left with. No, I'm not. Sorry, I don't. I apologize if I'm coming across rude. That's my read. I think we ran through them definitely in a couple of videos. I some time back, I went through all the different statements, just kind of put the witnesses of that event side by side once we figured out who was there. Then you could look at it. Anyway, I got the wrong James Lockyer. Apologies, there are two. Interesting. That's interesting. James Lockyer is the James Lockyer down in Toronto. Very busy man. Likes New Brunswick. Nova Scotia. Likes all the little intricacies. Fishing pound. Anyway, moving along. Didn't know you reviewed the other statement. I to the best of my knowledge, again, you know, that's everything that I read, and they didn't fit. Brenda's obviously kind of not doing too well, so that's not a good one. Glenn's not doing well. Richard and Dave, who is it? Not there. Richard said he heard about. Is it Richard that said he heard? No. Dave said he heard about it from Richard, and Richard doesn't say anything about it. So I don't know. I think it's Ellison. Southern one. Oh. Okay, I'm not finding what I'm looking for here. Maybe I have the name wrong. She just kept throwing more people in there too, which was how many people? 2, 3, 4? How many of them are your friends? Richard, Dave. I could swear there's another one here somewhere. Anyway, 62 new documents. Lucky email on weapons. Oh. Okay. 59637. Better maybe deal with that before we say adieu for the day. I don't think they're terribly long, as I recall. So they deleted one. Why would you feel the need to do that? I wonder. Is that what's going on? It's gone though. Okay, is that it? 59640. Okay. Yes, regarding the questions. Right. Very small print. So this is the one that was deleted. Reference to firearms from press conference. Brenda Lucky to Rob Stewart, Canada.ca. Okay, so these are government officials. I did check Zeta because she has a statement. Does she have a statement? Astravas? She's from Calgary. Now I'm forgetting. Maybe she doesn't have a statement. Anyway, I don't think I looked into Rob Stewart though. Good evening. Okay. So not the execution. Is there original email? No. Okay, so it's just so not the execution I was expecting. But here is the sections for the Q&A regarding the firearms operator. So this is from the press conference. Okay, thank you. The next question is from Alexa McLean, Global News. Question by the media. Thank you. I'm curious if the RCMP have determined that all weapons that were used by the gunman and if he had firearms license outside of Canada. We know there may be some questions about where this came from. We know that there may be some questions. So they're saying they have a source. Did they come from the black market primarily? Just looking for the updated terms of questions used. Okay, so response from Superintendent Campbell is fast and freezies. I'm sorry. In terms of the weapons used, I can get into the details about those weapons outside of the fact, I can't get into, outside of the fact that, as I stated on Friday, that the gunman was in possession of several semi-automatic handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles. Several is very vague. In terms of caliber of those, I can't get into those details because the investigation is still active and ongoing. And going through, we have to appreciate as well that we need to be able to, as best as we can, associate these weapons through the ammunition used to the actual victims. Yeah, that's problematic still. So those efforts are still ongoing. That was part of your question, the first part of your question. The second part of your question was in regards to the United States or firearms acquisition certificates. Again, that's part of our the active with any other further details about that piece. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe Brenda had a problem. Something happened there. It's not even like a missing letter. It's more. But anyway, question out by the media. Okay, fair enough. Can you say whether or not assault rifle was used in the rampage? Jesus. RCMP Superintendent Campbell. I can't at this point. I'll talk to you about too many of the weapons. I know that witnesses did describe seeing the gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, Constable Morrison and the other surviving gunshot wound victim leaving Portapique area described the gunman shot them with a handgun. Okay, okay, great. Works for the Prime Minister's office. Okay, because they don't know the weapons, right? Of course, so this is based on the 28th press conference, and they knew on the 24th, or was it the 23rd? 23rd, all the weapons. So total BS, nonsense. Lucky Scanlon. Okay, so let's just check the. I've done, unless these are brand new Scanlons. Let's see the other one that they threw in today. Why is that missing now? I don't know Baltovich. Where's the other one? It's like your comment disappeared. or I can't see it. So it's probably likely that I can't see it, but I scrolled back 2 or 3 times now. I think I'm on number 4 now. Okay. The new email. I don't even know the number now because I can't find the message. 59354. Is that the one that you were posting, oh dear? Complete, yes, okay. Following the press conference, is this the sleepless night? Is it the crying one? I like the one Darren asks to leave the room. Oh yes, yeah. She lambastes Lucky, which doesn't add up. You can't do this and get away with it. She's just going to get in a whole bunch of shit. She would be like gone. No. She gets moves over to do executive assistant commissioner. Okay, assistant commissioner. Anyways, no worries. I thought I couldn't seem to find the other. I thought there was a message saying that one email got deleted and another one came in. Oh, what that? Oh no, that's old. Oh, I'm curious to find out what else there is. Anyway, do have a fantastic day. Back tomorrow, obviously, for the discussion about, I don't know, pants, something. Have a fantastic day. God bless you. God bless the 23.